cereal.
Yeah, right. Pancakes is
It's
a
a
food.
food.
Breakfast is a time of day. Breakfast is the first meal of the day.
Yes, and
Breakfast
you can have
happens-
anything. You can have pizza.
You can have
for
pizza
breakfast.
for breakfast. Thank you, Heather. I don't think we've agreed on much today.
I know.
You and me.
I would say it's more of a state of mind, and the state of mind is presented by the food.
What do you think John would say?
He'd say it's a meal.
Okay.
Because it's
Oh, you can have
bacon.
bacon anytime. Just get the steak and you wrap it up in the bacon's good.
Watch the True Grit movie.
John Wayne. Yep. Is that your Jansen impression, by the way? Last one is in the spirit of John Jansen. Is it better to take a Friday off or a Monday off with a long weekend?
Well, it depends on what you're like. This shift, I think it's better to take the Monday off
Why?
because you can leave at 10 o'clock and start your weekend.
You can start your weekend Thursday at 10 a.m. if you take Friday off, and
That's true.
you have to work on Monday. Even if you take Monday off, you have to do show prep on Monday night, so you don't actually get the full day off. Friday's the best day to take off.
You knocked me out.
No, Stoney, you were right. Hold your ground on this. Monday is the better day to take off because, a couple points. Vibes on Friday are great. Everybody's in a good mood on a Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Most offices are shutting down early anyway. You miss Friday, that's a lighter day. Monday is the day people dread. You take Monday off, now there's no Sunday scaries. Your weekend feels longer. The answer is Mondays.
And your week feels shorter
now
when
it's Tuesday.
you only have a 4-day week.
You have a 4-day week either week.
It's
so
psychological.
Yeah.
Stoney's right.
No,
Checkmate.
Friday is the day to take off. There's so much more going on Fridays, and it like gets your weekend started. You always take the Friday off.
But what goes on during the day though on Friday? All the Friday stuff is
Everything,
Friday night.
anything, you can do it all.
Okay.
And that is the cookie jar. It's 97.1. The Lions' biggest weakness is, according to ESPN, wide receiver. Is that really the thing that would keep them from winning a Super Bowl, this receiver room?
No.
So then what is it? 248-539-9797. Keep in mind, you're always looking to upgrade. Holmes said that yesterday, but they've got a good group of receivers. Amon-Ra St. Brown, and the next two leaders in receptions, Laporta and Gibbs, are still on the team. They use him in the passing game.
And we think J-Mo's going to get better.
He should. Come on, it's third year for a first-round pick.
Right.
No incidents, no suspensions. He's not injured. We're talking about the fifth option in the passing game. That's not what's going to keep this team from winning a Super Bowl. So, Stoney, to you and everybody else, what is?
It's the pass rush. It's, one of the three covenants of football. Three covenants of football are having a good quarterback, protecting said quarterback, and getting to the other team's quarterback. And the Lions are not great at that. And for them to be Super Bowl, you can say, well, they should have went anyway last year. True. But they need to get a better pass rush, in my opinion.
It was talked about last year at the deadline. Mm-hmm. They chose not to.
Yeah.
It was talked about at the start of this offseason. They brought in Marcus Davenport on a one-year deal, and they're going to rely on James Houston, I guess. I mean, they didn't really get Aiden a buddy.
No.
For all the good that Holmes did this offseason, and he's earned the praise.
Yeah, absolutely.
That does seem to be a spot that they have ignored. Think about this. Last year, they blitzed at the end of the season. They finished 11th in blitz rate. Down the stretch, it had to be in the top 10. They were very aggressive, dialing up pressure because they had to. It was a good adjustment on the fly in season. We got to get to the quarterback. To your point about, the covenants of football.
And boom, here comes Iffy Milifano.
Yeah, right off the edge, balance out the pass rush, help Aiden. Aiden was good at the end of last season when they were blitzing. But my issue is if you're going to have to blitz the best quarterbacks in football, love that. Mahomes loves when you blitz him, right? Stafford, when he was really humming, loved when you'd blitz him. Aaron Rodgers at his peak MVP, please come blitz and give me one-on-ones. I'll dissect pre-snap. I'll make a throw. One guy gets open, you get beat. It puts extra burden on your corners. Now, I'm sure the Lions' philosophy is, well, we upgraded the corner room. But if they get beat, it's because they ask rookie corners to go on an island deep in the playoffs against an elite quarterback.
Correct.
That would be if they don't win the Super Bowl. And again, I think they're in that upper echelon. But if you're asking the weakness question, I think it is the fact that they have to blitz to get pressure on the best teams in football. And
Correct.
that's not a recipe to win long term.
No. I mean, to me, it's so basic. Now, could they have done something more in the draft? Yeah, a little bit. But I'm fine with their draft. Because you can't have every team has to have some way. Look, even the Chiefs had a weakness. Their wide receivers were a weakness. They addressed it for them. Hopefully, Xavier Worthy's the guy. Okay, the Lions have a weakness. They haven't addressed it. They've addressed it not the way you and I would want them to address it.
Right. It's philosophical. It's do you want to win with your front four or your back four?
Right.
They invested in the back four.
Right.
But you have to all win your rep. One guy loses a step, one guy slips his foot, one guy blows the coverage. It doesn't matter that all the other guys did their job.
Right.
It's a first down.
Right.
Or 20, 30, 40-yard play like we saw at the end of last year.
And they have bigger hopes and dreams for Marcus Davenport than you and I and a lot of people do. So hopefully they'll be right.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. The biggest weakness for the Lions, the thing that would keep them from winning a Super Bowl. Texter says kicker.
Well, how about faith in the kicker?
Oh, so this is a Campbell thing too, then?
Look, it could be, because I agreed, with his first decision in the when the 4th and 2. Because as a fan, I had more confidence in the Lions with Jared Goff, that offensive line, them being able to convert a 4th and 2 than Badgley with a 45-yarder outside. And that's sorry to knock him for that feeling. That's the way I felt, so I didn't hate it.
And if they had.
And if Josh Reynolds catches the ball that's thrown into his hands, there's no issue.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, the reason they lost that NFC title game to me was less about Campbell's gambles. It was more about, hey, Reynolds, catch the ball.
Yes.
That 4th down, and then the 3rd down the very next drive. It's Gibbs. Come on, dude, don't fumble the ball. It's Vildor off your face mask into Ayuka, kind of a fluky play.
And, if you want to blame the coaching staff at all for the 4th down, it was the 3rd and 4 when they gave the ball to St. Brown up the middle. They gained 2 yards, right? No.
Yeah, it's like you're playing for 4th down, which sometimes they do, and it can be smart. But, okay, the point about a kicker, if they had Tucker, do they win that game? I still think they go for it on short yardage. I think they say we got a great O-line. We're playing for touchdowns, not field goals. We're on the road. We're on the NFC title game. We're going for it 4th and 2.
I don't know. I think if he has Justin Tucker, he kicks it.
So then that's the point that the texter's making about the kicker and how it shapes decision making.
Well, I agree. They need a better kicker. But he did make the big one against the Rams. Granted, it was indoors, 54 yards, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the first playoff game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 54 yards. But everybody was shocked by that.
Right.
I still kind of don't believe that happened, that he hit a 54-yard. I was there. I still don't believe he hit it.
And he attempted it.
Right, that they even trotted him out for it. But that wasn't short yardage. Mm-hmm. And that's where a kicker would help this team, is when you're facing 4th and 5 at midfield.
Right.
End of half, end of game. Like, you're not throwing a Hail Mary with Jared Goff.
Correct.
You're kicking a field goal to try to tie or win the game. I think kicker's on the list. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't put it at the top.
No. I don't think there's any discussion. Pass rush has to be the top of the list.
Yeah, Texter says stop with needing another receiver. I don't know why ESPN wrote it. I mean,
I agree.
It says the top 3 targets are coming back. J-Mo's the 4th option. Any young receiver would be 5th at best, and that's DPJ and Khalif Raymond, who were both. Khalif Raymond's been good, and DPJ was good in Cleveland. Like, it says trust Brad Holmes. DPJ had 60 catches, 800 yards in a single season. He's a qualified, capable option.
And look, if you're not satisfied, there's still people out there, whether you want to take a gamble and Michael Thomas can resurrect his career for a year, or Hunter Renfrow or somebody like that. Yeah, they're there, but they're okay. They're sufficient at wide receiver.
We're being told we're missing something, Stoney. You continue to ignore the presence of Reeder as a pass rusher. He'll get more one-on-ones for the outside guys, more opportunities.
That's true. There's no doubt about that.
Aleem will become a better pass rusher in the middle, and they point out that Pascal, who we haven't seen enough from,
that's true,
may be unlocked by a guy like Reeder in the middle.
They don't have enough coming off the edge. How about that?
Well, and beyond that, how about contain?
Yeah.
How about QB contain? I know, hey, listen, if Reeder gets up the gut and makes the play, or McNeil does because of Reeder, great. But more quarterbacks are mobile now than ever before.
What's Aiden's biggest weakness, if you want to nitpick?
Finishing the play?
Sometimes he
the pursuit.
Over pursues.
Sure. 248-539-9797. And then some on the cookie jar. It says, wow, what's Bronner's and hates the UP? Jim, relinquish your Michigan ID and apply for a visa. Roy in a loader.
So I didn't ask this. Why do you hate the UP?
I said,
you think it's boring?
Kind of. Yeah, I feel like I'm going too far back in time to the 1880s. I like modern amenities.
You might not have visited the right places.
No, I know. I need to get all the way up to Pictured Rocks, but that's quite the drive, right? Even once you hit the UP, it's like another, 5 hours?
Yeah, there's lots of stops you can make on the way. You have to do those things.
Look, there's more trees. And you can buy a fur right here. This gas station might work. That's the other thing. I didn't have the EV at the time.
Make it. Okay. There's no charging places up there.
I would take.
I mean,
we have a second car. Are there?
There has to be.
Maybe like in.
I mean, I never seek them out, but
yeah.
Yes, like Northern Michigan University or Michigan Tech. They probably
something
can create them themselves.
Do you ski? Are you a snowboarder?
No.
Winter sports enthusiast?
I've skied. I don't mind skiing. I'm not like you and the folks at Vail.
Oh, gee.
Texter says no breakfast is food. What do you call that food at dinner time? You call it breakfast for dinner. So people weighing in on the breakfast. We got a message saying the person that should go speak to the aliens is Jim Harbaugh. He doesn't seem like he's always on this planet at times. He may be able to speak their language and
could scare them away.
That 10,000 stare them down. So more of those coming in, and your thoughts on the Lions and the biggest weakness. 248-539-9797. In the 9 o'clock hour, we've got some tickets to give away, and we have Ohio State taking a shot at Michigan. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Busy night of NHL and NBA postseason action. Yet another overtime game on the ice as the Rangers take a stranglehold on their semifinal series. Kenny Albert's call on TNT. The Canes in a deep hole against New York. Also, the Stars even their series versus the Avalanche by defending home ice 5-3. In the NBA, no home courts defended there. The Cavaliers shocked the Celtics at the TD Garden by winning 118-94. Donovan Mitchell 23 of his 29 points in the second half, and Luka Doncic scored 29 to help the Mavs beat the Thunder 119-110. Both of those series now at 1-1. Elsewhere, Frank Vogel out as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Matt Ishbia reportedly eyeing Mike Budenholzer to replace him. Those new very blue City Connect uniforms will make their debut for the Tigers tonight as they get set to play the Astros at Comerica Park over the next 3 days. Detroit trying to stay above 500 and keep pace in the AL Central. Gio Urshela began his rehab assignment in Toledo yesterday. And the MHSAA making a change that could affect some smaller high school football teams, placing an enrollment cap of 250 on schools that compete in Division 8. That will take hold in 2025. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We had Brad Holmes on yesterday, and he felt comfortable with his receiver room, which is why it was odd to see ESPN label that the biggest weakness for the Detroit Lions.
Makes a little sense, but not a lot.
Yeah, once you think about it for even just a couple seconds.
Yes.
Here's what they said. St. Brown is a star worthy of his recent huge contract, but they are depending on a lot of hope after Amon-Ra St. Brown. It says Jamison Williams had a negative DVOA last season with just 24 catches. They hope he can finally develop. Khalif Raymond, they cite another DVOA receiver stat. And Peoples-Jones, as another unproven guy, didn't stand out last season for Detroit. Beyond those receivers, they have a 7th-round pick in Antoine Green and Tom Kennedy.
Okay, I understand what they're going through here in his or her evaluation. I don't know whose it is, because when you just list the wide receivers, you can make that conclusion. But as we see and have seen, and we know, the Lions' passing game is not dependent only on wide receivers. So if you have Laporta, you have Gibbs, you don't need as much depth at that position.
Yeah.
Could they improve it? Sure.
Of course. They can improve every position group.
Yes.
I think you're looking at a 5th target in the passing game. You want another body? Sure. Wouldn't fault him for it. But you and I agree. Pass rush, the fact that they're going to need the blitz, that's the biggest issue. Ticket texters have some of their thoughts. 248-539-9797. People forget the biggest X factor this season. Maybe that CFL sack leader. He could be the next Cameron Wake and make a big impact.
What was his last name? Betts, I believe. Who knows? I don't know. Speaking out of ignorance here, never seen the man play.
And I think Cameron Wake is like the only real example of a CFL pass rusher translating. I mean, listen, hey, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But I think the expectation should be pretty low for a guy coming from the CFL.
Yes.
It says we have a potential Pro Bowl player at nearly every position except second defensive end, third linebacker, and kicker. We're splitting hairs here, signed Keith. Well, that's what happens when you're a Super Bowl contender.
Correct.
You have very few problems.
Yes.
But I think they're magnified when when the only satisfying outcome for this season is winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
It will be down to a key player here or a key player there when you are trying to dethrone Mahomes in a dynasty in Kansas City. And if you got to blitz him, I do think that's one of those things that could be a problem.
No doubt.
And I know they beat him last year. I know. I'm just saying we know that is a different animal in the postseason with Mahomes.
Yes, absolutely.
Coaching is their biggest weakness. It cost them last year, reads a ticket text.
Well,
this is such a...
Look, I understand there are people that are upset about that. I get it. However, the coaching philosophy of Dan Campbell, I think, is paramount to what has turned this football team around. So did he make some controversial ones that you might think is a mistake? Yeah, possibly. But other than that, I think he's gotten much better.
Okay. Dan Campbell, the 4th down decisions. I think that's what they're referring to. Listen, I had the moment with him. You were there too. Mm-hmm. I called one of his decisions reckless. I stand by it. The Dallas decision, a 2-point conversion from the 7, is reckless. But most of his decisions weren't like Neanderthal, caveman, reckless, beat my chest. They were 4th and short with a great O-line and a creative play caller and some safety valves in the offense, whether it's Laporta, the tight end, or St. Brown, who was so clutch, including the playoff game.
And not a money kicker.
Right. The decisions were backed by numbers, by personnel. They converted a lot of them. The Lions would not have won as many games if they played scared, if they turtled, if they just played field position. The fact that they would go for it on 4th and short helped them win more games than it cost them, and I don't think it cost them the NFC title game. So
No.
I don't think coach is anywhere near
No.
the biggest weakness. We will point out decisions we don't agree with.
Yes.
The point is, I think those were fewer and far between. It's to me. I know some of you were more upset with it.
And Jim, what I'll point out about those, the decisions, the 4th down gambles that do not work, that do not convert, will be amplified 100 times more than the ones that do work. And I will point simply to this: the 4th down and goal that they converted in the game against the Rams where they hit Laporta.
Mm-hmm.
That was a footnote in that game. The next, we talked, what? I would measure the talking time in seconds. We talked about the 4th and 2 against the Niners for days.
How about the fourth? Speaking of the Rams game, how about the 4th down? He converted. He decided to throw the ball to St. Brown that iced the game.
Yeah. I think, again, it was a 1-point win. Greg's point is Laporta in the end zone on a 4th down. If
Yes.
the school of thought would have been, well, we got to take the points. Let's be conservative. Don't be too aggressive. That's maybe what this ticket texter wanted him to do. Very different situation.
You notice the ones that don't work far more than the ones that do.
And I think people have started to turn on if it's 1 or 2 yards, you go for it, because if you don't get it, you back them up, and they got to drive it 99, 98 yards. And
Yeah.
that was, to me, an easy decision to go for it 4th and short.
Mm-hmm.
It's even easier, to Greg's point, when you actually convert it. Couple more thoughts. 248-539-9797. Tired of the narrative that Badgley can't hit. His numbers are good from the mid-40s. And some votes to go get Bates, the kicker from the
Right.
Panthers. So kicker is like a
Yeah.
never-ending debate.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, he's not a great kicker.
We'll hear from Jason Benetti at 9:35. Ohio State taking a little pot shot at Michigan. You had this.
Yeah. Gene Smith, the athletic director, who's been there for a long time, is stepping down. And he was on a podcast, All Sides, that they do, WOSU in Columbus.
Yeah.
And the woman asked tons of questions. I listened to a decent amount of because I read the story that he took a shot at Michigan. And so I listened to it. Finally got to the point where he started talking about stuff that we really care about. Here, Gene Smith talks about the upcoming punishment for Michigan on the Stallion scandal. Now, okay, I expected that type of an answer. He's not going to say, oh, they're, cretins and they should be, all this kind of stuff. However, I want you to listen to what's coming up next. Does this have her question with it too? Talk about leading the witness. I would suggest maybe, if you want to go that far, you could say maybe the first year. And I don't even think that should be no asterisk anyway. But they knew, first of all, last year, they knew, obviously. I mean, Harbaugh didn't even coach the game. Okay? So they didn't cheat last year. The year before, I think they thought something was up, but they... If my memory's correct, Jim, didn't they change their signs anyway, Ohio State, which they do all the time anyway? No, it wasn't cheating that cost them those games. It was the fact that the Buckeyes came up soft as hell and got run over by Michigan. And I'm not just speaking that as a Michigan fan here, because yes, I think there is some penalties are going to come down on the whole, scouting thing. They broke the quote the written law about self-scouting. They did. However, I don't believe that Ohio State, Michigan would have changed a second. the result of any of those games.
So you look at the number of guys Michigan just put in the NFL. They clearly had a pretty loaded roster, and the mentality did change when those two teams met, right? It wasn't just, did Michigan know the plays? It was, we're going to line up and bludgeon you. One team was tough. The other one was Ohio State.
Right.
So I do think that needs to be said. Now, his point about integrity is fair, though.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, the bastion of integrity that is the leaders in the best, they broke the rules several times over. They're
No
currently
doubt.
on probation with more coming.
Right.
So the point about the asterisk. An asterisk is something you use to note something's up. Something was up with Michigan. Now, did they need to do it to beat Ohio State? No. Did they need to do it to beat Alabama last season or to win the national title game? No. It happened. You saw it. It was real. But the integrity of Michigan is absolutely something that you can note the asterisk with.
Okay, but the asterisk for that game, those games, is what she was referring to. Is
Right.
no, not for. If you want to put an asterisk on the season, if you'd like, okay, I would say no, but I would understand that. And I wouldn't fight you that much for it because we all know something happened. The biggest argument that I used to have with John was
How much?
How much does it really help the other team? Some coaches feel it didn't. Some coaches feel it helped a lot. Whatever. I don't think we need to adjudicate that. But as far as the actual Michigan-Ohio State game, no asterisk whatsoever. They got their ass kicked physically. Not so much. I mean, they were close games till the end. Couple of them.
Michigan wore them down, beat them up, bludgeoned them, bullied them, won it in Ann Arbor and in Columbus. No, I don't think Ohio State should get to use it as an excuse.
No.
I don't. I think it's sour grapes.
No.
Now, in terms of, you and I are on the same page with this, but does anybody disagree? Your reactions, 248-539-9797. That word always seems to inflame tensions.
Right.
Asterisk, not on my Wolverines.
Right.
And
Or-
that's from a Buckeye, how dare they?
Now, I understand. He's the athletic director of the school. I wouldn't expect a different answer. I wouldn't. And look, if the roles were reversed, I'm sure there are a lot of Michigan fans, and
You know
Ward
it.
Manuel would say the exact opposite. So let's realize that too. But no, I just think that Ohio State knew what was going on, and they adjusted. They just didn't adjust properly.
We'll get some thoughts on the phones and the ticket text, 248-539-9797. We also have a giveaway this hour. Listen for a chance to win 4 tickets, count them 4, to the semifinals and finals of the Golden Gloves National Tournament of Champions, Huntington Place, May 17th and 18th, plus a pair of boxing gloves signed by boxing legend Jerry Cooney. It's sponsored by Sprinkler Fitters, local union 669 of Greater Michigan. Here's how you're going to win them. You're going to listen, and you're going to wait to hear Heather say, baby, 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 ooh. When you hear that, not me singing, her singing, you'll call in, got your shot to win the tickets. It's 97.1. Some ticket text on the Michigan football deal. Outgoing AD at Ohio State, Gene Smith says, yeah, there should be an asterisk.
On the Michigan-Ohio State games the last 3 years, which I think
At
is
least
absurd.
the last two, I think is what he said, right? Or the
No,
question,
I said
all
last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he said all three.
Yeah.
Ticket texter says, I'll allow for asterisks for Michigan if Ohio State allows asterisks for the previous 30 years with their, quote, recruiting.
Okay. We have no proof of that. We do have proof that Michigan self-scouted when they weren't supposed to.
Texter says, slap the asterisk on the first two. They were cheating. Stallions was there. They were using him. If you want to cheat, fine, but don't cry when you get caught.
I'm not crying that they got caught. They got caught. But I believe.
If anybody's crying, it's Ohio State.
Right.
But
If I believe wholeheartedly that Ohio State knew all that stuff anyway and changed their signals that most schools do before every game anyway.
and it does help Michigan. I know you did these knockdown dragouts with John. I mean, it does help you when you know what play's coming. It's why play action is so effective when you don't know what's coming.
Right.
Deception is part of sports.
Right.
When you can deceive or diagnose the other team's deception, it does help you win football games. Did they need to do it? How much did it help them? Fine, but you put the little asterisk so that people have to read the footnotes
Right.
and understand that, yes, there was something
Yes.
going on here at Michigan that was against the rules. And I know they would never, well, they were caught.
Yes, I have another text from a friend of mine who just he can't get over it, but that's the way he is. You're missing the biggest point. Those teams were built on cheating. They cheated to win, and because of that, how many of those players either stayed without transferring or recruits came there because of the successes they were having cheating? I said, I don't buy that.
Well,
and we weren't even talking about that. We're talking about the game itself.
How much do you think it actually hurts them moving forward?
Depends what the sanctions are going to be.
Well, yeah, that my point would be they're on probation and there will be more punishments.
Yes. And I don't think it'll end up hurting them.
Greg, you're shaking your head.
Well, you're saying this while you're using this probation thing and then more punishment.
Well, those are factual, right? They are on probation and there are more
Well, I
punishments
believe
coming.
true, but I believe what you're saying. Well, they're going to get hammered more. The alleged action did not occur while they were on probation, and I think that's where they're going to get hurt more would be a factor.
Maybe. We'll see. I think, so look, something's going to happen. I mean, I'm not that much of an idiot.
All right, before we get to Heather's news and Jason Benetti talking about pick the stick on acid, we will, don't miss that, 9:35. I saw this thing going on viral on social media, Stoney, and it was from a New York account where they have too many sports teams anyway.
Oh, my God.
And they just said, hey, if you could hand out titles, 5 titles total for the next 10 years of your teams, how would you divvy them up? So I'll ask you that, and then we'll keep the show moving here.
Okay.
But I just thought that was interesting. Go ahead.
One for each of the 4 Detroit professional sports teams.
Look at you. So generous and even.
And my 5th would be something that will never or could never happen in my lifetime or in any lifetime, for the American University to win the NCAA basketball championship.
Win the Patriot League, get to the tourney, run the
Yep.
table, win the
They
whole
said
thing.
my team,
cuts
so
down
that's
the
my
nets.
team. That's
All
my
right.
favorite college basketball team.
So the Tigers get one, the Wings get one, the Pistons get one, the Lions win a Super Bowl, but just
Lions
one.
win a Super Bowl, yeah.
And one may be more than enough for
Yeah,
people.
right.
And American
Yeah.
hoops wins. That's 5. You get 5 over 10 years.
Yes.
5 over the next 10 years.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Greg, how would you do it?
1, Michigan basketball. 4 Lions Super Bowls dynasty, baby. Let's go.
Ooh,
We've seen everything else.
good point.
Well, I haven't seen the Tigers win a World Series, so I would want a Tiger World Series.
I wasn't
in my
here
life.
for a Tigers winning a World Series. I have seen the other.
But
So-
okay. So
That's right, and that is actually a Michigan national title in basketball is more recent than that.
yeah, so I'd go Tiger World Series. I need to see one in my life. At least one Lions Super Bowl, but I want to be a little greedy like Greg. I want to go 2. I don't want it to be like, oh, they won that weird fluky one. No, they won 2. Doesn't have to be back to back, but in a 10-year span, win and then do it again.
Okay.
2 for the Lions, 1 for the Tigers. I only have 2 more to hand out. I'm a hockey guy at heart. At least 1 for the Wings, and I'm going to make it 2 for the Wings.
Fire up chips? No? Nothing?
Do I need to give the Chips a title?
Well, you don't have to, but I would. If I'm giving American a title, you got to give the Chips. They at least have a hell of a more chance than American does.
So that I would take one away from the Red Wings.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a bunch of Red Wing titles.
I feel like-
Chips football, not basketball. You went American. You don't have a football team.
I don't have a football team.
Yeah.
I feel like to give the Chips a college football national title, that is worth 5 pro national titles.
I got to give them all the other ones. Although with a 12-team playoff, it's more possible than it's ever been.
Exactly. They just need that one magical year.
Could you imagine Mount Pleasant hosting a playoff game?
Oh, my God.
Like Greg's laughing. Like there's no way. You can't imagine that. That'd be incredible. Traffic all up and down 127. That'd be beautiful.
We bitch about Penn State traffic.
All right. People can text some of those in. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, this is an interesting article. You guys, if you want to find out if a woman is a psychopath, there's just one thing you need to pay attention to. Okay. So new research reveals that ladies have an obvious tell. It's whether or not they move their heads when they talk. Right? So there's a research team from the University of New Mexico, and they determined that women who hold their heads perfectly still with minimal movement while in a conversation possess higher levels of psychopathic tendencies. And these psychopathic traits can include things like manipulation, pathological lying, callousness, lack of remorse, impulsivity, and irresponsibility.
We're looking for women's heads who don't move when they're talking.
Don't move, so they keep them perfectly still, and they never, Are you watching me
I
carefully?
was watching you the whole time.
Well, I was very conscious of what I was doing that time. I think I move around a lot when I talk, actually. But
So do I.
The thing is this also goes the same for men. So ladies, you can look out for the same thing too. Yeah, you guys move. You use your hands a lot. Stone, you're always moving and bobbing and
bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
like a bird.
Exactly. So be on the lookout.
Okay.
Maybe avoid those if you're single and dating. The girls that don't move their heads. Let's talk about Ozempic, right? Okay, it's super trendy right now, all the rage for weight loss. And we've talked about some of the side effects. There's like the Ozempic face where people are getting really sunken.
Whether a goblin or a ghoul, yeah.
My wife claims she can tell when anybody using it.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Like they get these sunken in cheeks. They just look... it can be a side effect. Obviously, not everybody has this. Anyway, this is not even what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about Ozempic face. There's another unexpected side effects that women are experiencing. And now Ozempic babies are trending. Yeah, there are women who are reporting pregnancy as a surprise side effect. Yes.
Because they're allegedly more attractive, so they're getting it more?
No, stop.
I said allegedly.
No, that's not the case at all. Well, one of the big things is sometimes just losing weight increases your likelihood of being able to get pregnant.
Fertility?
Oh, okay.
It has an impact on your fertility. So that's one reason, just the weight loss in general. But also they speculate that while you're on Ozempic, birth control pills might not work as effectively. So that's also out the window. And then there's been a lot of women who have a polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, that this is almost not curing, but kind of curing that, and their cycles are becoming more regular, which then increases your likelihood of becoming pregnant as well. And the term Ozempic babies is literally trending.
So here's my thing with Ozempic. Besides the fact that you look like a zombie if you're on it, I get it if you have like chronic health issues where you need to lose the weight, for quality of
diabetic
life.
and all that stuff.
But if you're just doing it to lose 20 pounds, you're not going to keep it off unless you stay on Ozempic.
Correct.
And if you are, you're not getting enough nutrients because you're not eating enough because you don't have an appetite. I can't imagine that's healthy long term, to be honest.
I don't know anything about it except that it was a drug for diabetics.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when you go off? Like you just said,
Right.
what happens
You
when
gain
you
it
go
all
off?
It's kind of like when
back.
people get off the Atkins diet. They gain everything back.
And
because you're
is
not
this
actually building any habits to being a healthier
Is
person.
this something you are supposed to be on for life then?
I don't know.
You better
I don't know enough about
hope your insurance covers it because it's very expensive. From what I'm
Is it?
told.
Oh, I see. I know nothing about it. Let's talk about this. There's a new study that reveals a lot of Americans, actually 44%, would buy their childhood home if cost wasn't an issue. And this is me. And they do say it's the younger generations, the millennials, the Gen Zers that are saying this. I have had my childhood home saved on Zillow.
Really?
So that if it goes for sale, which I don't think I can afford it, but if it does go up for sale, I could at least try to get in there and like do a little like cute little letter to the owner, like, I grew up here. Please let me buy your house. I would love to buy my childhood house.
I would think been there, done that, but is part of it raising your kids in the house you grew up in? Is that
It's
part of it?
Nostalgic, right?
Okay.
Like I loved that house. I have so many memories there. I'm sure I would want to change. Like
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it has
I'm
to
sure
get updated.
now it needs to be updated. Like, I haven't seen it since I moved out of it, but I would totally. Actually, you
Just
know what's
stop
crazy?
by. Stop by and see how they're doing.
The house that I was born in, like my original childhood house, actually recently, I also saved that on Zillow, recently went up for sale. And you guys, the wallpaper that my mom put up for me when I was born, still on the walls. I took a screenshot of it. It's creepy. I'll show it to you. There's clowns. Yeah, not
You had clowns? Is
clowns
this
and
your
balloons.
room?
When I was a baby. Yeah.
So I found my house.
Oh, you did?
I found my house. That
that's
was my father, my parents bought in 1961 for $21,000. I think when they sold it,
Yep,
they sold it for like 300 or something about 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's now going for 500 and something.
Woo!
And it's not that big of a house, as you can tell. It's, it's decent, but it's,
Isn't that crazy?
3-bedroom house. That's about it.
Yeah.
Just pull mine up. 3-bedroom, 3-bath.
They did a nice
Livonia.
job of
How much is
landscape-
yours?
They did a nice job of landscaping.
House I grew up in, the Zestimate
Yeah,
is
it's not for sale.
$435.
Yeah. A little pricey there. Yep, for sure. You might have seen these a little pricey. $400 pineapples that are trending online. Del Monte is selling these exclusive pineapples. There's only 5,000 of them available. And other than that, besides being super expensive and kind of rare, they taste pretty much the same as a regular pineapple, so they say. So I don't know who's buying these.
They aren't the upside down pineapple.
No.
I knew this is where this was going.
they're
Is this why
not.
this is in the news?
I'm just
They're
asking.
I mean, you could set them out upside down if that's what you're going for. But they say, Del Monte says that they taste similar to their normal ones.
So it's just that they're rare.
They're this hybrid and they're rare. Yeah, they were available once before, but only in China. They're like, I was going to say they're bred. They're made. They're, what do you call it? They're grown in
yeah.
Costa Rica.
And there's a wait list to get them, I think.
I mean, you probably can't find them unless you go online.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Jason Benetti, TV voice of the Tigers. It's 97.1. Good stuff with Jason Benetti.
Good guy.
Stoney in on a Friday, wrapping up the week. John. Heather Park here on a Friday.
Woohoo!
What got into you? You're singing only because Stoney's in. That's the only time I've heard you sing.
I guess so. He must have just rubbed off on me a little bit. He's a singer.
Careful, that could be an HR violation.
As soon as I started saying it,
Yeah.
I roll.
Yes. By the way, for those of you who care about numbers on jerseys.
Oh, yeah.
The Lions rookie minicamp starting. And by the way, Dan Campbell's going to miss the first week of it, but for personal reasons. Hope everything's okay. Terry and Arnold, 0. That's going to be his jersey number.
For the number of touchdowns he will allow this season.
Rakestraw, 15.
Hopefully not for the number of touchdowns he will allow this season.
Vakai, is that anybody? Vaki, 33, it looks like.
Yeah, 33.
Yeah, I got to print this.
I know that the Manu, the lineman, offensive tackle, 59. Yeah, he may play guard.
Mahogany, 73, it looks like.
Yep.
And Wingo is 94.
Stoney, how small is the text on your computer? Can I?
Well, look.
It's pretty
okay.
little.
Adam Schefter put out like a big graphic. So
Oh, he did?
I was like, Stoney, if you can't read the Schefter graphic,
I
I'm
didn't see the
sorry, we got to
Schefter.
take you in for an eye
I'm looking
appointment.
at Tim Twintyman's.
Yeah, he's got like the whole roster. So yeah, you're squinting trying to pull it
Yes.
out. And then Wingo, you said 94, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, the defensive lineman out of LSU.
He
For
could
people who
be-
want to buy jerseys, they were waiting on this.
Yeah, I'd wait a little bit on some of the jerseys because some of them might not make the team. Although with Brad Holmes' track record, they are going to make it. And they'll
But I mean,
play.
like a guy like Arnold. Like I saw fans like itching to get his jersey, right? I mean, he's likable guy, was on the stage at Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like if anybody's going to be on the roster for years to come, it's a guy you took in the first round, traded up to get. But guys switch their jerseys even early in their career too. Sometimes they wait for a number to become available after their first season. So anyway, Lions jersey numbers are out. The other thing, if people missed it today on the show, Odyssey Rewind. Stoney, they were messing with your moat.
Mm-hmm.
I know Powers came here to talk about it before the mics came on. For people who missed this story, they're digging up all the yards in your neighborhood to do work with fiber.
AT&T fiber optics.
Yep.
Which I understand. I just wish I would have been notified before yesterday when they've already done the work or started the work.
Because you're like, what the hell's going on? Why are these
Yeah. I mean,
orange cones and paint?
mm-hmm. And then Jimmy was telling us in his neighborhood years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, in his moat in Royal Oak, they did the same thing and didn't notify him till the work had already started.
Well, and the thought, okay, they should give you notice.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse for that. But the reason why you don't sign off on it is this is a utility, right? If they're going to do it, they're going to do it one time. They're not going to go house to house. Do you want fiber? We're going to dig up the whole neighborhood to put in your fiber. They're just going to put in fiber. You don't have to sign up for it, but they're going to offer it. And if you choose to use it, I have fiber. It's fast. And at least for now, it's cheaper. I'm sure eventually it'll
Of course.
yank up the rates. But
Of course.
and people have pointed out if you go the AT&T route, I don't have AT&T for cable, but if you do, you'd get Bally. So if you're on the outside right now, so something for you to monitor. So maybe them digging up your yard will be worth it.
Hopefully, I don't know how long this is going to last. Hopefully, it won't be long term, but I still believe the solution to all this is if the Tigers, Pistons, whoever, whether they get all together, create their own network.
You think that's where this is going?
Yeah.
There was a rumor of Amazon, right, coming in and swooping in. But it's not happening this season. Like, I've had so many people ask me, they're like, well, how long should I wait it out? Is it going to get resolved soon? First of all, I don't know, but my gut says this is not being resolved this Tigers baseball season. I don't think it's going to magically appear back on Xfinity this season.
No, either do I.
And think about it.
Once hockey starts, that's when I might. Or if the Tigers get good.
Yeah, force your hand.
Yeah.
But this is, everybody points fingers. You know, I think, didn't Bally create a website for people to complain at Comcast?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the deal. When you turn off your comments, Bally, you're kind of admitting that it's not a one-way street here.
Right.
And Bally's track record of they're not on YouTube TV. They were. They're not on Hulu cable. They were. They're not on Xfinity cable. They were. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one who's dumped multiple cable providers.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's true.
it's you. Turn your comments on. It's you. And Xfinity too. I'm not leaving them out.
Well,
but
correct.
But the idea, the innocent routine, we just want to have the product for fans.
Because I don't understand why, they don't have it on YouTube.
It used to be YouTube TV, not anymore. Same with Hulu. So I have the Bally app separately, which has its own issues. And I know people are hesitant to go down that road.
I know, I am. But maybe I might have to. No doubt about it.
Daryl in Detroit won the boxing tickets.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's right. He heard Heather singing.
Yes, you did. Sorry.
It's sponsored by Sprinkler Fitters Local Union 669 of Greater Michigan. It's a 4-pack of tickets to the semifinals and the finals of the Golden Gloves National Tournament of Champions, Huntington Place, May 17th and 18th, plus a pair of boxing gloves signed by the legend Jerry Cooney.
Jerry Cooney.
I'm not a boxing guy.
That's going way back.
Okay.
Yeah, to like the 80s.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause I mean, I just read what they put in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to BS you.
Jerry,
Happy for Daryl.
Jerry Cooney had a famous fight with Larry Holmes back in the day, where he like kind of hit him in the groin, and I forget the person. There's a comedy routine where they sat there and they're imitating somebody. Jerry Cooney hit Larry Holmes in the testicles, and I just always remembered that.
Is this a Mike Tyson impression?
No, it wasn't It was
It
before.
sounded a little Tyson.
I know it was before. It was before Tyson.
Right. That's what
Cooney was
clarifying.
Cooney, I believe, was from Long Island, so he would always show up, at Islander games or Jets game, all those. He was like New York's boxer. He was another one of the great white hopes who basically did nothing. Mm-hmm. There've been, I don't have to go into the boxing lore right now, but yes, Jerry Cooney, much ado about nothing, I think.
Okay, well, guy gets the signature anyway.
I know. We'll ask Kang if the Jerry Cooney signed boxing gloves are worth anything. That's coming up next on Kang Collects.
Yeah, maybe. We've got Gator in the studio. No Doug today, right?
No.
What's with these guys? John working 4 days a week. Doug's out today.
I know. Jerry Cooney punched me a couple years ago.
What's the backstory?
I was participating in the Mark Wahlberg golf outing.
Okay.
And they had a kind of an event the night before, a reception the night before it, when Wahlberg's used to be in Royal Oak. So all the celebrities, if you will, were there. There were real celebrities, and then I was there. So I'm looking around, and this guy is kind of sizing me up, and I'm like, I know who this guy is. Who is this guy? And he's kind of looking at me. I was ready to walk out, ready to leave, and he comes up to me. He's kind of like squaring up like he's going to box me, and it just dawns on me, like, that's Jerry Cooney. And then he goes, hey, and he goes and kind of gives me like a punch to the stomach. I was waiting for it because I knew it was coming. I'm like, why is he hitting me? I haven't even met this guy yet. And then I said, Jerry Cooney, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, hi, Scott Anderson. I work at the radio station here in Detroit, and we met each other there. And he was actually very, very nice.
I'm sure
it
he
was
is.
just one of the strangest things ever. Just a weird encounter. That whole thing was weird. Tommy Hearns walked in, and he had on these like salmon-colored pants.
Oh, yeah.
I mean salmon-colored pants. And I was
Tommy on time? Because I remember every Piston game he'd show up. He'd always show up like midway through the first quarter.
I mean, as much as anybody else was. There were people that came in different times, but this was like, it wasn't, you didn't have to be there at like 7 o'clock or something, but Tommy was there and Sugar Ray Leonard was there. So Tommy Hearns has these salmon-colored pants, and I happen to have shorts on because it was like 95 degrees out, the exact same color. And I made some joke, hey, man, I like your pants. Did not go over well. He's like, kind of looked at me like I was crazy and just kept walking. I'm like, because I have same colored shorts.
They're similar to the ones that you're wearing right now.
Hey, champ.
Hey, bud.
Yes, that was odd.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about, there's some Lions stuff we definitely want to get into. I know you guys kind of talked a little bit about the ESPN article. We want to get to that too, about the biggest weakness for the Lions. The Tigers return home tonight. I had an alarm on my phone reminding me of something that I will get into coming up at 10:05. And Kang is back today. He was out yesterday because he was helping to chaperone a field trip with young children. And it went about as well as you think it would.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
That'll be great. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful Friday. Looks like it's a beautiful Friday. Hopefully it stays this way. Gator with you today. Doug is out. Kang is back. It's a good thing Kang's back because he's got something kind of funny to talk to us about. But we welcome you always at the number of different platforms we have. Of course, you can listen to us right here at 97.1 The Ticket. If you want to watch the stream with live video, you can go to twitch.tv. Check that out. Also, YouTube TV. We carry the feed on there also. And if you download the Odyssey app, that's Odyssey, AUDACY, you can listen to us anywhere in the country. And there's also a 24-hour rewind feature, something we said yesterday you want to go back to. You can go ahead and do that, which is actually really, really cool. But today we start. Can I want to start with what happened to me this morning at about 7 o'clock. My phone went off.
Did you get a spam call?
I didn't get a spam call.
Oh, okay.
Not that early.
Okay.
Those usually start around 8:30.
I don't know what time it is in Dubai or India at this point. So.
It's a good question. But the phone did go off. I got an alert, and this was before the text that Doug sent. So it was even earlier than that. And I'm looking at my phone like, what is that? And I realized, it's telling me that it's time to cancel Fubo because my 7-day trial is up tomorrow at some point. I don't know if it's tomorrow morning or what. I'm not going to run the risk of having to pay for the year's worth of Fubo. So I will cancel it at some point today when I get home. But I got the alert. Let you guys know I put it in my phone that I was going to alert myself so I don't let this pass.
And you did it correctly.
Somewhat. Well, no, I did.
Well, it alerted
but I got the
you,
alert.
right?
Yeah, I got the alert well before 10 o'clock, which was what I thought Doug had said. Had mentioned on the phone. But like if I could have set the time, and I could have set the time, I should have set the time at like 10 o'clock tonight. And yet that's not at all what happened. But here it is. Yeah, I'm looking right there. The 10th. Cancel Fubo. So I may have to put another alert on there for me tonight to remember again this evening.
You want me to text you, man?
Yeah, maybe if you could remind me, that'd be great. But this is where we're at right now, okay? Because this is the first home series the Tigers have had. Now, when this went into effect, it caught the last game of a series against, I think, St. Louis. That's when it went into effect. So those Yankee games we had in the Yankee series, those were the first games that we really couldn't see. And now the Tigers this is their first home game since then. And I'm wondering if people, because of the issue with Bally's parent company and Comcast/Xfinity, because they still haven't come to an agreement, are people going to go to the game? Like if you haven't broken down and gotten the Bally's app or switched over to DirecTV or gone the Fubo route, does this give you more of an inclination to go to the games? Because this is the first home series. They're taking on the Astros. And when I think about this, and we've mentioned this before a little bit, that the next 18 games for the Tigers are against winnable competition because 15 of those 18 games are against teams with losing records. In addition to that, 12 of the 18 games are home games. So people like to go see the team win. Well, they're playing at home against these winnable games, right? We're going to find out what the team is. By the end of May, we're going to find out really where they're at. Are they just a mediocre average team or are they a good team? Are they a great team? I don't think they're a great team at all. But I think they're somewhere between mediocre and good. Good meaning that you're challenging for the playoffs. And the division looks a lot better than people wanted it to look before the year. And I say want because people seem to still have this narrative that it's a bad division. It's not. You know, the Guardians have played awfully well to start the season. The Twins are on some kind of crazy tear, winning 14 out of 17 games or something. The Royals have more than held their own, and the Tigers have done the same. That's 4 teams in the division, better than 500. So it's not a bad division. But they've got all these games on hand against teams with losing records. So we're going to find out just how good the Tigers are to an extent.
Are they going to be a team that can contend, or are they just, are they floundering again? Are they slightly better than last year? Who knows, right? But during this time, we'll see if the bats pick up a little bit. I suspect they will. The weather will be warmer. No more excuses. We're still waiting for Torque to hit his home run, which is a whole other thing.
We're not getting in Riley Shahan territory, are we? Remember that?
The goalless streak?
Yeah. I think he scored the very last game of the year.
I think he did. You're right. Yeah. Oh, God, that's good memory for you. Yeah.
That's not going to happen with Torque. I mean,
and he scored twice, didn't he? Didn't he get 2 goals at the end of the season? I think he got 2. No, we're not. I hope we're not. I mean, we kind of feel like we're already in that territory because we're past the first month of the season and he hasn't hit a home run.
It's May 10th.
Went through spring training and he didn't hit a home run. It's May 10th.
He's waiting for those City Connect jerseys to connect.
Maybe that's it. Because that's the other thing that's cool about tonight's game is that the Tigers will be rolling out in the City Connect jerseys, the all dark jerseys that have been all over social media. If you haven't seen them, look them up because they are different. They are a dark blue and black color, and they have some really cool nuances to the uniforms. Look at the hat. Evan bought one of the hats and he brought it in the other day and saw it. It actually looks pretty cool in person. I don't like the Detroit written across the front of it, but I think it's made up with under the bill has it like ghosted tiger that's under there, the tiger face in blue and black. It's really kind of cool under the bill. It's got like the VIN number on the side, and even the MLB logo on the other side of the hat is very subtle. There's a very subtle blue color in there too. Really, really kind of cool. But love to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. You can send us a notification on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971 as well. Lots of ways to get in touch with us to talk about what's going on with the Tigers. This is where we're going to start. And I'm curious, with this home series, does this give you the reason to get down to the ballpark because of the situation with Bally's and Xfinity? Does this give you more of a reason to do that? We're a week into this where we haven't had baseball readily available to those that are the Xfinity customers. I recognize not everybody's an Xfinity customer. People have already cut the cord and they've gone with DirecTV or their apps or whatever. But some of these apps don't include Bally's. Have you bitten the bullet and gotten it? Did you hold out? Are you still holding out? And, will it take a winning record through May for you to do so? 248-539-9797. And we'll get into more of the uniforms as well as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. So I put the question out on Twitter. So 12 of the next 18 Tiger games are at home, and because of the TV situation, are you more inclined to attend games in person now? And the first two responses are one from Jim, who says, nope. And the one from JR, who used a GIF, and says, hell to the nah. Hell nah. To the nah. So that's so far I know is what I'm gathering. People don't like the idea, at least on the social media front. Some other text coming in to say, I would like to say that I'm mad at the Tigers and will watch less because of that. The truth is, I will keep up with the team through this station, both talk and play-by-play, but I won't watch until the playoffs and haven't watched since the last playoffs. Go Tigers, but not giving up summer nights to watch regular season baseball. I go to live 1 or 2 games a year. That's from an unnamed texter. It's a lot in there. Hasn't watched the team since they last made the playoffs. I don't believe that. I think that's just a flat-out lie because you wouldn't start the next season if the playoff team, you don't think you're not going to watch the next year? You didn't watch any of the games where Miggy was chasing 3,000 hits or 500 homers? You weren't doing that? I don't buy it. But, people will say things like that, and it's just it's an indictment on how bad the team has been, and that I understand because they have been a bad baseball team. But the person says not giving up the summer nights to watch regular season baseball. Says he will if they make the playoffs, and okay, and maybe he's enjoying his summer and found better things to do, and that's not unreasonable. Gator, how can you measure if a team is good when they're playing crappy teams? They had better win those games, or they're even worse than I thought. If they stay on this pace, which I believe they will according to your scale, they'll most likely wind up somewhere between mediocre and bad and will finish second from the bottom of the division. That's Paul in the D. Because you're not supposed to sweep the bad teams. That doesn't happen. Even bad teams win once in a while. Right? White Sox have 9 or 10 wins this year. They're a terrible team, but they still win every once in a while. You're not going to go 15-3 during this stretch. I doubt they will, even though the Twins would push for that. And I think if you take care of, when I say take care of, it's winning the series against the teams that have losing records. If you're able to win more of those series, what would be successful out of this 18-game stretch? And then you've got the 3 games against Kansas City, which would be the team that has a winning record right now, which maybe they won't by the time the Tigers play them. I'll say it again. I don't think this is a great team. It's easy for me to say that. I also don't think it's a bad team. What I'm trying to figure it out is, are the Tigers merely a mediocre team going to hover around 500, or are they taking a step forward this year from where they were last year? Right now, the hitting is atrocious. The hitting is absolutely, positively atrocious. There's no consistency with it whatsoever. There's 2 guys on the team that are hitting it all. Is it going to stay like that the whole season? My gut tells me absolutely not. It's not going to stay that way the whole year, that it will improve. It's not going to prove where wow, these guys are really great hitters, but I think that some guys are going to start hitting, and the biggest one is Torkelson. He's going to start to hit, and he will hit some home runs. But every day is another day for somebody to proclaim, today's the day for Torque. Did we get somebody? Was it Johnny Kane that said, you get more, or
No,
not Johnny?
Lynn Henning.
Was Lynn Henning?
Well, he said he really liked his at-bats on Wednesday, I believe it was. He said he's going to hit one out today. If not today, it'll come Friday.
So he went the whole week.
Yeah, I guess. And so I text you and Doug. I'm like, are we doing this not just the game anymore? We're calling the week it's going to happen, or are we going to call the month?
Calling the shot. He's going to hit one before the end of May.
Well, the thing is, you said that Torkelson's going to start hitting home runs again. Yes, I do think he will hit at least 1 home run this year, Gator. But the question is, will he hit like he did at the end of the year, or is he just going to eventually hit a home run? Because that's 2 different things.
No, and like I've said, that I don't think he's going to finish with 9 home runs on the season. I think he's going to end up with more than 20. But he's got to start hitting them, and it will happen. I have that confidence in him. And Torkelson is such a he's becoming a divisive player right now with the fans because he's off to this horrific start, at least in terms of hitting the ball out of the ballpark. He leads the American League in doubles, or at least he did with 12. But that's not putting the ball over the fence. It's not driving in as many runs as you want because the Tigers don't get enough runners on base with those doubles. It's not like it's a bases loaded double or a double with 2 guys on. It's a double with 2 outs and nobody on base or whatever the case is. So the whole team has to get better hitting. This is a down year for baseball when it comes to hitting. I mentioned some numbers yesterday. Throughout the league, the OPS, the average OPS in baseball is less than 700 right now. And those numbers have gone down for years. 20 years ago, 750 was the average OPS. It's on base percentage plus slugging percentage. And now it's down to less than 700. And during the last 20 years, there have only been 3 or 4 seasons where the OPS has been like above 735. It's really taken a dive. And its pitchers are ahead of hitters right now. Hitters coming up from the minors are not ready to hit the pitching. And the pitching has gotten so much better. Guys are throwing so much harder. And it's gotten more specialized. This is the byproduct of it. When you don't have starting pitchers going 120 pitches, pitching into the 8th inning anymore, they're pulling guys after 6 innings. They got 90 pitches. They'll take them out. They're like, oh, we're going to risk it. We're going to let them go to 100. And then we're going to pull them out. So that means that you're counting on more guys in the bullpen. And how do you get to the majors? Well, if you're throwing hard, you're going to get there. It feels like every team has a handful of guys in their bullpen that are throwing well into the high 90s. That's just baseball.
Hitting is down throughout the league, but tell that to a fan base that hasn't seen hitting in like a decade. Yeah. It seems like that's the problem. And I don't think Tiger fans really. I don't want to say they don't care about what's going on in the rest of the league, but we've had this problem for more than this year. You used to mention how historically bad the offense was. You're going back to like the 1920s. That's how bad the offensive numbers were. This is the last time they've done this since 1923, 1919, whatever, right? It's crazy, but it's true. So they got to find a way to score some runs and also make it more interesting. Otherwise, people aren't going to care that if you have Xfinity, it's not on TV.
Well, yeah, and so the games aren't on Xfinity this weekend. It's another, no progress that we're hearing about. Instead, it's just more fighting out in public about not having it done. So they unveil the City Connect jerseys, and tonight's the first night they're going to wear them. And that's another reason. Are people going to go out to the ballpark? Is this another attraction to see that? And I think the jerseys and uniforms are actually pretty cool. But King, you came up with a comp, and I think you're spot on with what these things look like.
Yeah, I don't know why it hit me so late, but I just hit me yesterday. I was looking at the jerseys, and because I know they're debuting them tonight, and I looked at them, and it just, like I said, just hit me. They look like motocross jerseys to me, like the dirt bike riders, professional dirt bike riders that do all those awesome tricks. That's what they look like to me. Am I wrong on that, Gator? I brought it up to you.
No, you're spot on. It's like I think the company that does a lot of the apparel is Fox. And this absolutely looks like a Fox jersey that those the motocross guys are wearing, whether it's the ones on the bicycles, the BMX bikes, or if they're the ones that are riding the dirt bikes, the gas dirt bikes. You're spot on with that.
Like Jeremy McGrath is batting 4th today for the Tigers, right?
Right.
Ricky Carmichael.
Oh, you're bringing up names.
Yeah, I had to look them up.
Yeah, of course. I would as well.
But those guys I know, though. I just trying to bring it up.
Right, I'm trying to think of the other
most famous ones.
Yeah, I get them confused.
Isn't one of them married to Pink or somebody?
Yeah, it was Travis Pastrana or something like that.
What?
Or maybe not.
Is that a sandwich?
I know, it sounds like it. I forget who Pink's husband is or is. I don't know. I don't keep up with it anymore.
Sure.
Is there a Bucky or a Buddy or something like that, or is that a skateboarder? Now I'm getting all confused.
Carrie Hart.
Carrie Hart, that's the one. That's who was married to Pink, yes. But there is a Travis Pastrana, I believe. And I think that one of those guys ended up getting involved in NASCAR.
Really?
Yeah. Took it to a whole other level, which might be Pastrana. Pastrana? If I'm butchering the name, it's hilarious.
We'll get some text.
What? You think? Comment how you will. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Some people responding on Twitter from Paul. Until the last 2 series, they had a much better road record than home record. Been to 5 home games, and they're 1-4. In 2 games, they only had a few hits. I'll be more inclined to go to more games if they start hitting. Fair enough. Another person responding, still get them on TV. I'm not concerned. The at-home experience is better than dealing with people at the ballpark. Don't get me wrong. I'll still attend a few games in person, but no hassle at home makes things better. I think it's a general opinion for people overall. I mean, yeah, it's so much easier. You don't have to go and deal with parking, and you're not paying, for parking. You're not paying for the tickets. You're not paying for concessions. Everything's right there in your house. I get it, but you still want to get to games, and this is what he says. He'll still go to some games.
Yeah, but Gator, if money is the key issue why you are not getting the Bally's app, then you're definitely not going to go to a game because that's going to cost way more than just downloading the app.
It's true. I don't watch baseball. It's boring and not worth my time. I may listen to 97.1 if it's on, but I do not search it out. That's from Phil at work. So James says it's hard to watch this team. It's infuriating. Okay, which gets me to another question I had about the Tigers. All right, I want you folks to think about this and respond to it as well. 248-539-9797. What is the most frustrating part about this Tigers team this year? What is it that frustrates you? I'm curious about this because this is a team that was, the over-under total, I think, was right around, was it 81 this year? Something like that? Were they right at 500 or maybe even 83 at best? I'll have to go back and look. It might have been a 78 number, somewhere in that range. And here they are in May. They're still above 500, and they're about to embark on a stretch here against a bunch of teams with losing records. So what's frustrating about it? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, the ticket. So yeah, I'm just kind of curious. People use words like they're frustrated with this team. I guess I would ask, what was your expectation going into this season? And because up until this past weekend, I was actually pretty impressed by what we had seen to that point. I guess to me it was frustrating seeing them lose to the Yankees in the way that they lost, having it leading in a couple of those games and then blowing leads late in the game. The bullpen is not going to be perfect, and that's where they fell apart a little bit. The last game against Cleveland, you're 1-1 in the series. You got the lead 4-2 going into the last few innings of the game, and they get a run in the 8th, a run in the 9th, and a run in the 10th to beat the Tigers, and that was frustrating. And it was frustrating to me because had they beaten Cleveland, the leading team in the division, and did it on the road, you could say, look, they got a series win against them. The Tigers, this is a good baseball team. They can hang with them. And not just hang, but you beat them, and that's where you can say that. But because they didn't, because they lost 2 out of 3 against Cleveland, and because they lost all 3 games against the Yankees, it feels like took a little bit of more than a little bit. You took a step back. They're still above 500. But now you've got this 18-game stretch. 15 of the games are against teams with losing records. 12 of the 18 games are at home. You would think this is to the advantage of the Tigers. So what do you do during that stretch? Because that takes you up to May 30th before they're at Boston. And you get a couple games in Boston at that point before the true end of the month. So if you want to include the Boston games, and I think it is 2, there would be 20 games left in the month. Do you... What's the record that has you saying, okay, it is actually a good team? If they go 15-5, I would say that that's definitely a good team. But is that realistic? Probably not. Is it 13-7? Because that would mean they would finish the month of May being 7 games above 500 for the season. And is that kind of good? 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text us as well.
There's a lot of things frustrating about this season. I mean, right, even to the point right now where some of us or a lot of us can't even watch the games. As far as on the field, though, frustrating. Torque stands out, of course. The fact that he went an entire month without a home run, still hasn't hit a home run in the month of May. They've had actually really good pitching and haven't taken advantage of it. That's frustrating. With all that being said, the most frustrating thing for me, Kang as a fan, is the slow and steady approach. And I understand that the Tigers and Scott Harris and Greeny, their GM, and Illich, they want sustainability. They want to build something and be able to sustain it. But I honestly think in a sport, especially like baseball, when there's no salary cap, you're going to have to spend some money at some point. I think a decent amount of money, honestly. They put out a batting order, a batting line this year that we all knew that wasn't really going to produce a ton of runs. This is worse than we thought, too. But I think there's a way you can incorporate the young guys and try to develop them and see what you have, and also mix in some bats, some professional bats, some veterans that help this team. Because I think overall as a team, when you win, you help the team and the young guys learn how to win in this league, too. And I don't think they're putting out a lineup that fully helps them win every night.
Well, the veteran bat they added in the offseason was Mark Canha, and he's been good.
He actually has been pretty decent.
Yeah. The 2 bats that the people wanted, that they kept calling in about and kept texting into the show about, were Mark Chapman, the third baseman, and J.D. Martinez, the DH. Now, J.D. Martinez hasn't hit a home run yet, and I think it's been 12 or 13 games that he's played this year. Though his batting average looks good, he hasn't done much other than have a couple base hits. The Mark Chapman has hardly done anything. He's hitting 200 or just about 200. It was 211 he's hitting with 4 home runs on the season, and he's made 6 errors at third base. The Tigers have gotten, I guess the point is, the Tigers have gotten more out of third base than what the Giants have gotten from Chapman at third base. So the 2 people the 2 players everybody said, got to get this, they haven't done anything. Now, does that exonerate the Tigers for not adding players to this mix? I don't think it does that, but I'm just pointing out the players that people wanted haven't performed either. And the guy they brought in, Canha, has actually been good. And the players, if you thought third base was a problem, Vierling's done pretty well at third base when he has been there. Urshela as well, and Urshela should return to the team this weekend. He had a rehab stint in Toledo, played last night, went 1 for 2, had a walk, so hopefully he's going to come back real soon. And that should help the team out as well. Having, some kind of platoon with Urshela and Vierling, they can hit a little bit. It's not going to strike fear into a lineup. It's not like you're facing Giancarlo Stanton, who, good God, did you see the ball he hit the other night, 119 miles an hour? Or Judge, for that matter. But it's an improvement over what they had. Having Ibanez back in the lineup is going to help out the overall hitting. But until Spencer Torkelson starts to hit and hit bombs, until Javi Baez proves that he deserves to be in the lineup, which is a real struggle for them because they just don't have that other shortstop to put in right now, which is really, that to me might be the most frustrating thing, is that they don't have an answer at shortstop for when you get frustrated with Javi and you play him as much as they have and they haven't gotten anything out of him and you want to put somebody else in there, let Javi sit for a couple, 3 games, but they don't have the player to do that. I mean, I don't necessarily want to see Zach McKinstry playing shortstop because it does nothing for me. So I can understand some of that frustration. That's why I asked the people, 248-539-9797. Also asking you if you're more inclined to go to a Tiger game this weekend or over the next 18 games. You got 12 home games. Are you more inclined to go to a home game now because of the issue that the Tigers are having with Bally's? If that affects you. Now, for some people, it doesn't affect them. If they've got DirecTV, I got it. Or if you already have the app, I got it. But if you have Xfinity and you're not going to go out and purchase the Bally's app, or you're not going to go get Fubo or whatever the case is, are you more inclined to go to a game live and in person? And this weekend, hey, here's the extra added incentive perhaps because they've got the City Connect jerseys that you'll get to see for the first time. 248-539-9797. Joe is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good morning, guys. No, I've been trying to bite my tongue for a long time. This team is so frustrating because you could tell in the preseason that they needed bats, and then a revelation happened is that we probably have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, maybe the best bullpen, and all of our pitchers are doing everything to win us and keep us in all games. And our management decided in the offseason, let's add some nobodies, and Canna has been good, yes. I get it. There's some decent players on this team, but if you rely on rookies, you're going to get this type of effect, and it's just been maddening. And I live on the west side of the state. I would love to. Baseball was my number one love growing up. I'm 45 years old. I will not support this team if you're not going to invest. We are serious baseball lovers in this state. And I'm not going to invest any money and bring my family over there to watch a 1-0 game. And I love our pitching staff, but you can't. They didn't take it serious, and I'm not going to take them serious. I will hope they win. It's fun. I watch them on Fubo.
Well, you say
I love it.
You say you didn't take it seriously, and I get it because it didn't bring in any really free agents of consequence on the offensive side. They did sign a couple of pitchers, and Flaherty has actually pitched pretty well for this team. Canna in trade. But you said that, going with all the rookies, there's 2 rookies, and one of them was sent back down. So you got Colt Keith at second base.
I'm not trying to stop Colt Keith's development, but you made a good point. They didn't get any type of insurance plan for what we know Javi Baez is, and that is not a good baseball player anymore at the major league level. And they just let it go, and this is what's going to happen when you do have young baseball players. You're going to have these ups and downs, and Pork, I don't know what happened to him. He was amazing last year, and this year he's struggling. He can't hit a fastball.
Yeah, he's really.
I just wish I'm not going to invest my money and my passion that I have for this team, because I grew up listening to Ernie Harwell on the radio. It just, from my perspective as a fan on the West Side, they didn't invest in the team, and me as a fan, I don't want to invest into them at this point in time.
All right, fair enough. Actually love a 1-0 game. He does not. He wants to see more offense, and I get it. It's more fun to see guys hitting the ball out of the ballpark. But the fact is, this is a really good pitching staff. And Tarek Skubal takes the mound, and if it's 1-0, I'm excited that he's pitched this well and you're getting a pitcher's duel. But I also want to see the ball hit out of the ballpark. I think another big problem with the Tigers, and he brings up a point about the insurance plan, if Javi wasn't going to hit and he isn't hitting again, I think they were counting on their insurance plan being Ryan Kreidler, who got hurt right away. Like a week into the season at AAA, he got hurt. And remember, he wasn't happy about being sent down. He had a really nice spring and didn't make the roster, got hurt right away, and there goes the insurance plan. And then the other shortstop at Toledo, he got hurt. And the Tigers haven't done enough to find that other guy. They're relying on Zach McKinstry. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here at 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you today. Kang is with us. Hey, I even see Evan behind the glass. Doug will be back on Monday's show. We got Mother's Day weekend. Hopefully people aren't going to forget about that. Comes up on Sunday. We have a Mother's Day topic coming up at 11:05 that we want to get to. But we're talking about the Tigers right now. A lot of different things going on. What frustrates you the most about this team? Excited for the City Connect jerseys? Are you more inclined to go to the home games because of the TV situation with Bally's? All that going on. It's back to the phones, and Paul is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
People have been beating the drum that, talking about all of these bats that we should have signed and how much better we'd be. But, the bats that they talked about were Chapman, JD, and Cody Bellinger. Now, I don't know if anyone's even looked or paid attention, but Chapman's been pretty much terrible.
Yeah.
For San Francisco. Gio Urshela is clearly, when he was healthy, outplayed him. And Cody Bellinger, now, believe it or not believe it, but they said the reason he took that discount and did what he did was to go back to the Cubs, who he was with last year.
Right.
And JD just came up. So it's like, I'm not saying I don't want better players on the team, so don't mistake the phone call. But people are creating a straw man that's simply, you know what I mean?
Because if they had signed those guys and they were doing the same thing that they're doing right now here in Detroit, we'd be complaining, well, why'd you get this guy? Why they wasted their money here? Or somebody would say they did it on the cheap again because Martinez would have been on a cheap contract or whatever. But, I share the frustration when it comes to guys like Torkelson and Javi Baez.
But you know what? Matt Chapman was never going to have anything to do with Torkelson or Baez. We're going to have to deal with that on our own.
No, not at all. But the point is, that I guess that the Tigers, nobody's talking about Chapman right now because third base hasn't been a problem for the Tigers. What's been a problem for the Tigers is something we were counting on, and that's first base with Torkelson.
Totally understand, and that is a completely different beef, and it isn't solved by every phone call that comes in and says that, like the last guy, the Tigers had an opportunity to upgrade and bring in these guys. Well, they wouldn't have actually been an upgrade. Probably hasn't even taken one look at what Matt Chapman has done for the Giants, which is nothing.
No, and that's something we brought up the last couple of days. Go ahead.
People, and listen, do not take this as I am like somehow, defending Maeda or saying he's great. Okay, he's had 7 starts. The team has actually won 4 of them, and he's actually pitched pretty good in 4 of his 7 starts. He's had 3 absolutely bombs of starts. But if you go look, he's had 1 start where he gave up none. He had 1 where he gave up 1. He had another where he gave up 2 and another where he gave up 3. So 4 of his 7 starts have actually been at bare minimum adequate.
Yeah.
Now, yes,
I would say this,
3 that were absolute abominations.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
And thanks for the call, Paul. I would say this, when it comes to Maeda, the problem is that they signed him to the contract. I think it's a 2-year deal. And that's money that was spent on a pitcher that maybe he didn't need to spend. Because if you look at Matt Manning, what a great spring he had. He's actually come up and he's made, 3 or 4 starts with the Tigers, and has been a lot better overall in his starts than Maeda has been. Maeda's been hit or miss, as you point out. He's got 4 maybe really good starts and then 3 really bad starts. But his really bad starts are awful. And if that's what he is, this 500 pitcher who's going to have an ERA north of 5 on the season, and the alternative could have been, well, you let Matt Manning have that roster spot, and then you spend that money maybe on another bat of some kind, and maybe they would have spent it on Chapman. It wouldn't have even mattered. But people see what Matt Manning has done, and they see what Kenta Maeda has done, and they're not real thrilled with it. Now, the thing with Maeda is that his splits in his career have shown that he's an excellent May pitcher and an excellent pitcher once you get past the month of April. And his May start has been terrible. But his last start in April was fantastic. So what are we getting from Maeda the rest of the way? Are we getting the Maeda that is typical in his career where he's going to be good from this point on? Let's hope. He's not going anywhere.
I think the frustration with the bats, at least, though, maybe you listed off the stats earlier, Gator. Those guys that some of the guys that fans wanted.
Yeah, Chapman's hitting .211 with 4 home runs and 14 RBIs, and his OPS is .601, and he's made 6 errors in the field, and his fielding percentage is like .940.
And JD Martinez isn't doing that well. That's another name that came up. I don't even know if that's necessarily the point. The point may have been going into the year. You kind of felt like upper management was kind of punting on this year because you look at that lineup they put out, okay, and you don't look at that lineup and go, they're going to win the Central. And I think the fans, I don't know if they necessarily want to go for it, but they wanted a more competitive team on paper, at least going in the year than that. And then when you see that team they put out there signing Maeda and signing the bats that they signed, they're thinking, well, he's not trying to win it this year or go for anything.
Well, and it gets amplified and magnified when the guy you were counting on to hit, Spencer Torkelson, isn't. When you give 2 rookies a chance like Meadows and Colt Keith, and Meadows is gone because he literally wasn't hitting 100. Colt Keith is hitting over 200, and he's had some great at bats, and he's going to stay in the lineup unless they face left-handed pitching, and then there's no question you put Ibanez in there because Ibanez is killing left-handed pitching, which you knew they would. But they've gotten very little production up the middle when it comes to catcher, shortstop, second base, and center field. That's 4 of your 9 lineup spots that you're getting no production out of. That's hard to believe. And for a lot of people that build teams, they say, well, you want to strength up the middle with those 4 positions. And the Tigers don't have strength at those 4 positions. Now, defensively, there's a lot to like with those 4 guys defensively. But Meadows is gone. He's back at Toledo. Baez is still not hitting. Colt Keith has been fine defensively and still a work in progress. And what they got with the 2 catchers, they got guys that can throw guys out at the plate, but at the same time, Jake Rogers threw one in their center field the other day that allowed for the base runner to advance to third base and then came home shortly thereafter. 248-539-9797. It has been there have been parts of the season that have been frustrating. I'm not saying you have no right to be frustrated. I'm frustrated too. The question was simply, what frustrates you the most about this team? We got some more ticket texts that have come in from Toro. Most frustrating part is watching the Tigers is Baez being in the lineup. Seriously, when he comes up is usually when I go drink out of a boot or do something more tolerable than watching him bat. Most frustrating part is having people on base and not having the consistent batting to score runs. It is very frustrating. Scott Harris infuriates me the most. He has a severe case of the smartest man in the room syndrome. I think what Scott Harris is trying to do is put his own stamp on what he wants and bring guys in that live up to his philosophy. And you're not going to see his draft picks for a couple of years. But what does that mean for free agency? Because through free agency, he hasn't added bats through free agency outside of Gio Urshela, which, by the way, is a plus player for the team when he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy all season. And the free agency brought in were the 2 pitchers. Flaherty has been better than advertised. Kenta Maeda, not so much. And then bringing back some guys in the bullpen, bringing Chafin back. They've got some pieces there. But it's not the big splashes that perhaps we want to see, and that I understand. Nothing frustrates me about this baseball team. I don't watch them. The owner doesn't care whether they're very good, so why would I, if they haven't been relevant in over a decade? Furthermore, baseball is like watching paint dry. I don't know why anybody would do it, especially if you're not a contender. Well, then, if you don't like baseball, then I guess why even comment? If you think baseball is like watching paint dry. And, the stuff about ownership I just disagree with. I keep waiting for them to spend some money, but this last offseason, the free agent crop was not that impressive. Now, I think it will be impressive this offseason, and let's hope that they do something this offseason with that, and we'll see what happens the rest of the way with some players that you're counting on to be decent players. Are they going to turn into those decent players, or they continue to flounder? If they continue to flounder, then you got decisions to make. For Mark and Howell, the frustrating part of the Tigers is that they have what looks like very good pitching, but no bats. They are way under league average. Yeah, in a league where offense is struggling, the Tigers are near the bottom. So I'm just pointing it out there that offense is down in baseball, but the Tigers are the worst of a bad year when it comes to offense. That's not good. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, 11:05. We got this alert about Mother's Day, and Kane came up with an interesting idea or an observation, and we wonder if that could be turned into an idea that people can get on board with. We're going to want to hear from everybody, not just the fellas out there. We want to hear from the mothers out there because it is your day on Sunday. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Lions rookies will have to wait before they can work under head coach Dan Campbell. He's going to be away from this weekend's rookie minicamp, which begins today due to a personal issue. He is expected back soon, but his assistants are going to be taking care of things. The team did announce the signings of their 4 day 3 picks, Manu, Vaki, Wingo, and Mahogany. They also signed 15 undrafted free agents. 42 total players are on the camp roster, including Terrion Arnold, their top pick. The Tigers will debut their brand new City Connect alternate uniforms tonight as they begin a weekend series against the Astros at Comerica Park. The team will be holding a block party starting at 4 p.m. in front of the Big Tiger at Comerica to celebrate the new auto-themed threads. They'll have prizes, inflatables, photo ops, and food and beer available to buy as well. As for the team itself, their TV voice, Jason Benetti, he joined the ticket this morning and was asked about that ongoing Bally Comcast blackout, to which he pleads the fifth. Whatever your TV provider, 97.1 The Ticket will have the action tonight. Dan Dickerson on the call for the first pitch at 6:40, pregame at 6:15. And sports business insider John Orand of Puck reports that Netflix is close to securing the rights to NFL Christmas games and are working to get a deal signed with the league. That's believed to be a big factor in why the schedule release has been delayed to next week. The NFL is estimated to be asking for $50 to $100 million per game. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
And welcome back. Hour 2, 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well if you want to contribute to the show. Talked a lot about Tigers in the first hour. We got some Lions coming up this hour as well, getting at around 11:32 or so. There have been some number changes. The Lions, they're at training camp right now, or mini camp, I should say. It's just
rookie mini camp.
Yeah, it's just the rookies, the undrafted free agents they signed, and then the rookie class, which, by the way, they've signed all of the draft picks except for the first two.
That is correct.
Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw have yet to sign, but that will happen. These are formality type things these days. Rookies don't hold out anymore. So that's kind of cool that everybody's out there and get some updates on what people are saying in the Twitterverse about what's up with the Lions. Looking forward to the minicamp this weekend to see what comes out of that, and we'll have something to say about it coming up at 11:35. But coming up on Sunday, it is Mother's Day. And I know sometimes it sneaks up on people, kind of snuck up on me a little bit. I haven't talked to my parents yet to see what we want to do for Mother's Day.
Come on, man. It's coming up here. Set an alarm for that.
You're right. I probably should set an alarm for that.
All worried about canceling Fubo.
Yeah. I'm not terribly concerned. I don't think they're terribly concerned about it either. We live close enough to each other where something will happen, right? I just got to figure out if my brother's in town or not to include him. But you have an observation about Mother's Day now that I never knew this was a thing, or this was something it's being done.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if this is the new hotness. I'm late, I'm early, whatever it is, but I've noticed something the last couple of Mother's Days, especially this year, is obviously Mother's Day is always on a Sunday, right, Gator?
Yeah.
And if you've ever tried to go out to breakfast, brunch, or lunch on Mother's Day, you know it's madness. You got to get a reservation if you can. Call ahead seating is pointless. I don't know if anyone's ever done it before, but it's pointless. And you just, or you just show up, you put your name on a list, and you wait an hour and a half, whatever it is. So I feel like I said, I don't know if I'm late or early on this. Saturday is the new hotness for Mother's Day, not Sunday. And my brother had brought up to us as a family on our thread, just, hey, trying to get the ball rolling for Mother's Day for our mom. And he suggested Saturday. I felt like we've done Saturday before, but then I started talking around and I feel like Saturday's kind of like, are people switching Mother's Day from Sunday to Saturday, or is this just me? Am I on an island here? And I feel like, of course, Saturday night alone dinner can be busy in general with restaurants, but if you do, early dinner or lunch, it's not as bad as Mother's Day. Mother's Day is a whole nother animal. If you've ever worked in the restaurant industry or you own a restaurant or whatever,
the Mother's Day brunch.
Yeah, It is crazy. You got the after church, everything, right?
Yep.
So I don't know if your family, if your brother's going to get back to you soon enough or not, if you guys are going to do Sunday or Saturday, but we're doing Saturday for my mom.
Well, I imagine it's going to be a Sunday ordeal with ordeal. What am I saying that for?
Jeez.
It's not an ordeal.
Don't want to force you to spend time with your mom, Gator.
I love my mother. I have no problem.
Is she listening?
Probably. Probably at this point. Hi, Mom. Yeah, usually it's a Sunday thing.
Okay.
It's simple. It depends on
You're
weather.
traditional.
Yeah. Weather permitting, I haven't looked yet to see what the weather's going to be like. If it's going to be nice, I love having them come over to my house, and usually I serve some kind of food for my parents. And as I mentioned, big fish in the pond right now, so I kind of want to show off the pond a little bit if it's nice weather. If it's not, then things would shift where I would go to their house and bring something to them. So we'll see how it works out.
But you're doing it at a house, so Sunday's no problem.
Well,
it's not like there's a wait to get into your house, even though it's a great
there's
house.
No wait. But I have thought about the brunch somewhere. We've done that in the past, and I did see that there's a place near my house that is doing a Sunday brunch. They're taking reservations for it. So if they haven't filled up, maybe that's a possibility. But it's just more relaxed at the house. You know, you don't have to dress up and let's be on time and all this. It's just we'll do whatever. But the Saturday idea, I never even thought of that. The idea that Mother's Day could be a Saturday event instead of a Sunday event. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. And I'd like to hear from mothers out there also. If you're out driving about, whatever, you're on a break from work or getting ready for lunch or whatever the case is, running errands, whatever it is. Because this affects you. This is your day, right? It's not my day. It's your day. I mean, it's my day in a way that I get to celebrate my mother, but does Saturday make more sense? Would you prefer the Saturday? Like, is your plate so filled up on a Sunday that you just, let's relax. Let's do it on Saturday. We'll deal with our normal hectic Sunday schedule. And I get it. This time of the year, there's kids are playing soccer, kids are playing baseball. You mentioned church. There's all that stuff that's going on Sundays anyway. And then you throw into it that it's Mother's Day. I mean, this is nothing new. This has been going on forever. But it feels like sports and travel leagues are much more prevalent right now, that it goes into the weekends more and more kids are participating than maybe before. So maybe it's nice to have that respite and do it on Saturday instead.
Yeah, I noticed, like, with the travel sports for kids, my kids aren't old enough for that yet. The Watermelon Sharks haven't hit the road yet. But I feel like they don't care any holiday. They're playing a tournament somewhere, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, in fact, on holidays, it feels like it's more prevalent. Like, Memorial Day, 4th of July, whatever, Mother's Day, it's, hey, we got a tournament, we're playing.
Because guys make the schedule.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Because it's people like Doug that are making the schedule. That it fits what they want to do. Oh, sorry. That's what I put on the schedule. But it's Mother's Day. Yeah. Well, we got to get the games in sometimes, babe. It's going to be on. We're going to get those games on Sunday. We got a doubleheader coming up in Traverse City. We got to go to the Chicagoland area. We got a big tournament all weekend. If we win the first 2 games, then we get to then we got to drive up to Milwaukee for the next day.
Yeah. Is that the Schaumburg tournament? That's the one Doug always mentions. He always mentions Schaumburg.
It's amazing. The travel leagues are just funny. It's just funny with that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some ticket text coming in. Saturday is for baby mama. Sunday is for mama.
Hey. Talk about scheduling conflicts. You got to get that in order.
Right. All right. 100, Kang. I take my wife out for a kid-free night on Saturday before Mother's Day for the last few years, then do stuff with the kids the day of. That's from Jared. Saturday is for your mom. Sunday is for your wife and your kids. Moms take a back seat to the wife and there's kids. When there's kids.
So I've noticed that as well. From your brother's perspective, does his wife have to kind of take priority over your guys' mom? Because his wife is the mother of his children.
Right. And I don't want to speak for him because my brother's always been great making time for both. But I think that the priority is his family right now, and then, we get to the rest of the family beyond that. But I think that ticket text is more right than wrong. With Saturdays for your mom, Sundays for the wife and kids. Moms take a back seat to the wife when there's kids. I think that's probably more right than wrong. And is it right? Yeah, I don't think mothers get offended by that. Majority of mothers, some might get offended by that. Don't you love me? Don't you care? You care more about you. Well, yeah. I mean, I've fathered children thanks to this woman here. I gave birth to. Yes, you did. Thank you very much. But yeah, this whole Saturday thing, I guess that's a context where I see it making sense. But you're advocating, and what you're seeing is more often people are celebrating Mother's Day on a Saturday.
Yes. What does your brother, his mother-in-law, does he do something with her?
Well, they did before she passed, but yes,
okay.
they did used to. There was a lot going on. Back at when that was around, when she was around. So that was even more difficult because you had mother-in-law, mother of your children.
It's a lot.
I do not envy him for that position, and he's not alone. a ton of guys out there have to do the same thing. Which also brings about another question I have for the guys. All right, I want to hear from them. I want to hear from moms. Is it cool to do Mother's Day on Saturday? Would you prefer Mother's Day on Saturday? And from the guys, do you feel stressed? I mean, guys, when it comes to the family, where does the stress come from? Are you feeling stress on Mother's Day, or is this like it's stress free? You kind of it's laissez-faire. I do what I do. I get her, flowers, some candy. We go out to lunch or whatever, and we're done.
Do you have to do like a honeydew?
Right.
Do you have to do something like plant flowers, paint the house,
put
wash
deposits
the
in the
windows?
bank of
Yeah.
goodwill, as Doug likes to say. Do you feel like you have to do something like that on Mother's Day, or are you freaking out about Mother's Day? 248-539-9797. Same number to text right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, we've got it now. Weather has gone from cold and dark to now it's going to be hot and sunny. It happens in a blink of an eye. We love it. This is Michigan. It's what we deal with. And I like the heat just as much as the rest of you. But that doesn't mean that I want the heat in my house. I want it to stay cool. So make sure that your air conditioning is up to snuff and do what I do. Call the great folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that the air conditioning is running cold. Or if you've got a pool in your backyard, make sure that it's running with warm water this summer. You don't want to play the waiting game and get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Getting lots of texts regarding Mother's Day, and Kang saying he thinks this might be the new hotness to celebrate Mother's Day on Saturday. Does that just make things easier? Looking to hear from moms and also dads out there. And moms, did you approve of the Saturday? And dads, you feeling stress? Is it starting to wear on you? Or is this like, this is the easiest thing ever? It's just not that big of a deal. Do stuff with the kids, whatever. Or is there pressure to plan stuff? I would imagine there's got to be maybe a little bit of pressure to plan stuff.
You ask her and then you plan it, or do you do like the surprise, I'll take care of everything?
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean,
could go wrong with
yeah,
your choice.
Like, for me, it's different because I don't have kids, right? I just have my mother, so it's simple. But if you're doing Mother's Day for the wife because you have children, then you've got children to include, and you want to make sure that they understand what Mother's Day is about. I get it. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Got some more ticket texts coming in. Mother's Day is one of the best days of the year. It's Cedar Point. The place is a ghost town. Apparently, moms don't like roller coasters, says some John in Lake Orion. Who knew? Saturday Mother's Day brunch from the man who brought us Fast AF efficiency expert Kang. Brilliant. That's from Geyer.
Geyer has me pegged officially as, efficiency is my middle name. I like to be efficient whenever possible. Like if I'm running errands for the wife, I'm routing out my, you know what I mean? Like where to hit, how do I can just hit everything on the way, get it on the way back. I don't want to make any turns or reroutes I don't have to.
I'm guessing that one of the motivations behind that of being efficient, I don't know if you've always been efficient, but I'm guessing when you have the wife and kids and why you want to be efficient is to try to find more time for yourself.
Because otherwise, this just isn't working out.
Right. Like, if I do this really quickly, if I do this in an efficient manner, I can get a half an hour on the couch.
I don't know if this is like all new dads or newer dads or just me, but you feel like you've definitely lost some time in the day, and you're trying to get it back any way you can.
Mike in Lake Orion has an idea. He says, let's just call it Mother's Day weekend and let people celebrate any day they want, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Extravaganza. But if you call it Mother's Day weekend, then
do you have to do everything
I was going to say,
day?
do you feel like you got to plan something out each day? Or
this backfired. This backfired, Gator.
This could be a problem. We have baseball tournament this weekend, and we went and bought the boys pink jerseys to celebrate Mother's Day and let the moms pick the kids' walk-up music, Old Man in a Van.
That's cool.
It is cool. The kids have walk-up music, huh?
What would your mom's walk-out music be for?
What would she choose for me? If
her choice.
She would choose something from Tom Jones, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Well, when I grew up, it was like the first music I can remember is listening to like Tom Jones' greatest hits. And to this day, I love Tom Jones. He's awesome.
You do? I didn't know that.
I love Tom Jones. I've never seen him live. I want to see him live. Every once in a while, I'll catch these clips on YouTube or whatever, and it's because he does the I don't know if it's the voice that he does in England, but he's one of the judges there. So every once in a while, he has to sing. Man, still has pipes. It's great. And it always cracked me up that he wanted to do something like hip and young. Like when he did the song Kiss by Prince, he remade that in like the early 2000s, late 90s, whatever it was. It's cheesy, but it's great because it's Tom Jones. I love Tom Jones. So I could see it being something from Tom Jones.
I just thought I know what my mom would pick for sure.
What would she pick for you?
Because she picked this when I used to do karate tournaments as a kid. You used to do the forms, the kata, as they call it, Gator.
Okay.
Not the kumite. Not
that's
the
different.
That's different.
Yeah.
But you could pick a music to go with your form. She picked Bonnie Tyler, I Need a Hero. Do you know that song?
Of course I know this song.
All right. So I guarantee if I was like playing baseball, that's what she would pick up for my walkout song.
That's fantastic.
I need a hero. It's like a power ballad.
Oh, it is. No, it's a fantastic song from like early 80s. Yeah. Yeah. She
definitely had the record. I don't know if she sang anything else, but
she did. She had Total Eclipse of the Heart is the other song.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, there's two.
Forgot about that. Well, I Need a Hero. She would pick that over Total Eclipse.
It's a fantastic song. Why not? I love it. I kind of want to see you in a tournament now.
I'll show you some
with walk-up music.
VHS.
Wearing
tapes.
a pink gi.
Oh, for Mother's Day, of course.
See? That's how it works. Or be a pink belt. They don't even have pink belts, do they?
No.
There's no pink belt. Are the belts the same in karate as they are in jiu-jitsu?
I don't know.
Or
I always
other-
imagined they were.
Other martial arts?
I only know the karate, and I think it's uniform, right? It's white, yellow, purple, green, I believe, and you get stripes on a certain point. I think green's when you start getting like a green belt with the black stripe and so forth.
For different degrees?
Yeah.
Or- Is there a blue belt or no?
Yes, blue, then brown, then black, I believe.
Okay. What'd you get up to?
Black.
You badass.
Well, a hero's not going to have a black belt.
Yeah, you're not going to sing I need a hero when you're walking up there with your yellow belt.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm doing what I can, best I can. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Hopefully, people got their weekend planned with Mother's Day, whether it's a Saturday or a Sunday. I'm looking at the Sunday. I've been texting back and forth with my brother to see what's going on with him. So everybody's got something to work out, but I just wonder if people the guys get stressed by this. I imagine at some point, I think younger fathers are probably getting stressed because they want to make it memorable. Like if this is your first Mother's Day.
You're right. Evan.
That's right, Evan.
He just had a baby. Congratulations to Evan.
Well, his wife had the baby.
But yeah. Well, he was part of the process.
He did.
He didn't give birth, but he was part of it.
He did not.
And,
And she will point that out to him. You
Yes.
did not give birth.
but this is his first Mother's Day for his wife, so hopefully he's got something planned, something good.
He's going to have to. If he doesn't, he's in trouble.
You think he's
right?
going to get her like a game-used Rondell White bat or something?
Maybe.
Yeah, something cool like
Red bat?
Jack Jones?
Jack Jones bat? Yeah, maybe.
I wonder if he's stressed. I'm going to talk to him in the break.
Well, how did you feel for the first one versus, and then how about the first one with the second kid?
So, unfortunately, I think it's pretty much true, all the cliches about how the first one you're like crazy involved, overprotective, just every detail is,
Right.
Monitored. And then second, third, you don't do as much. That's pretty much what happened with mine. The first one, I got a picture of her and the baby in the hospital, got a nice frame, put it in the frame, had it downstairs, with some flowers, her favorite chocolates or breakfast, all that stuff. She came down, saw it, loved it, whatever. The second one, I think I had the older one drop a card,
Nice.
one of those makeshift, those kids cards, cut
Yeah.
out some construction paper, what.
Well, she's an artist now, so
Yeah,
now she
she's
can
not
really
bad. And so, but I don't think I put as much into it as the first one, unfortunately. So I'm sure if you have 3 or 4 or 5 kids, they don't even Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and now at this point, you wake up in the morning, you kiss her on the cheek.
Yeah.
All right, babe, Happy
Yeah.
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe downstairs.
Yeah, I was like,
I'll make coffee for you.
Yeah, maybe not, or I'll go get something.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I got you a Stanley.
Here's another Stanley. That's my third one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Isn't that all you girls care about is just getting a Stanley Cup and another Stanley Cup? Here's another one. Happy Mother's Day. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Okay, mini camp has started for the Lions rookies. They were there today. There's we got some jersey number updates on some players, and we have some questions about rookie mini camp and what the people are looking forward to. We'll discuss it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, if you ever wonder why the NFL just has a license to print money, it's because they just know what they're doing. I mean, they space things out throughout the offseason to keep you interested, right? We're a couple weeks past the draft. Now what? Now it's rookie minicamp time. In case you were forgetting about those players, you just started to think about baseball. No, hold on. We got minicamp stuff. So the players have taken some jerseys. The drafted players, Mekhi Wingo, defensive lineman from LSU, will wear jersey number 94. Luther Ellis' old jersey. Christian Mahogany, the offensive lineman, will wear number 73. Giovanni Manu, the big man from Canada, 6'7.5", 350-something pounds. Listed at 6'7", 354 on the roster sheet. Will wear number 59, which I find interesting.
You did.
Because typically you wouldn't think of like a tackle wearing a number in the 50s, even though the Lions have Penei Sewell, who wears 58. And that's weird for me seeing 58 on the outside, but there he is. And now you got Giovanni Manu, who's wearing 59, and there's been talk that maybe he does play some guard, which to me is really strange, being a mountain man that he is, that you would play guard, and yet it might be a possibility. We'll see what positions he plays during minicamp, or at least what people are reporting on him.
Well, I guess the early word out from Ray Agnew, who's in the Lions upper management, said that they're going to do, both guard and tackle with him, a little cross training. And ultimately, though, I think they ultimately see him as a tackle. But maybe to get him on the field earlier, they might want to, that's why they're looking at guard for him.
Well, I think there's a lot of work to be done with him because of the level of competition he played against wasn't great. So you're getting a very raw prospect, somebody who transitioned from the sport of basketball to the sport of football. But given his size, it only makes sense. And because I think it benefits him being a former basketball player. There's some athleticism there. And his former coach just raves about him, as you would expect him to. So I'm not going to go too crazy about the early talk on him until I hear it from reporters or the current coaching staff, want to hear what they have to say about him. Because I think this coaching staff has been pretty good at managing expectations of players. When everybody gets excited about the new guy, they're like, well, he's got a long ways to go before he sees the field and stuff. So I want to hear what they have to say about Manu, and over the weekend we will hear things. Sione Vaki, the running back, defensive back, Swiss Army knife kind of guy, he's going to wear number 33, which I think is a perfect number for him because you could see that being a defensive backfield or being a running back.
Safety or running back.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be that was the number to have for running backs back in the 70s and 80s, and that changed over time. Ennis Rakestraw, the second-round pick from the Lions, will wear number 15.
15?
15.
Not 13.
Not 13, 15.
Huh. I thought I read 13. But
13 is Devin Maddox, who is a wide receiver from Toledo, one of the tryout players. They have like 4 different categories of players. And then Terrion Arnold is wearing Doug's least favorite number for a football player.
He hates it.
He hates it. And the number is 0. Terrion Arnold will wear number 0. Now,
I need a 0.
Hopefully he's more hero than 0.
Yes.
But the number just lends itself to all types of trash talking. Pointing at the number. This is what you're getting today. You got nothing.
0 receptions on me.
0. So those are the numbers for the rookies. When I was going through this list, and what I find interesting with numbers, each sport has its own numbers that are like hallowed numbers to have, right? In hockey, it's like the number 9, the number 19. Those, like, your best players are typically wearing those numbers. And if guys really want to stand out, they'll throw some high number at you in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. But typically it's been 9 or 19. And here locally, obviously, Gordie Howe and Steve Yzerman with that. But 19 in the NFL, like when I think of 19 in the NFL, I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's a quarterback. But I don't think of many guys wearing the number 19. And for the Lions roster, the minicamp, it's a running back from Hillsdale. Michael Herzog will wear number 19, which to me seems strange. Does it seem strange to you at all? Like, do you get into the numerology of stuff?
Not too much, and I think that we got to get eventually. You're gonna have to get past it, right? Because I know it's a little newer because they just introduced this to the NFL, but one day my kids are just gonna not even know the difference that you had to have specific numbers for position groups. 19 is just a weird number in football for me in general. I
agree.
Right?
That's what, So like in hockey, it's hallowed. In baseball, maybe a little bit. You don't really see it. Basketball, I mean, do I even pay? Can I name a 19? I don't know if I can.
I don't even. Yeah, no.
And in football, it's like, yeah, I don't think of the guys wearing 19 much in football. I mean, I know there's a couple out there. I think did Bernie Kosar wearing 19? But there's not much, right? So it's kind of weird to see that. It's like watching the Tigers and you see is Jack Flaherty has number 9 and he's pitching. Like seeing a pitcher with a single digit on his back is strange to me. And I think Tigers have a couple guys like that. But it's just how I look at numbers. It's weird. And like 19 in football, you don't even think of somebody wearing 19 in football. But there it is. So that's some of the stuff that's getting leaked today. But when we talk about minicamp, we get excited about the rookies and how they're going to look and these undrafted free agents they sign. And then you have the tryout players they have. And then they have the minicamp veterans, as they call them, which would include Matthew Betts, the edge rusher from Canada. He's wearing number 95, by the way. Checking in at 6'2" and 259 pounds. They have another 6'7" offensive lineman in camp, Connor Galvin. But Brandon Joseph is probably the biggest name of that group of players. Played at Notre Dame, played at Northwestern before that, and he's been with the Lions for at least for a season on the practice squad. He's wearing number 40. He's a safety. But when we look at this and think about minicamp, it's about the stories that come out of minicamp that you want to hear. Everybody's got their own idea of what they want to hear and who you're focusing on. I mean, we're not there at minicamp. The public's not allowed to go, and what the media sees isn't much typically of practices and stuff like that. But I do remember going to one of the first workouts that they had, and they let us see quite a bit of it back in 2009 when Matthew Stafford was their first-round pick. And Doug and I went to that practice, and we got to see Matthew Stafford running the offense and throwing the ball to fellow first-round pick Brandon Pettigrew, who was being covered by Zach Follett, who was a guy that we loved on this team, a defensive. He was a linebacker from Cal who just ran 100 miles an hour all the time and just would hit anything that moved. Unfortunately, it also caused the end of his career because of the concussion issues that he had, and he got hurt on the field. And I think it was a settlement with the Lions, with injury settlement. But we were big fans of Zach Follett because of the way that he played. And on the one play, we saw Matthew Stafford absolutely positively thread a needle on an extraordinarily well-covered Brandon Pettigrew by Zach Follett, and Pettigrew made the catch. It was a great play that we got to see. And we couldn't wait to get back to work the next day to talk about it. Go, well, we just saw this. We're going to bring this up. But what do you want to hear about from minicamp? 248-539-9797. What's the headline or the report that you expect or that you want? Not even expect, but what do you want to hear? Okay, what is it for you?
This may be the most obvious and easiest answer, but it's the most important for me. And that I would like to hear that Terrion Arnold is already looking like a legit number 1 cornerback in this league. Now, it's a lot to ask for a rookie, but he was a first-round pick. I just want to know that he doesn't have to start week 1 for me, but if he's in the conversation of competing for the number 1 back or defensive back with, Carlton Davis is locked in as a starter. I guess I'm talking opposite starter of Carlton Davis. Whether it's, if he's fighting Robertson for that spot or even it's Rakestraw. When Brad Holmes said it's going to be a bloodbath back there as far as competition, love it. I want the bloodbath to be in a good way, not the, oh my God, they all suck, right? No,
Right.
It's more like these guys are competing hard. It's going to be, flip of the coin, Raiders term here, right? Who's going to start? But if you believe it or not.
Raiders.
Yeah. So, no, but I want to hear Terrion Arnold is looking like, hey, this guy could play right now if we want him to, because I think that's the most important thing out of this whole draft. Like we talk about the projects, the draft and stash, the high upsides that Holmes took later in the draft. But honestly, if Arnold or Rakestraw hit, I won't even care as much about the rest of the draft because they help right now. And this team was 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl, and maybe because of some secondary help, they didn't get there. If Arnold's legit, if he's the real deal, if he's close to Witherspoon, which is asking a lot, but if he's somewhere in that range, the Lions, I'm looking for another deep playoff run and possibly the Super Bowl. So I'd like to hear Arnold's doing really well.
I will mention mine coming up at 11:47, 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text us if you want to get through that way. You can follow us at Doug and Gator on Twitter at Doug and Gator 971. If you want to go that route as well. We're streaming the show live through a couple different services on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You want to listen to the show, you can listen to it anywhere in the country. Also, we are live streaming video through twitch.tv. Search for 971 The Ticket, and you'll find us there. And same thing with YouTube. We're on YouTube as well. But I will offer up what the headline is or what it is that I'm looking for with the Lions minicamp that's going on this weekend, starts today. I will give you my coming up in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder to people, if you sign up for that 7-day free trial on Fubo so that you can get Bally's and watch the Tigers, if you did that like I did for last Saturday's game, today's the last day before you get to cancel an app. Otherwise, you get charged for the monthly fee.
Well, have you said what you're going to do? I know you.
I don't know. I really don't. I think eventually what I'm going to end up doing, eventually, which might be tomorrow, is get the Bally's app and figure it out that way. I don't know how I can. I have a smart
watching your laptop.
There's some way I know that I can be able to stream it from my laptop onto my TV.
Yeah, you can.
I got to figure that out. That's all. But that's probably what I'll end up doing. Because it's not terribly expensive, and I'm not paying for the whole service like Fubo. You're replacing cable if you get Fubo.
Yeah,
which is not what I want to do. I don't have an adversarial relationship with Xfinity like a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it, and I definitely don't want to have to redo my internet and all that. I mean, if I were to make the full on switch, then I'd have to do that too, and that's kind of a non-starter here. I'm resistant to change in a lot of ways, and this would be one of them. I can embrace it in other ways, and I'm trying to embrace the new technology and stuff. You've been very proud of me, by the way. I booked a flight. I had to get onto the website and log into my profile and I have a companion ticket. Did all this by myself online. I'm a big boy. King. I even downloaded an app onto my phone.
Dude, you've been downloading a lot of stuff.
I know.
Congratulations, man.
And not just porn these days. What?
Well, that might affect the rest of the stuff you're doing, though. So let's make sure you downloaded the right stuff and then you booked the right things.
Apps to my phone, anyway. Yes, and I have downloaded several apps in the last few days to the phone, and the Delta app was the most recent one.
That's a good app to have, my friend.
It is for the one time a year that I travel, but it works out. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Talking about Lions minicamp that starts today.
It's rookie minicamp, people, because we're getting some texts about other players. No, not you. I'm just saying we're getting texts of other players that aren't rookies that they want to see headlines from, and I just had to remind them it's rookies, all the first-year guys.
Yes, this is rookies. This is undrafted free agents. This is they do have a short list of veteran players that they have that all have 1 year of experience because they may have spent part of the year last year in the practice squad. And then they also have about, a dozen players that are tryout players as well. So the undrafted rookies, those guys have, I believe, contracts. The tryout players are just going there to try out to see if they can earn a spot to get to training camp. But nonetheless, there's a lot of players on this list. There's probably, 35, 40 players here. And we're asking people what's the headline or what's the report that they want to see or hear about over the weekend, and maybe even on Monday when we start talking football, and we'll recap what happened over the weekend. And Kang, for you, it was you wanted to see what the defense backs were doing.
Yeah, specifically Darian Arnold. Hopefully that he comes out of this rookie minicamp, and it's short. There's no pads or anything like that, but that it's clear what they saw on film and what they thought he could project to be can translate pretty quickly into the NFL. Like, he is going to compete for that opposite starting position of Carlton Davis.
For me, it is hearing the reports of Giovanni Manu and the big offensive tackle or big offensive lineman from Canada to see how he does against guys that are from defensive linemen that are there in the camp that went to schools like Missouri, Arkansas, LSU, and Notre Dame. Not to mention Mr. Canada Football League, the Defensive Player of the Year, and the CFL, Matthew Betts. So this is a giant step up in competition from what he faced, because the College Canadian League is nowhere near the kind of talent that you're going to see clearly in the world of college football as we know it in FBS. And when you're talking about SEC schools like Missouri, Arkansas, LSU, I think that's a big thing. And then when the other school is Notre Dame, and then you bring in the best player from the Canadian Football League, the professional league, defensively, I think that's a decent sample size to look at this weekend to see how is he holding his own? Is he dominating? Is he getting owned himself? Is he showing strides? Because this is the most interesting pick I think the Lions made. I think the smartest pick they made was to move up to get Darian Arnold. Thought it was a brilliant move. Guy was rated as number one cornerback by a lot of different people. And at worst, it seems like he was rated as the second best cornerback by a lot of people. So go up and get the guy. Great player. Also fits a position of need. Even though you don't have to say that's why you did it. You did because he was the best football player on your board at the time. I love the idea of Rakestraw doubling down that position. I think it's great. But from a draft standpoint of who they drafted, Manu is the one that stands out to me. Getting him in the 4th round, there was some maneuvering around. Did they go too early for this guy? A lot of people think you could have gotten him later in the draft. Yes, there were several teams that were at his pro day to watch him work out and, kind of impress some people there. And he's a specimen at 6'7" plus and 350 pounds plus. So I'm really curious to see what the reports are of him matching up with some of these other players that are in camp. And as I mentioned, these are guys from big-time schools. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something else going on this weekend, Kang. Dan Campbell, the coach of the Lions, is not there. He's not going to be there because he's got some personal issues or reasons that he's not at camp. Everybody knows about it. Not a big deal. But I kind of talked about this before the show began. Does Dan Campbell truly appreciated for what he is as a coach and how much he means to the team by the fans? Because I know he still gets flack for being Dan Gamble. People are still upset about the NFC Championship game and why didn't they kick the field goal? Why'd they go for it on 4th down? And I still shake my head and going, you can have your opinion, and that's fine. I'm not going to call you an idiot. We can talk it over. We'll have the conversation, and we can just agree to end up disagreeing. But I think Dan Campbell is so damned important to this team, and I think there are things that he has done that go under the radar or that people take for granted. For instance, when they made the decision to move on from Anthony Lynn, the offensive coordinator, Dan Campbell took over calling plays. Dan Campbell was the one that spoke publicly and said, we got to get better play from the quarterback, and kind of put it right at Jared Goff. And from that moment on, Jared Goff was better. But Dan Campbell was the guy calling plays and then bringing in Ben Johnson to help work the offense and all that. And then eventually turning things over, recognizing when the time was right to hand the reins over to your new offensive coordinator. But at the time, it was Dan Campbell. And I think that, to me, is one of the most underrated things that happened during the early year, his first year as the head coach.
Yeah, the obvious stuff with Dan Campbell is, and it just didn't really hit me until today when I read the headline from the Free Press. Burkett was the first one I read it from, was that Dan Campbell wasn't going to be there because of personal reasons. And then that's when it hit me. I thought, wow, okay, it's just minicamp, but how important is Dan Campbell to this team, to this organization? And I think it's so much more important. He's so much more important in this team organization than most other coaches around the league, because the obvious stuff is he is the heart and soul. He's kind of like the lifeline of this team. He's the energy. He's the culture. He's the tone setter, right? That stuff, people feel it when they meet him for the first time, when they walk into the facility. This is Dan Campbell's team. So that's obvious. The under-the-radar stuff, like you just mentioned, I don't think he gets enough credit for his actual smarts and football scheming. The fact that he was the first to take over the offense. He has to be in lockstep with what Aaron Glenn is doing, with what Ben Johnson's doing, with what Dave Phipp is doing on special teams. They call him Dan Gamble, but he doesn't just gamble. He knows what's going on. He knows the plays. He knows the schemes that are going to work. He knows what they're setting up for later on in the game. So I think that's really underappreciated for Dan Campbell, is the fact that he is actually not just some kind of meathead that we kind of, now let's be honest, a lot of us thought when he first got here, and I'll be the first to admit, I didn't know how he was going to be as far as, mentally as a head coach with football decisions, time management, all that stuff. But he has proven that he knows what he's doing. And then you combine that with the obvious stuff, like I mentioned, the energy and just the lifeline, the culture of this team. God, I can't remember where a coach was this important to an organization. And maybe this is recency bias and I'm just too close to the situation. But Dan Campbell is very, very important to this team. Pie chart-wise, I couldn't even put a number on it. But, it's...
You're going to go pie chart.
50%, 60%, 70%, the whole pie, I don't know. I still believe most sports it's all players, that in the end they have to get it done for you. But this team didn't go from 3-13-1 to the NFC Championship game. without Dan Campbell, a large part due to Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I think it's he deserves a ton of credit, and I don't think he gets anywhere near the credit that he deserves. I think people are still reserved about it when it comes to his decision-making progress and process and the chances that he takes. I think people are still put off by that and gambling as much as they do. But I think the bottom line is that was part of the identity of the team. And, him instilling confidence in the team. When they're going for it on fourth down, that tells the offense that, hey, I've got confidence in you to get this done. And then when they do it more often than not, and a lot more often than not, you can see the confidence building in that team. And it's part of the process that saw them go from 3 wins to 9 wins to 12 wins with 2 playoff wins and leading at halftime by 17 points in the NFC Championship game. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the minicamp? What are the headlines you're looking at from minicamp, Lions rookie minicamp? What are the stories you want to hear about? What players do you want to hear about? Also, your thoughts on Dan Campbell. Does he get enough credit with the Lions head coach? Is he underappreciated? Is he overvalued by people in the media? What do you think? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson along with Kang, our producer, talking to you today. Doug will be back on Monday's show. Good afternoon. You're forward to a Mother's Day weekend. I did check the weather. It looks like a Sunday Mother's Day should be really nice, like in the 70s and sunny. Tomorrow may be some rain. Tonight might be some rain, but Sunday should be nice. Should be very nice. And hopefully everybody's ready for the Mother's Day for the day itself and everything it brings. But we're talking about the Lions minicamp, the rookie minicamp they have. They've brought the rookies in. They've got the undrafted free agents they have. They have tryout players, and then they have players that I think were on last year's practice squad. They're called veterans, but they all have like 1 year of experience. And together the roster is like, I don't know, eyeballing it close to 40 players. So what is it that you want to hear about? What are the headlines you want to be reading, or what are the updates you want to be reading and hearing about? For Kang, he wants to hear about the corners that they drafted, Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw, to hear how they are performing so far. For me, it's seeing what Giovanni Manu, the big offensive lineman from Canada, the raw prospect that they have, how is he holding his own against the likes of defensive linemen, frankly, from the SEC, going against guys from Missouri and Arkansas, LSU, and then there's a player from Notre Dame, and then there's also the defensive end, the pass rusher from the Canadian Football League, who was a defensive player of the year in Canada, that he'll go against as well. That's an area I'm dying to see, because the competition level he had in college is nowhere near what he's going to see even in this rookie minicamp, let alone what he'll see come August when they're in the real training camp going against the NFL players right now. So I think that's going to be interesting. We got some ticket texts coming in, 248-539-9797. Same number to call us as well. I'd love to hear from the Lions minicamp that Manu is absolutely a brick wall and that he looks fantastic at tackle. That would make me very happy. That's Marlon DeWalt Lake. I agree. I'd love to hear that Terrion Arnold has a real chance at being an opening day starter. I want to hear that too. And I know, King, that's one of your guys that you want to hear about. And how great it would be to hear that. Hey, no, this guy could probably start from day one. That's what I want to hear. Could probably start from day one. Not he might. I want to hear probably. Moved up to get him. Let's see it.
Yeah, it would definitely instill more confidence in the pick and the secondary if he did step up. But maybe Robertson is really good too. I mean, he's been in this league a few years already. He knows obviously a little more about being a pro than Terrion Arnold would. But I just hope his talent is so good and he's so coachable. And it was one of Saban's favorite players, right? That there was a reason why they went back to the Alabama pipeline and got another one.
Minicamp headline I'd like. Vaki is lining up on offense and defense.
Do you want to hear that?
I don't know if I want to hear that, but yeah, I guess I kind of do, because I think he can. I think he's got an impact. He's going to be playing special teams for sure.
Yep.
And to help with that, playing defense will help with that. I think keeping him fresh. He seems like he's just a I hate to do it because it seems cliche with the Lions, but he's a football player.
He's a weapon.
He's just a guy who goes out there and plays football, loves football, and very limited as an offensive player in terms of how many touches he got, but he made the most of them. Had a couple phenomenal games, one as a receiver and one as a running back in carrying the ball, and one was catching the ball out of the backfield. Had a huge day against USC as a receiver.
So I'm torn between this because they drafted him as an offensive player. So one part of me says, just keep him on that side of the ball. That's where you drafted him. He's got to learn as much as he possibly can, right? About being a running back in this league, pass pro, everything, catching, running, all that. But then the other side of me is like, part of what makes him great in my book is his versatility. And if you need him, he's gonna play special teams for sure. But if you need a fourth or fifth safety in a pinch or whatever, he can do that. But they clearly saw something offensively with him, and that's why they drafted him for the offensive side of the ball. So we'll see what Ben Johnson and Campbell have in store.
Let's go to the phones. Joe is next up here in 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
The headline I want to see is definitely that Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold are legit, because those are the two corners that we really have for the future. But the main reason why I called in was because Dan Campbell deserves all the credit in the world for turning this thing around. But somebody who doesn't get enough credit is Sheila. Sheila hired, I think, what was her favorite player in Chris Spielman. And Chris Spielman's voice, I think, has really been underrated in keeping Dan Campbell around. Dan Campbell got hired in before Brad Holmes. It would have been really easy for Brad Holmes to then say, after a 3-13 season and a 1-6 start, Dan Campbell's not my coach. He's not my guy. I didn't pick him. It would have been really easy to create some division at the top. But Sheila and Chris have really honed that in, and everything seems to be clicking on like everybody's just on the same page at all times.
And thanks for the call, Joe. I appreciate it. And if you listen to the show, I'm a big fan of what Sheila Ford Hamp has done as owner of this football team. And I think you hit the nail on the head. What she did right off the bat, bringing in Chris Spielman. And Chris isn't the guy that wants to rock any boats. He wants to stay behind the scenes, but he's also going to shoot you straight. So if she said, how would you build a team? And I don't know if this conversation took place, but I feel like this did. How would you build a team? How would you change the culture here? You were part of a different era of football here when the team was good. And what do we do? And, without tuning his own horn, I think what they've done is built a team in the mold of Chris Spielman. They found a coach who coaches like Chris Spielman. They found a GM who goes out there and GMs like a Chris Spielman. And they're finding players that are Chris Spielman all over the place. Guys that just fit the bill. What do, Kang? They love football. And I think that move, the first move, if that was one of your first moves, was to go bring him back into the fold, was brilliant.
Chris Spielman's absolutely one of the more underrated, players or people that played a role in the turnaround of this organization, this team. I generally believe most owners, not all, most owners want to win, okay? And they get too much blame and too much credit because all they're basically doing is they're trying to hire the right people to make the real football decisions. If they put their belief in someone and that person makes all the wrong decisions, then that owner's considered a bad owner. But what the owner really do is just entrust that person to make the football decisions for them. Sheila got it right by asking Chris Spielman for his help. And it looks like everything Chris Spielman's done, for her with his advice and everything has worked out great because now they've lined up, they reworked the contract of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell so they're in sync with each other. They were a year off, remember? Now they got the new extensions. Now they're in sync. They're tied together, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And they did that on purpose because they loved the way these two work together, and it was all under Chris Spielman's advisement.
Yeah, I loved it at the time, and I don't know if we're ever going to fully know what his involvement has been with this organization because he doesn't really want to talk about it, which is fine. Likes being that guy, staying behind the scenes. And maybe it was just getting this team in the right direction, and then he can step back and truly not have to be, involved anywhere near as much because it's definitely going in the right direction. But getting Dan Campbell, who they hired the coach before they hired the GM, keep that in mind too. And I'm just, when you go back in this timeline, look at how this team has been built, it really is kind of mind-boggling how quickly they turned things around with the hand that they were dealt. Taking over an organization that was decimated by the previous coach and previous general manager, and then to be told a couple weeks that you're in on the job that the star quarterback wants out, and now you've got to find a way to trade him and make sure you get fair value for him. And then you take on a quarterback that everybody's like, what are you doing? He's a failed quarterback. They didn't want him in Los Angeles. And all the things that have happened since and seeing where they're at, it's amazing when you think back just how much this team has changed. Some more ticket text coming in regarding Dan Campbell. No, Campbell doesn't get the credit he deserves. Brad Holmes gets tons of praise. Even the Fords get more credit. Great point, Kang. That's from Kyle in Plymouth. I don't think Sheila gets as much credit as she deserves. I bring it up all the time. I feel like I'm the champion of her cause, and it's nice to hear some other people call in and say it. But I think, generally it's Brad Holmes. But Kang, your guy is Dan Campbell, and he should.
Well, I just feel like he brings so much more, like, as far as culture, because the culture was not good here, clearly. And he was hired before Brad Holmes, because one of the main reasons was probably because they're like, dude, I can't pass up on this guy. Chris Spielman, Rod Wood, Sheila Ford Hamp, whoever's in that room at that time go, you know what, we don't have a GM yet, but I want this guy to be my head coach. And if whoever we hire after him to be the GM, he's going to have to deal with it or he's going to have to be in line with us, because this is the type of guy we want coaching our team. And that's why when I found out today, I read the headline that Dan Campbell's not going to be there for the rookie minicamp, I just thought long-term, like, wow, that would suck to not have him for a regular season game.
Yeah.
He's that important to this team, I feel like. And it's not just off the field. It's on the field. And people may think he's crazy with his Dan Gambles, but everything is strategic. Everything he makes. And you know why they've worked so much? Because he knows exactly when to do them or when to call them, right? That's not just by accident.
No, they're all calculated risks, and there's a risk involved, but he likes the chances, and that's gambling, right? But it's
smart. A gamble, but it's a calculated risk.
But it's a calculated risk that might be in your favor. It's like, it's like, are you going to double down on an 11 or not?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily agree every time he does it, but I understand it, and there is reason behind it. He's just not doing it just to do it.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to Texas as well. You want to talk about Dan Campbell. You want to talk about the minicamp and what you're looking forward to hearing out of minicamp. Also, there's an ESPN article that talked about the Lions' biggest weakness. We will tell you what they had to say and see if you agree. And if not, or if you do, let us know. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Now we got more football to talk about. Lions have their rookie minicamp taking place this weekend. Players have reported. We've got new jersey numbers. The interesting one, I think, is Terrion Arnold claiming the jersey number 0. Doug's going to hate that when he gets back on Monday's show. Does not like the number 0. But we're asking people about Lions minicamp and what's the story that you want to hear come out of minicamp? What are you focusing on? What would you like to focus on? Also talking about Dan Campbell and his importance with this team. You know, if we gotten to the point where we really trust and appreciate Dan Campbell, because I think there's still people out there that have not. They can't get out of their head the image of him in the first press conference, the biting kneecaps and all that stuff that they thought it was hokey. And yet it's exactly what the team is like. That's how they play. You know, they don't give up. They keep going at you. They took it all the way to the NFC Championship game last year. Very impressive. Let's take a text coming in. Campbell is the reason why the players and coaches want to play here. He's the reason why we actually see players getting coaches up and improving, getting coached up and improving. He's got an extension for a reason. We're very fortunate to have him. That's from Jeff and Petoskey. Gator, I'll call them idiots because Campbell has won the more games with his gambles than he's lost. No one ever talks about the times it works, only the times that it doesn't. I think that's mostly true. Kind of focus on the times when it doesn't work out. But he's had a lot of gambles that have worked out. And like we've said, they're calculated risks. They're not necessarily gambles. I think the gamble, and he's done this a couple times, is if you're going to run a fake punt from deep in your own territory. That's happened. We've seen it work. I think we've seen it not work. And that's a gamble. Like you got your punter's got his feet at the 20-yard line, and you're going to try to fake the punt on like 4th and 7 or 4th and 4. Yikes. But when it works, you're the man.
Yeah, well, there's definitely more. It's calculated risk, but some are riskier than others. That's for sure. But I think that goes back to just the culture of the team. Like that's the mindset of Dan Campbell and the team is it doesn't matter where we're at. If we go for it, we can get it. We will get it. You know, nothing's too crazy for us, right? Nothing's too deep. We can get out of this. And so when they go for something like that, yeah, does it take huge, cojones to do something like that? Yes. And is it sometimes more crazier than going for it on the other side of the field? Yes. But
do the Lions need to employ somebody with a wheelbarrow to hold those things so it's easier to walk around? Of course they do. But that's what makes it kind of fun to watch, particularly because it works more often, way more often than it doesn't work.
But that's the DNA he's installed into this team.
Exactly. And as they continue to build this team up and you become more and more of a complete team, you might take less risks because you'll already be this team that doesn't need to do that as often because you might have bigger leads. Whatever the circumstances are, circumstances can change. I love how this team has been constructed. And I think that this is a better team talent-wise right now on May 10th than they were at the end of the season. I think the additions they've made in free agency, the draft picks they've selected, I think it's all made sense to look at shoring up the defensive side. The secondary is
just think something bad's going to happen. Nobody's going to pull the rug from under us anymore. Like we actually think maybe we'll come back or maybe we'll actually just put the hammer down,
Yeah, I think it's and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Brandon. It's even when you get to this, there were a couple Stafford years that were really good seasons for the Lions, right? But I don't think it felt like they were going to sustain that for years. Like that you expected the next year, hey, this Lions team just won, 11 games. I expect them to improve on that this next season. And then they wouldn't. I don't think like there were those expectations. There was hope that you would. But King, I don't think there's any question. Lions fans expect this team to be right back in the playoffs this season and probably expect them to win the division again.
Because the culture, it goes back to culture. Like when you had Stafford and Calvin Johnson, they've had players here before. Barry Sanders, right? Herman Moore. They've had good players before.
Really good. Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Kevin Glover, Lomas Brown. But you never felt the culture was changing. It was always the same culture, different players. The difference with, I feel like Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is the culture changed first. They took players that weren't expected to do much, and because the culture was so good, it was able to develop players into really good football players. St. Brown was a fourth-round pick, right? Jared Goff was thrown away by the Rams. He was a throw-in to get Matt Stafford basically, and the Lions get an extra first-round pick. At least that's what a lot of people thought from the outside in, right?
Yep.
Holmes believed in Goff, but not a lot of other people did. Josh Reynolds, whoever, pick a name, whatever. They took guys that maybe didn't have high expectations, and because of the culture, I think that's the difference, Gator.
Yeah, and the caller mentioned that Brandon was saying, like, when he was grew up in the 90s and watching the games, and then the adult in the room would say, well, just wait, here's the fourth quarter, watching them collapse, and they'd collapse. And that has not been the case now. Now, Lions, if they have a lead in the fourth quarter, you expect them to hang on to that lead or extend that lead. And, where it didn't happen was in San Francisco. Things unraveled quickly in the third quarter against them, but there's no question that the culture has changed. They've gone from a culture of 3 letters to a winning culture, and a culture where the expectation now is to continue to win the division, continue to host playoff games, and hopefully continue to win playoff games and advance, and eventually we can have a parade in Woodward in February. That'd be fantastic. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, and Jim is next here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jim. Jim, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, this is Tim.
Oh, Tim, I'm sorry.
No problem. I just wanted to call. One of the things I'm looking forward to in the rookie camp is, like you, Gator, Manu. I'm really interested. I'm hoping that he's going to work out really well. And talking about Campbell, I think one of the things underappreciated about him is the coaches that he's brought in, especially the former players that are now coaches, and how many of those have really worked out and worked out really well.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Tim. Some have worked out and some haven't. And when they haven't, they pivoted quickly. They didn't waste any time when the offensive coordinator that first year, when Anthony Lynn wasn't working out, he'd gone. The next year, the defensive backs coach, when that wasn't working out, they made the switch real quickly. And they brought in, Dre Bly. And then this past year, they decided to move on from him, bring in another one, new defensive line coach. They're not afraid to make changes quickly if it's not working out. But bringing in coaches that have playing experience that are going to buy into the culture of what they've set up here, you better buy into it, because if you don't, you're not going to be here that long. But I do think it matters to have former coaches or former players as coaches. I think that players will always respect somebody who has been there and done that, and that's what they have with, certainly on the defensive side, with the defensive coordinator and with the head coach and other positions. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls about the Lions and ticket text on the Lions. We're going to get to the ESPN article. What's the biggest weakness you think for the Detroit Lions? We'll cover it next year. 97.1, the ticket. Starting to see some quotes come out of Lions rookie minicamp, some Terry Arnold stuff. Let me hit on a couple of them quickly. Eric Woodyard has this. Eric Woodward is a Lions reporter at ESPN. This is Lions rookie Terry Arnold on why he chose number 0. Quote, "Ain't nobody like me." When I say it ain't nobody like me, it's talking about the secondary. Last year in this secondary, we had ups and downs, but we're going to be exciting, dynamic. It ain't going to be nobody like us. So we've got some confidence. And there's this quote, which is just fantastic. This screams, to me, it screams like Dan Campbell stuff. Kyle Meinke has this. And Kyle Meinke, Lions beat writer for MLive. The quote from Terry and Arnold, "If my mom was a receiver, I'd jam her in the dirt."
Well, happy Mother's Day, Mrs. Arnold. I'd like to introduce you to the dirt.
Sounds like he's competitive.
You're not getting off the line here.
Not happening. Not up in here.
Not up in here. 0.
There's the reason I'm wearing 0.
Mm-hmm.
No catches. But I just thought that was quite interesting.
You know, it's all good talk, and we've heard talk before. Hopefully this translates onto the field, which is the most important thing.
Please let it translate onto the field.
Right? I mean,
I have very high hopes for Terry and Arnold.
Me too.
I mean, I'm expecting this guy to start real early in the season. It's my expectation. I thought he was one of those. I thought he was a top corner in the draft, actually. I didn't think there was any shot that they'd had him. So I kept talking about Quinyon Mitchell. I thought he'd be the second corner. And can the Lions get Quinyon Mitchell? Well, they ended up with Terry and Arnold. Okay. Thank you. Let's move along. Some more text coming in. What are you looking for with the headlines with Lions rookie minicamp? That Mahogany the guard is a viable replacement and or solid backup for the offensive line. Well, he comes in with a little bit of reputation, mean streak. I love to hear that. I want to hear that one of these receivers is making noise and getting big catches. That's Jared in Waterford. Isaiah Williams is there. And there's a couple other receivers there, but Williams is the one I think that I look at. He's the undrafted free agent from Illinois who caught 82 passes in each of the last 2 seasons. And I mentioned it was at Illinois.
That's my guy for under the radar. I hope he makes the team. He's not the big-bodied receiver that we're all looking for to replace Josh Reynolds, but I think he could just be a really productive receiver in this league. And he's just more of a stature of a St. Brown, so I don't know if he even makes the team, let alone get any playing time. But if he can find a way to help on special teams, it will help him make the team. I hope he does. And if he doesn't, maybe someone you can stash on the practice squad. But I think Isaiah Williams could be a nice little sleeper there.
Could be. The other guy I like that I'm looking forward to hearing something about. I don't know if he's got any chance of making the roster or not, but it's the tight end Isaac Rex from BYU. Yes, I like BYU.
Yes,
players.
okay.
I know.
Doug and Purdue and Gator and BYU.
It really, I'm not going to run away from it. Doug hides from it. I own it.
Embrace it.
I love players from BYU. Always have since I was a kid, because their offense was always amazing. Lavelle Edwards was a brilliant man. But he's got good size. He's 6'6", 246 pounds. And yes, I do remember the 2020 season when BYU was on TV all the time during COVID. This guy was catching passes all over the place for Zach Wilson, and they were for touchdowns. Contested passes, he would get them and score touchdowns out of it. So, yeah, there is that. Dave Burkett also mentions that new Lions, it says OT, offensive tackle. Gio Manu says that that's his preferred first name is Gio, so we'll call him Gio from this point on. But there's some stuff coming out there from Lions rookie minicamp we'll get to. Other ticket text. What's interesting is that we're pretty sure Chris Spielman played a big role in all this, but not once has he tried to point that out. A lot of guys would want that credit publicly, 100%, but that's not Chris Spielman. Maybe it's because he doesn't deserve it. I tend to think he does. Maybe I'm heaping too much praise on him, but I think we all really, at the very least, Chris Spielman epitomized what a football player should play like, with the grit and determination. Maybe not gifted with all the attributes of a football player right away with great speed and size and all that, but he made up for it with the way he played and knowing the game. Another ticket texter says Campbell sets the tone for the team. You'll want him to be around the rookies as much as possible. Dan Campbell built this culture. Thankfully, he'll get more chances to grit them up. Yeah, let's hope that that's the case. And it's unfortunate he's not going to be there at the rookie minicamp for personal reasons. But he has talked to the players already, and they'll have another minicamp in a couple weeks, and we'll see if he's at that. And certainly hope everything's okay. But we just talked about the influence of Dan Campbell. So there's an ESPN writer. I'm going to make sure I get his name correct here. Aaron Schatz writes for ESPN. And he had a ESPN column talking about the biggest remaining roster holes or the biggest weakness for each team. And I want to put it out there. Perhaps I should have done this in the 10 text, King, but it's probably a little too late to do 10 text. But people can certainly text or call in at 248-539-9797. What do you think is, not what you think Aaron Schatz wrote as what the biggest weakness is for the Lions, but what do you think the biggest weakness is right now on the Detroit Lions? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Here it is, May 10th, right? They're going through rookie minicamp. They'll report to training camp, the official training camp at the end of July, and there'll be some roster tweaking. And there's time between now and then if you still want to sign free agents, but or make trades. But what is the biggest weakness that you perceive on the Lions right now? 248-539-9797. King, I'll start. For me, I think the biggest weakness right now is wide receiver. And I was going back and forth between a couple positions, but I'll leave the other one open. But for me, it's wide receiver. And it's not that the receiving room is bad necessarily, but it's a little untested at this point. You've got greatness with Amon-Ra St. Brown. But then you've got right away your number 2 receiver now is going to be Jameson Williams. And it's still a big question mark. You and I both huge fans of his. You're a bigger fan of his than I am, and I'm a big fan. Expect so much more out of him. And when people talk about, they need to use J-Mo more and throwing the deep ball to and all that. And I'm not going to disagree with that. But the problem that I have with Jameson Williams is that he still shows that he is a work in progress, particularly on the deep passes. He looks a little lost. It's like 50-50 if he's going to turn the right way when the ball's thrown up in the air down the field. But there's no question he has the ability to be the guy. But that's your number 2 receiver. And when you look at the rest of the league, was some of the better teams in the National Football League, they not only have great wide receiver tandems, but they might have trios before you start factoring in the tight end. Now, as a group of pass catchers, I think the Lions are better off than most because of the tight end position and because of the running backs being able to catch the ball in the backfield. But from if you're going to ask me about position group, I'm going to say it's wide receiver because of the drop-off and the uncertainty of what Jameson Williams is. And then there's another drop-off between J-Mo and whoever the number 3 guy is. If it's Khalif Raymond or if it's going to be Donovan Peoples-Jones, or is it what's behind door number 2 here if they want to fill it through free agency or the draft? What is it for you? What's the biggest hole?
I understand why you would pick receiver. I'm going to go with a different position group, but I'm a big fan of Jameson Williams. He's only played 500 and some snaps in the league so far, so he's got to prove he can stay healthy. He's got to prove he can play a full season. But at the end of the year, when he was making those big plays, including the playoff game, even against the Niners, I think he showed you there's more to come with that, with Jameson Williams and his big play ability. So I think he will stay healthy. He will play enough where you'll see over the top, you'll see reverses, you'll see all that stuff, that the things that they drafted him to do. So I'm going to go with, like I said, a different position group, which I think is the biggest concern and biggest hole for me is it's edge rusher. Outside of Aiden Hutchinson, you don't really have a proven guy that can consistently get to the quarterback, and that's a big deal for me. Aleem McNeil, he should definitely showed that he can be a really good player in this league, rushing from the inside. With DJ Reader there, maybe getting some double teams. I think I'm not too concerned with the middle. It's the outside guys. Like I said, outside of Hutch, James Houston, who was a 6th-round pick, who was amazing when he just finally got to play his first year, and then his last season got cut short. So I just don't know about him for sure like I do. Jameson Williams was a guy who was drafted in the first round, they traded up for, who showed it at Alabama. So I just have more confidence in Jameson Williams coming through than James Houston doing it. And they went and got Davenport, who's a veteran guy who's had struggles staying healthy. And even when healthy, I'm not sure he's going to be the same guy that was drafted by the Saints to get to the quarterback consistently. They grab a guy from Canada in bets. I'm not saying that's a reach or anything. Go throughout, find talent wherever you can find talent. But I think that just shows you that they're still looking for someone to play opposite Hutchinson. I know Brad Holmes says they don't look to pair guys up, but let's be honest. Someone needs to rush the passer opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and I think they're still looking for that. So that'd be my biggest concern.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What do you think is the biggest weakness in the Lions roster right now? What still needs to be filled? What do they have to address at this point? We'll take your texts and your calls as we continue. Plus, we will let you know what the guy from ESPN had to say as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. So my favorite place to go, without question, want to go out and watch a game, get a bite to eat, is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. And right now, hey, if you're having issues with Xfinity because you can't watch your favorite baseball team play, have no fear. You can catch the games over at 24. They have great food, awesome wings, best wings in town. And if you're planning an end-of-the-year party for school, why not book it at 24 Seconds? Plus, they can cater for grad parties as well. And with the spring weather now coming, when it's not raining, the rooftop deck is open, and it's a great place to just sit back and relax. You're right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley. It's a lot of fun there on 12 Mile. They have great new happy hour specials that are and daily specials as well, featuring $3 margaritas on Wednesdays. You got $3 Long Islands on Thursdays. They've got lunch on Thursdays and Fridays there. Trivia is Thursday night. That's a lot of fun over there as well. And go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. Plus, they're hiring cooks, servers, food runners, and hosts for this summer. There's not a bad seat in the house. All the flat screen, high definition TVs you can shake a stick at. I love the place. I was there last Friday, in fact, and I'll be back again real soon. Check out all the specials and the happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley. All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here in 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you along with the producer Kang. Doug will be back on Monday's show. Talking about the Lions. Got Lions rookie minicamp going on right now and asking people what they want the headline to be out of the weekend and what's the report that you want to hear, who you're most interested in hearing about. Some players starting to talk a little bit after practice right now. We'll get into more of that as it comes down the pike. But we're also talking about this ESPN article with one of the writers talking about the biggest holes in each team's lineup right now. Which position group is the weak link for each team? For me, I say it's wide receiver. Kang says it's edge rusher, and we're asking the people what you think. Listen to all opinions. No judgment here, none at all. We're okay.
It's kind of subjective. I mean, you can make your case for
you can make a case for anything.
I mean,
we can disagree.
Yeah, we can disagree. But I mean, I just look at it like I feel like they think Pascal's a guy who was kind of a draft and develop guy, and it's maybe taken a little bit longer than some of us had hoped for because he was hurt a little bit to start. Davenport doesn't do a ton for me personally. Betts, I'm intrigued to see, can his success in Canada translate to some kind of success in the NFL. But other than that, James Houston is kind of like the wild card. Was it real? Was it not? We didn't get to see it last year. So That's why my concern is opposite Hutch.
And I understand that concern. I guess for me, it was less of a concern, I guess, because I have more faith that Houston's going to come back and he'll be what he was and try to build off of that. The additions of Houston and Betts is the Canadian football player who was the defensive player of the year in the CFL last year. He had 18 sacks. I'm intrigued by what those guys can do, but are they effectively the same as what they had last year with the Aquaras? Maybe with the Aquaras and Charles Harris. Maybe it's better, perhaps. I remember Marcus Davenport coming out of Texas San Antonio that I was really intrigued by him, and played a little bit with New Orleans, and the coaching staff knows about him. If he can stay healthy, then I think that could be an upgrade. But the question is if he can stay healthy. That's always a question with anybody. And the Canadian Football League guy, Betts, I have no idea what to expect. I really don't. So I get why you're there. I guess for me, I have more faith that James Houston is what we saw his rookie season. So that's why I have it below the wide receiver core.
I get it. And with Betts, I'm just concerned that did they translate the sacks? Is it a ratio, Canadian dollar ratio? Did he get credit for more sacks than he would in America? I don't know.
Right. It's like, what's the line from Kingpin?
Yeah, the Amish work twice as hard. Right. They do everything you do plus half.
Right.
So he was bowling 15 frames or something?
15 frames instead of 10. Like, what's your average? Oh, like 280. Wow, really? Yeah. Well, it's because you had an extra 5 frames to accumulate the pins. What a great movie that is.
We may have referenced it once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. I love that movie. It's funny when you're watching cable and the movie comes up and I go to hit info and then it has all the actors and stuff, and you scroll through them and see what their filmography is. So when it comes to Vanessa Angel, who's the actress in that, and she's awesome, smoking hot. They haven't updated, or they have her information mixed up with somebody else, at least when it says the age. It says born 1996 in California. Vanessa Angel is born in 1970 or something like that, So it's just funny how they have that. It's an anomaly I saw recently.
Did they have the right filmography after? Or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, which I find hysterical because there she is movies from the 80s, late 80s.
But she was born in 96.
But she was born allegedly 15 years later.
She told him to change that. She changed it herself, I bet you.
She may have. We got some ticket texts coming in. Wide receiver is thin after Amon-Ra St. Brown and J-Mo. I think Zay Jones would be a great addition. That's from Jay and Warren. It's the kicker position. We'll go 3-14 if we don't sign a Panthers guy, Joe and Fenton. And, of course, that's Jake Bates, the Michigan Panthers guy that everybody's talking about. And, no, we won't go 3-14.
Somehow they won 12 games last year without Jake Bates.
Somehow. Don't know how it happened.
Although I do think they should bring Jake Bates in.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And, frankly, that was my number 2 position group.
Was it?
It's kicker. That you can and I feel like if Jake Bates isn't a Lion by June 1st, something's wrong. I forget what I actually had it written down.
Or at least competing for the job, right?
The end of the UFL season, I think, is the first week in June. So if he's not here by 4th of July, something's wrong. I think it's the edge. I think it's edge rushing. That's from Alex and Fenton. A big target for Jared Goff in the receiving position, Royal Oak, I should say. They need a more reliable receiver. That's from Jeff in a truck. Linebacker is the biggest weakness. Anzalone's overachieving. Campbell is okay and improving. Barnes is a poor tackler and awful in coverage. Depth is weak at best. Signed Mike in Royal Oak. Is Derek Barnes always going to be remembered for the play against Dak Prescott that he didn't make?
I don't think so. Didn't he make up? He made up for it in the playoffs. He had the interception.
Definitely made up for it in the playoffs.
Yeah. So, no, I think he's got. We're past that. Because it didn't matter in the end. They end up hosting a playoff game thanks to Green Bay.
Yeah. Do you agree? Because linebacker, I'll fight back on the linebacker position a little bit. I think Anzalone has done a great job with his team, and I think he's going to be the guy that hands the baton over to Jack Campbell real soon. Jack Campbell had a decent rookie year last year, but I think Jack Campbell has so much more room to improve. And then they've got Rodriguez, and they've got other players like Derek Barnes, as you mentioned. For a team with the best offense in the division by far, we might have the lowest ranked receiving group out of the division. Yeah, for wide receivers, I agree. I think the Packers have better wide receivers. I think the Vikings have better wide receivers. And I think the Bears have better wide receivers. We might have the best. You can argue that. Oh, Justin Jefferson's probably the best if he stays there. But Amon-Ra St. Brown is absolutely fantastic.
But the thing is, what you talk about passing attack, you got to mention Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta.
That's different. But this is position group.
Position group, yes, I would agree.
Receiver,
Receiving, we don't stack up probably as a whole to the Vikings and the Packers. But
when you factor in the tight end and the running backs, then all of a sudden things start to even out an awful lot. But the Vikings are a scary team when you look at the talent that they have on that team right now. The Packers have assembled a ton of receivers. They went out and they also got a couple tight ends they really liked last year in the draft. And the Bears are assembling talent too. This is going to be an offensive division. It'll be interesting to see which team's defense ends up being the best of the group. Despite the fact the Lions drafted people in the secondary, I still think the biggest problem is a proven secondary. Can they cover? I think that's fair until you prove otherwise. Even though it looks like they've improved it pretty dramatically, until I see it on the field, you can't buy it just yet. I'll buy that. I can listen to that. Back to the phones we go. Ed is next up here in 97 The Ticket. Hey, Ed.
Hey, guys. So I wanted to call. I thought the position of need is linebacker. I mean, we got gassed for a lot of yards last year. I don't care what Jack Campbell could do. It's what did Jack Campbell do? Not much. I love Anzalone, don't get me wrong, but he needs more help. But with that being said, I got to jump on something you guys are just talking about, wide receivers.
Sure, but hang on. Before you do the wide receiver, let me just say this. Lions did have like the best rush defense in the National Football League. So when you're talking about getting gashed, I'm not sure if I would say that they
after week 9? Because before week 9, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we give up 3 games of over 200 yards rushing?
I have to double check that, but like I said, that was still statistically one of the best, if not the best, rush defense in the National Football League. They got gashed by wide receivers at the end. I didn't think it was necessarily by the running game.
So, but anyways, I heard you guys talking about the receivers. We need to stop, put our brakes on Chicago. You got a rookie. You don't know what he's going to do. You got Keenan Allen, which plays in a wheelchair pretty much when he's on the field. And as far as what's his name, Moore out of Carolina, I think that guy's been hyped by the media more than he's ever performed on the field. So I'm not giving Chicago anything until I see it, because you got one receiver who's in a wheelchair, you got one receiver who's never stepped on an NFL field, and you got one receiver that was hyped more than he was, put up numbers.
All right, well, I guess we'll agree to disagree.
DJ Moore had 1,300 yards last year, 96 catches and 8 touchdowns. And with Justin Fields, who people think can't throw, as his quarterback.
And his wheelchair wide receiver put up over 1,200 yards receiving last year. And they add Rome Odunze, the rookie.
Some thought maybe was better than Marvin Harrison. Some, not everybody.
Yeah. So I'm just going to politely walk back and just nod my head and say, okay.
And the Lions finished the year last year's second least amount of rushing yards given up in the league.
Yeah. Aside from quarterbacks that were doing the damage, like Justin Fields obviously ran all over the Lions. Lamar Jackson ran all over the Lions. When it came to running quarterbacks, it's an issue. It's an issue for most teams. But statistically for the season, they were outstanding against the run. And now they add DJ Reader to the mix too, up on that defensive line. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right. I will finally reveal what the writer had to say. I've been teasing it for a half an hour. I haven't gotten to it yet. We'll see what he has to say, and we'll discuss whether you agree with it or not and get more of your calls at 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
The Lions start minicamp today, but they will be without their head coach. A source from the team has confirmed it was for personal reasons for Dan Campbell. The Tigers face the Astros today to start a 3-game series at Comerica Park. Casey Mize will make the start for Detroit. Mize is coming off an outing versus the Yankees where he gave up 5 earned runs and 9 hits. Framber Valdez will start for the Astros. He's thrown 22 innings and carries a .397 ERA into play today. Tigers TV broadcaster Jason Benetti was asked about the recent Comcast and Bally sports drama on the morning show today. Tony Paul of the Detroit News recently interviewed GM of Bally Sports Detroit, Randy Stevens, and he commented the following, quote, "Candidly, it was never our intention to desire to have these games off the air. We were negotiating to what we thought was a solution. We were very optimistic. The situation caught us by surprise as well. We were not giving anyone a heads up this could be coming because we anticipated reaching an agreement, and we had made it known we were open to an extension," end quote. The USPBL, the United Shore Professional Baseball League in Utica, has signed their 52nd player to an affiliated team. Right-handed pitcher Andrew Huffman is headed to the Twins. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so here's what the ESPN writer Aaron Schatz had to say about the Lions' biggest weakness. Says the roster hole is wide receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a star and was worthy of his recent huge contract extension, but the Lions are depending on a lot of hope after St. Brown. Talking about Jamison Williams last season with just 24 catches, and the team hopes that he can finally develop his potential as a starting receiver, as an outside starting receiver. Khalif Raymond, also one of the backups they have. See if they use more usage, but they get limited targets the last couple of years. Donovan Peoples-Jones had surprisingly good advanced metrics in Cleveland, but didn't stand out last season for Detroit. Beyond those three receivers are street free agents. 2023 7th-round pick Antoine Green and Tom Kennedy, a player who had been on and off the Lions practice squad for years. This would be an excellent landing spot for a remaining veteran free agent receiver like Michael Thomas. That's the former receiver from New Orleans who caught a mess load of passes recently as a couple of years ago, but it's just kind of fallen out of favor there in New Orleans. But he says it's wide receiver. So I'm not saying he disagrees with you, Kang, but
well, I disagree with him. I disagree with him.
Well, but do you agree that you agree wide receiver is a group that could be
sure
enhanced?
It's up there. Yeah, I mean it's up there with kicker as well. I mean, the thing is, you got Jamison Williams. Okay, you are counting on something that's slightly unproven, but to me, the end of last year, he was coming on.
Yeah, he was.
So it's not like it's unheard of to ask for him to do something we haven't seen before. No, we've seen him make big plays. He just needs to be consistently targeted and in the lineup. With Josh Reynolds there, he wasn't going to get that because Reynolds was so dependable. The chemistry he built with Jared Goff, I get that. He's a big body receiver, make contested catches. Jameson Williams is more big play receiver. Get the ball in his hands any way you can. Watch him run. Watch him make a big play. I think the guys behind him, you can start to question. Khalif Raymond has made plays in this league and has been consistent. As far as Antoine Green, we don't know what he is. DPJ, he was a guy that played in Cleveland but didn't get a lot of run and targets, and ultimately let him go because they just didn't have a use for him anymore. So, yes, I think it is somewhat of a concern, but I guess I'm counting on the Lions to do what they've always done, which so far is develop. Yeah,
and we're all in the boat of hopefully it's Jamison Williams, because that would put the end of the question. Like, it's done. Or if you need your 1-2 combo and it's unquestioned, it's St. Brown and Jamison Williams, you feel pretty good about it if JMO takes that next step. But to find a third option or an option that pushes JMO, I'm not against that. If it's Michael Thomas, the price is right, I'm all for it. And I would imagine this late in the game, the price is going to be right. If you're signing a free agent wide receiver at this point, it's a 1-year deal. And those are perfect for this team. Doesn't hurt the cap for years to come if you're worried about that extension that Jared Goff is going to get. Is this going to prevent the Lions sign Jared Goff? Does that prevent them from signing a free agent player right now? Absolutely not. They've got a ton of cap space. The cap space is for this year. A 1-year contract would only affect this year. So can they still go out there and get Quandre Diggs and Michael Thomas? Yeah, they can. I imagine the price is right. But we'll see what they decide to do.
They're definitely thin, but I think they actually believe in DPJ more than most people do. They traded for him at the trade deadline.
They did, but I can't remember what that was given up. It wasn't much.
It wasn't much.
Yeah, so we'll see. And look, he's got good size, had a really good year in Cleveland a couple of years ago, which made you think there's a lot more in the tank there. I mean, he hasn't played a whole lot of professional football to this point, so yeah, there's potential. DJ is in Detroit. DJ, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, man.
My guy, what's happening, man?
Not much. All right? Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. So this is all over the place, man. Like, I just changed my answer listening to these other people because I always try to give you a good, intelligent answer. So I'm riding and thinking. First, I said the D-line and the kicker. I'm sticking with the kicker a second, but the more I think about this, man, like I'm looking at it from a grading scale. On our D-line, we'll say that what? Hutch plays at what, about a B level? Would you agree with that? A- B level?
I'd probably go like B+. Yeah, I don't think he's top tier in a league yet, but he's got potential to be there. I think he's really good.
Yep, and I would say Aleem McNeil was probably about a B- because he was almost having a Pro Bowl. So if I look at it from grading standpoint, let's say our D line averages out to about a B- C. You get what I'm saying? The wide receiver group St. Brown is an A+. He's a top 5 receiver. We can't pick anything apart.
Nope.
J-Mo, when these guys say this stuff about J-Mo, man, I had to switch on J-Mo because I was saying J-Mo was a bust. He's not. When you go to them games, man, a lot of those underneath 20-yard crossing patterns that St. Brown and Porter get, when you go to them games, you actually see it because J-Mo is pushing them safeties, and his respect factor on that field is incredible. Like, it goes unsaid. And he don't get the targets. I see it. So for these guys to be saying, well, he's not getting production, well, you do know Laporta, Gibbs, and St. Brown are taking a lot of what we could see out of him because he just can't get the reps.
I think that's true. Thanks. It is true to a point with that, with what you have to say. There's a lot that he does that goes unnoticed. His blocking downfield is fantastic. The fact that he is fast does draw the attention of the safety to allow for these the targets underneath to come through. That's big as well. But now with Josh Reynolds gone, J-Mo's going to have to step up. And, there are times when you throw to Jameson Williams and he gets exposed for not being this crisp route runner, knowing which way to turn on the deep pass and all that. And hopefully that gets worked out. But there is going to be much more on his plate. There's no questioning, DJ, that he is a weapon. He's got the ball in his hands. So, there is nobody I'd rather see have the ball in their hands as a Detroit Lion than Jameson Williams.
So let me give you my answer. When I look at the grading, I would probably say the linebacker corps, they're about a C-. I mean, because Anzalone is playing good. Campbell's playing solid. The cornerback position, I just changed. The cornerback position, I think Brian Lawrence plays at about a C level to B-, but the rest of those guys are Ds. So I clearly think it's not what I think about it until we see what these rookies do. It's the cornerback position and the kicker position, in my opinion.
DJ, you are a hard grader, man.
I try to be objective and fair,
I know,
man.
I know. I think we all try to be objective. I'm just saying that's some tough grading right there. I mean, you're grading the linebackers.
What would you give Brian Branch?
I give him a heck of a lot better. I think Brian Branch is a solid B. I think Brian Branch is a really, really good player on this team, and that was as a rookie.
I love Branch. I'm with you. So I might be hard, but what would you give Anzalone? About a C-, B? What would you give Anzalone?
I think Alex Anzalone is better than you think he is. I think he's a B- as an overall linebacker. I think covering a tight end, maybe that downgrades it, but the Lions have always had that issue with guarding covering a tight end. But I think Alex Anzalone is a leader on that defense. He makes plays. He's got speed. He's chased guys down that you just didn't see coming. Next thing you know,
I actually like him, and I'm gonna leave you with this. I was reading the article, and I don't think we give him credit. You know what I like about Anzalone? He's gotten better since he's been here.
Yes,
he's getting better.
He has, but I feel like there's. And thanks for the call, DJ. I appreciate it. I feel with Anzalone that maybe we've reached, and Kane, you have your opinion on this too. Has he reached his ceiling as a player, or does he still have more to go or more to give? Is he defined what he is?
I hate to doubt him because I doubted him already, and he's already surpassed what I thought he could do. Like, with that being said, if you're fork to the nose, as you like to say, Gator, I'd say he probably reached his peak. Like, he's a really good leader. He's not like some 35-year-old either. So he does have room to grow. I don't know how much more room he does have, though. He's already exceeded my expectations. He's a leader of this defense, a captain. He knows exactly where guys are supposed to be and lined up.
Played hurt at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's tough. So like I said, he's exceeded my expectations. Jack Campbell's the guy that you want to be like the Luke Kuechly. If you're looking for a guy to make a difference between those two guys, Campbell's got the higher ceiling. And so that if you want that position group to get better, you're looking at Jack Campbell.
I agree with you. Campbell has the higher ceiling, and that's why I say with Anzalone, has he reached the ceiling? Is he close to reaching the ceiling? But like you, I sold him short a couple of years ago, and they went out and re-signed him for a reason, and he's delivered. It's like if I owe an apology to anybody in the Lions, I think it's to Alex Anzalone. He's been really good.
You guys both got great hair too, You should be on the same team, man.
This is true.
Should have never doubted him.
But he can grow a beard. I can't do that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of people can.
This is true.
Grow beards that you and I can't.
No.
I'm on your team on that one.
Yeah, 100%. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number you want to comment on the Lions. We talked some Tigers earlier in the show. Tigers return home tonight for a 3-game series against the Astros. The City Connect jerseys will be on full display. No, Bally's has not worked out a deal yet with Xfinity, or the parent companies have not worked out deals yet. So the game's still not on Xfinity if that's who your cable provider is. Wondering if people are going to the games live and in person because of that. Does that give you more reason to check them out live? But we're talking lots of Lions here as well on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, we're going to get a lot of rain in the next couple of weeks, and that means that your grass is going to be growing and growing and growing. People say grows like weeds, but what you don't want to see are weeds. Give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call today where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN. For a limited time, when you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. I talk about weeds because you see the little yellow things that look like flowers? They're not. Dandelions are not flowers. Dandelions are weeds. Crabgrass is no good. You don't want to see crabgrass in the middle of the summer because by then it's a real problem that is really hard to fix. So much easier to treat a problem than it is to fix it later on. Dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You do not want that. You got to stop them before they go to seed. So give them a call right now. They don't get the runaround with Natural Way. They won't treat for one issue. Then when you have a problem, tell you it's something else. You just want the job done. You just want them to fix it. That's what they do. They come up with solutions. They tailor specifically for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. This is a locally owned company for over 30 years, a company I've trusted with my yard for almost a dozen years now. I love it. Locally owned company with Michigan families involved in local charities. Keep your money right here in the state. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. 248-539-9797 and cell phone number. Same number to text us as well. Got some more Lions feedback. Tom in Detroit, Holmes has addressed this position somewhat, but edge rusher is what I think their biggest weakness is. Maybe Betts, Davenport, and Houston will be a lot better on the right side than the guys that they've had playing edge last season, though I just would have felt a lot better had they added Danielle Hunter. Well, I think we all feel better if they added Danielle Hunter, but that came with a massive cost. And when you see what this team is doing, you know, they're investing in their own guys, obviously. They invested in Peninsula. They invested in Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're soon to invest in Jared Goff. And to go outside the organization and bring in a free agent that they would invest in, it doesn't sound like that's what their plan is. And we'll find out if that's a mistake or not. I was a huge Danielle Hunter fan. I wanted them at the trade deadline. I wanted them to look at him in free agency. I understand what their plan is with their own free agents re-signing them. But to me, this comes down to the Lions have faith in the guys they have. They have faith in James Houston that he'll bounce back and now have a full season of James Houston as opposed to 7 games like he was his rookie season. And they get some kind of production out of Davenport. That'd be nice. Taking a chance on Betts. I have no idea what to expect from Betts. The bar of expectation for him is so low for me, and hopefully he exceeds it in dramatic fashion. But I don't think you can go into the season thinking that's the answer. That's the guy. You can call your shot. Good for you if you do, but I think there's nothing that would back that up based on watching games in the CFL.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like the Lions are going to go about it with this huge, big splash free agent signing. Danielle Hunter, L'Jarius Sneed, although you would have had a trade for him, essentially it was a signing because he wanted a new contract.
Right.
That's just not the route they're taking. They're going to do draft, develop, and re-sign. And that's fine because it's worked for them. So I get that. But I think when you look at the Lions' weakness, you're kind of asking yourself this question is, who do you have more faith in? Do you have faith in Jameson Williams? Do you have faith in James Houston? Do you have faith in the 2 rookie cornerbacks that they drafted, right? Do you have faith in Badgley or whoever who's in the kicking competition? So
Jake Bates.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's kind of the question you are asking yourself when you ask what is the Lions' biggest weakness. And right now I have full confidence, not full, but a pretty good confidence in Jameson Williams. I'm not sure about James Houston, and that's why I chose the edge rusher.
Yeah, and that was the opposite. I had more confidence in James Houston than I do in Jameson Williams, and I have confidence in both. Here's who I really have confidence in. Brad Holmes. Another ticket texter might be more minor, but honestly, kicker is the biggest hole in the Lions game. So many games are won by a single kick, and I don't trust Bagley as much as I'd like to. He did have a big kick against the Rams.
He did.
Monster was a 54-yard field goal against the Rams. So there's that. And yet, yeah, I'll be disappointed if Jake Bates is not in training camp for the Lions competing against Badgley for the starting job. I mean, that's the way that I feel. 248-539-9797. Robert is in Southfield. Next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Robert.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Is that too loud?
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Because I'm in my car. Yeah, I was just calling. I called in quite a few times, but this is about we need a big, strong receiver because that's what we're getting torched by. Because we don't have one on the team to practice against. If we need one, it'll be a big plus to our team. A big 50-50 ball guy. He can go up the field, you throw the ball to him, he can jump up over the receiver. We don't have that on this team. That's why we're getting torched by it. Because we don't have that guy to practice against.
Well, J-Mo might be that guy. He's
a small guy.
Well, he's wiry, but he's not short. Isn't he 6'2"?
Yeah, he's a good receiver. But I'm talking about like Metcalf, guys like that. Big, strong guys. Can run over DBs and all that. DBs are scared of them while they're out there running around. We don't have that on our team.
Well, I think defense.
They have that on this team.
I think Jameson Williams is a guy that strikes fear in every defensive back because he can beat you with his speed. But as far as the size is concerned, I understand what you're saying there. Donovan Peoples-Jones is 6'2", Jameson is 6'1", and Antoine Green is 6'2". You're right. They don't have that guy that's big. Sam Laporta they use like a receiver. He's only 6'3". But no, they don't have that 6'4" receiver, that big guy.
Oh,
That's
like
why there was a
Calvin
lot of talk
Johnson.
of Keon Coleman. Would he make sense for the Lions? Or
Xavier Legette, who's
Yeah.
a strong receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it make a big difference. You got this guy you practice against all the time. It'll make you stronger. You understand?
Yeah. No, I hear you. And
That's all I was.
thanks for the call, Robert. Appreciate it. We're looking forward to seeing when training camp actually happens. I mean, that's where you get down to it. You see what strides players have made, and to see where Jameson Williams is at. Is it going to be night and day difference what he looks like in training camp, running routes in August of 2024 compared to where he was in the middle of the season last year running routes? I hope so. I hope it's night and day difference. I hope he looks like a polished receiver and poised to just take the top off of teams because he just runs with that speed, whether it's on a crossing pattern, you throw the ball to him and he takes a 5-yard pass and turns it into a 90-yard touchdown, or if he's just flat out going to beat you on a go route.
Yeah, I mean, I have full confidence in Jameson Williams that he's going to be this game breaker that they traded up for. We saw it at the end of last year. We saw it in the Niner game where he had 2 touchdowns. You know, the reverse, the catch in the end zone. I think he'll be fine. But I do understand what the caller's saying as far as they do have a hole there left by Josh Reynolds. They don't have a big-bodied receiver to make contested catch. The ironic part is when they needed Josh Reynolds the most last year, he dropped the ball on 4th down. Right. I mean, that's what you need that guy for. And I don't want to hold that completely against him because throughout the season he was great, and that's why they went to him in that moment. But yeah, they don't have a big-bodied receiver. Now, someone's got to step up, whether that's lining up Sam Laporta in the slot, for those contested catches, or I'm sure Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell have something up their sleeve. But as of right now, with the way the roster is constructed, yeah, DPJ or somebody else is going to have to step up for that spot. But right now they're rolling with, Leaf, St. Brown, and JMO.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the guy that would go up and get it. And they won 12 games. And then they won 2 playoff games and got to the NFC Championship game. Is that an aspect? Is that just adding on that you want to do that to kind of put the cherry on top of things? I'm not going to argue that because it'd be nice to have a receiver with size and speed that is known for getting the 50-50 balls. But the offense that the Lions run that's really not the offense that they do. When you think about it, it's throwing the shorter passes to the tight end or hitting St. Brown underneath. And, occasionally with that, it loosens things up, and then you can throw the deeper crossing patterns to receivers that are open. This offense is not predicated on, I'm going to throw the ball up in the corner and hope my guy comes down with it. That's just not how they're built. So take it for what it is. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Sticking with football, there's a report out there about, remember those games that the NFL talked about they're going to go on Christmas Day. They're going to have 2 games on Christmas Day. Well, there's a report out there that says where those games are going to be, where they're going to be in terms of television and how to watch it. This is where we're going. We're already dealing with it right now with what's happened with Bally's and having to adjust our baseball viewing. And with football, we've had to deal with this for several years now, whether it's games on Amazon Prime or games on Apple TV or NFL Network or whatever the case is. Now there's another contender in the mix. We'll talk about it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so remember, I don't know what it was, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, we were talking about how the NFL on their schedule, which they have yet to release, although it's expected it's going to come next week, that they're going to have 2 games on Christmas. 2 games on Christmas. And, okay, fair enough. I think it's crappy for the players to have to deal with that. But me as a person sitting at home on Christmas, I'll love it. Once Christmas is done, I guess. We usually, Christmas is an evening thing with my family.
Christmas Eve? Or not Eve?
No, the evening
Okay.
of Christmas. Yeah, at night because my brother and his family, they do the day with his family, and then we'll do dinner at usually my house and open gifts later on. It's usually a late night for us. So watching a game during the day is going to be great. And then the game at night. Okay. It works for me. But now there's a report, Pro Football Talk is quoting John Arand of The Puck, whatever that is, but it is I've looked it up online. I've seen Puck is I guess a publication, an online publication that does some research on stuff. And it says that he says it looks like Netflix will wind up carrying the 2 NFL games scheduled for December 25th per a bevy of sources. He goes on to say this could all fall apart and nothing has been signed yet, and that the 2 sides still have to clear some hurdles before any deal is announced. Arand also points to the Netflix negotiations as the reason for the delay in the schedule release. It was, we're told, supposed to happen on May 9th. It's now happening on May 15th. So was that next Tuesday? 11, 12, 13, 14. Next Wednesday, I guess. I had to do some quick math and use my fingers.
It's okay.
Oh, it's so pathetic.
Show your work. You did.
Yeah, I did show my work. There it is. I have to show my work. It goes on to say whether the Netflix deal is announced or whether the games will carry a TBD to be determined is, you guessed it, to be determined. It said prior reports indicated that the NFL wants at least $50 million and ideally as much as $100 million for each of the Christmas games. For Netflix, capturing the captive Christmas audience would be a major coup. And this was something that actually Boomer Esiason goes on to say, Boomer Esiason, fresh from the CBS bubble, first floated the Netflix angle on Wednesday. So this is the way that everything's going, right? We're going to streaming services when you get the special games on different nights, whether it's the Thursday night football or the Saturday morning or Sunday morning games that they might have in London or whatever the case is, and you got to start looking where your games are each and every week. This is just the natural progression. Now, it feels like most everybody has Netflix, but not everybody does. This is brilliant for Netflix to step in and do it because now you're going to get people buying your product. And once they get on it, they'll probably get hooked because if you haven't had Netflix and you start to surf around it, you tend to find a lot of stuff that you want to see. And you'll put up with the $15 or $20 a month, whatever it is, for Netflix. It's brilliant for the league to do this because if the league ends up getting somewhere between $200 and $300 million, or I should say $100 and $200 million to carry the 2 games, I mean, it's not all going to go to the salary cap, right? But let's say that it were to all go to the salary cap and you negotiate somewhere with $155 million. That's an additional $3 million per team for the salary cap when you think of it. The salary cap would go up $3 million.
And don't forget all the people they'll fire at the NFL Network.
Right. Then, of course, they'll announce.
Or the NFL offices.
Yeah, the downsizing of the NFL offices because of it. But this is, again, we talk about the NFL prints money. And this is the next way to do it is that you're talking about 2 games netting what could be between $100 and $200 million for the National Football League. Now, I'm not thrilled that it would be on Netflix, but I have Netflix. So, okay, it's not any additional cost to me. Fair enough.
But there's, like you mentioned, though, there's plenty of people that don't have Netflix.
Yes.
There are plenty of people that don't have Amazon. Plenty of people don't have Peacock or whatever. This is the NFL, and they're going to go to 18 games. And I've been saying it for years. I'm telling you, Gator, there's going to be football on every day of the week eventually. Christmas is on a Wednesday. this year, okay, coming up. They're going to have games every day of the week this year, except for, I believe, Tuesday.
Yeah.
There's the Friday game. There's a Friday game that's the Brazil game where the Eagles are playing. Is it the Packers? I forget who they're playing. But, yeah, this is greed. And like I said, they're going to go to 18 games, and they don't care that it's Christmas, you know. They don't care that you have to stream it. If they can make money, which there's a bidding war or whatever going on right now, they're negotiating it, they're going to do it. It's crazy, but this is where we're at.
It is where we're at, and
I'm surprised, like, the NBA TV is not trying to get NFL game on their network or something, you know? It's just like...
I mean, the TV contracts that are going to be announced over the next few years, right, are just going to be astronomical. They already are, but they're going to be even bigger and bigger and bigger. And streaming services are getting more and more involved in it. And not to necessarily carry the entire season, but just to carry a few games on their networks and their platforms is big for each sport. And, you know, Doug has talked a lot about the sports bubble popping at some point, and I agree, at some point it will. But when they keep finding revenue streams, like the NFL is unbelievable at finding revenue streams, and this is just, it feels like it's the tip of the iceberg, you know, in doing that. It's amazing. We'll find out what the schedule is on Wednesday.
And that's another big thing that NFL does,
it's another huge day, right?
Yep.
So Monday show will address what happened in the rookie minicamp.
Yep.
Then you get a day breather, and then schedule comes out. Here we go.
We got to predict how many primetime games will the Lions get, right?
They're gonna get 7.
When
will
will
get 6.
Yeah, when will they play? You know, the Niners, the Rams.
Are they gonna have to go to Europe?
Yep. Planning your road trips, things like that.
Exactly. Which is the spoiler alert. Next week's show is going to be planning your road trip.
Seriously.
I know
Yeah.
exactly. We'll do that on
Gator,
Wednesday or Thursday.
This is going to happen, right? And eventually, and I'm going to say something that's going to piss off a lot of people, but
Uh-oh.
I just feel like it's going to happen. When the Super Bowl is going to be on a streaming network, you're going to have to get that streaming network service if you want to watch the Super Bowl. And some streaming network that maybe we don't even heard of yet is going to overbid everyone because they know how many eyeballs it gets. And they're just going to say, well, it's worth it for us. Because people, if you want to watch the Super Bowl, you're going to need Disney Plus or whatever it is, right?
Well, because they get to dictate what the ad prices are going to be, and everything just goes crazy through the roof. And playoff games are coming.
No, the playoff game was streamed last year. There was a game that was only on streaming.
That's right. It's going to happen. It's going to be
so
more than
Super Bowl's next.
Well, what happens if let's just for the sake of argument say it's Netflix, right? Netflix bids on the Super Bowl and they get it. What if they want to put it on Saturday? Does it take the streaming service to decide if that game gets moved to a Saturday?
They got to work that out with the NFL. But did you hear what Goodell said? He would prefer that once they go to 18 games that it gets pushed to President's Day. So it stays on Sunday, but a lot of people have the Monday off.
It would be the Sunday before President's Day. Yeah. Except one of us has to work. Because that's the way
You'll have something to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, or Doug.
Or Doug.
Me. Maybe I don't want to work that day.
I don't know. You guys figure it out, man.
We'll figure it out.
Flip a coin. Ask Siri. I don't know.
Yeah. Ask Terry and Arnold, you know. So that's a weird story, right? Antonio Pierce, the coach of the Raiders, has basically come out and said that the story that Terry and Arnold was talking about is a bunch of BS.
You're a liar.
Which I find interesting. That Terry and Arnold had the story where we played the audio early in the week of him saying, look, you know, I was in touch with the Raiders and they called me and said, look, you know, it was came down to I'm paraphrasing, came down to a flip of the coin and it landed on Brock Bowers. And then the Lions were going to move up and they eventually got me and, you know, and it works out. Since that report came out, then you had the Raiders GM come out and basically said, I have no comment on that. You know, we're not going to address that. Now the Raiders coach, Antonio Pierce, has flat out denied it. Ryan Clark of ESPN posted to social media that he spoke to Pierce, who said that, quote, no call and no coin flip took place. As soon as the last two quarterbacks went off the board, we said Bowers all the way, Pierce said via Clark. So now not only the Raiders, the head coach Antonio Pierce, not only is he saying that there was no coin flip, he said there was no call, which I'm dying to hear. Now, let's go back to Terry and Arnold, and after this minicamp practice, are they going to be able to talk to him and say, hey, this is what the coach said? Is he going to comment on it? Is anybody ask him? I hope somebody asks him, because I want to get some sizzle going here. Right?
Are the Raiders on the schedule next year?
To double check that. I don't think they are, but this is one of the things I want to know about, right?
Well, maybe Terry Arnold spoke to someone over there that wasn't Antonio Pierce. I know that the Raiders GM was saying he didn't want to get into the specifics of that. He just kind of just want to move on, and they're happy with Brock Bowers. But yeah, this is definitely conflicting sides here.
Yeah, the Vegas Raiders are not in the schedule.
No. Oh.
But yeah, I want to stick up for my guy. I want to believe my guy. Was he lying? I hope not. If Antonio Pierce, if you're lying, why are you lying?
Well, he has to lie. I think Antonio Pierce has more reason to lie, because you can't say that it was a coin flip. You know what I mean? Like, it could have been Arnold. You want to show conviction. We talked about it with Mahomes.
They can easily just, this, because the GM kind of screwed up in the first place by saying, well, I'm not going to comment on it. Maybe he said it emphatically and just rolled his eyes. I'm not commenting on that, just not talking about it. And then you can move on. But Antonio Pierce came out and said, hold up. Not only did we not flip a coin to determine who the pick was going to be, nobody called Terry and Arnold. No phone call. No coin flip. I sense there could be a great T-shirt made out of that if the Raiders were going to play the Lions, but that's not the case. It's an upcoming season. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. How do you feel about, we already know that Christmas is going to be with football, but if it's on Netflix, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And are we ready for this world going all streaming? We've talked, it's sad that this comes up all the time, and yet this is the world we're going to. And it's a big day on Sunday. It is a big day Sunday for a Detroit team. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Continuing to take your calls at 248-539-9797. Your ticket text as well. A lot of football today, a lot of baseball today. We were just talking about the report that those Christmas Day games, Christmas Day and night games, they might be on Netflix. And see how that upsets people or not. I think it's a brilliant move by Netflix to take those games on Christmas, because you know it could be a present on Christmas? Netflix. It's just brilliant. They've already got a huge audience. And then, you're buying into the fact that NFL fans are crazy. They love their product. And if they don't have Netflix, how about the gift of giving? Right?
Yeah, you just tell the kids while they're opening up their gifts, say, hey, Braxton, you need to move along. Daddy's got a parlay here. All right, we're streaming the Netflix Christmas game.
Right, we'll let Braxton, Paxton, and Jackson each make a pick.
Yeah,
and
Landon with a Y.
Right.
Okay. Landon with the Y. Pipe down, and don't open that gift yet. Might have to return it depending on this kick right here.
We got to see what happens here. Colin, keep quiet. We're gonna figure this out. Yeah, but I think it's a brilliant move by Netflix if in fact this is what they're doing. I think it might suck for a lot of football fans out there that have no desire to get Netflix and then they can't watch football on Christmas. But I think it's stupid to have football games on Christmas Day anyway. But the NFL is going to do what they're going to do if they can make money. And by the reports, they can make between $100 and $200 million for these two games total, which is just a crazy, crazy total. All right, something taking place on Sunday affects one of our local teams, perhaps in a really positive way, or maybe really is pushing it. But that's the NBA Draft Lottery. Sunday at 3 o'clock. Here come the envelopes, frozen or not. Out there, you're going to play the NBA logo game. Get your trolls out and hope you get the top pick. Although this year it seems like may not be the year that you want the top pick because people say it's not a very, very good draft.
Some call it historically bad, Gator.
Some would say historically bad. And I think a lot of it is just because people don't know. The top picks are thought of as being, players outside of college basketball. So you just don't know. You get these European stats on players, and it's always hard to pick apart really what it is. Oh, this guy, he's a great prospect. Well, what did he do last year? Yeah, he averaged 9.3 points a game and had 4 rebounds and played a total of 16 minutes a game. What? That's going to be the topic in the draft? Yeah. Don't you love it? Well, why? Well, he's got length, and he's got the ability to shoot 3-pointers. Oh, okay, tell me about it. It's 3-point percentage. What was it, like 40%, 45%? He shot 31% from 3. What? This is kind of where we're at. And yet, Kank, at the same time, it feels like every draft, not only it feels, I would probably guarantee, almost shoot the boot guarantee, every draft has a superstar player in it, it feels like.
Yeah, we just don't know it yet, right?
You just don't know it. And this is where you got to do your due diligence and find out who that best player is. And will the Pistons end up with the top pick? Maybe. They have as good as odds as anybody else.
The best, right? Or the top three.
For the top 3 teams, they're tied with that. So they're guaranteed no worse than what, 4th?
4th or 5th. Yeah.
4th or whatever it is in the draft. Do I hope they get the top pick? Yeah, I hope they do. I hope that they get the guy that they want, without question. But what we don't know is how good that player is going to be. But it's another opportunity, the draft lottery, see what they can do. I mean, I remember where I was the moment that Darko, the number 2 pick came up in the draft lottery. I was playing pool at Snookers back in the day when it was on Woodward, looking up the TV screen and seeing that the Pistons got the 2nd pick overall. I was like, what? That just happened? That's crazy. And then, unfortunately, the Pistons missed on the pick, but still won a championship that year. That did happen. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, it was 2003. LeBron James was the consensus number 1 overall pick. And then number 2, 3, 4 were kind of a little bit up in the air. Some wanted, Carmelo Anthony had just come off a great run in college. Darko was this unicorn, apparently, that, 7-footer that could shoot.
Another one of these European players.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
just don't know.
And then you had Chris Bosh as well.
And Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade, yeah.
Yep.
And then, the Pistons missed out, but they did win a championship that year after drafting Darko. So, yeah, you don't know what the draft is going to bring. I do hope the Pistons get the number 1 pick like you do, so they have their choice. And even if they're able to trade it or something like that. But they got to do something here because the fans are more than restless, you know?
Well, it doesn't look like things are going to improve dramatically anytime soon, so may as well take the best that you can. And like I said, having a top pick, does it mean you're guaranteed to get this awesome guy? No, because who knows what this draft really holds. But it would put at the very least, it says that they would have to have gotten their guy. There's no excuses. Like, you want to talk up, this guy's a great player? Well, okay. Well, you get the top pick, you get him. We'll see how that works out. I see that Jeff Rieger's in studio for Mike Valenti. Rico is here. Gentlemen, how are you?
Yeah, I'm in for Rico.
You're in for Rico? Playing the role of Rico Beard is, let me check. It's Rico Beard.
Yes. We're good, Gator. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I could tell Doug is not here. Studio feels nice. Not sweltering.
Does Doug like it hot?
Oh, my
He does.
goodness.
Doug runs cold.
Oh.
So he needs it warmer. I'm just along for the ride, man. I put up with it.
He's
most
like my
days.
mother.
There's
Needs it to
something-
be 85.
I often wonder, how come Gator is not passed out?
He's a lot like a lot of women.
Yeah.
So you sweat most shows then, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Well, I mean, not terribly, but I mean,
Gotcha.
yes. I there are times that when it gets to be unbearable, and I'll say, all right, I'm changing it up right now. And we'll do that.
Did he do this in college, Doug?
No,
The dorm?
you
No.
can't adjust the thermostat at Michigan State. You get what you get.
You get what you get. Absolutely.
Right. I remember when we first got cable. That was a big thing. So yeah.
Oh, wow. You probably had Bally's back then, too.
No.
The cable that I had in college, my sophomore year, when I went to Lansing Community College, I was living with a couple of friends in an apartment. That was the first year I had cable. We didn't have cable at home.
Really?
Yeah. I had cable TV in college, and I'm sitting on the couch with this giant remote. It was the size of a keyboard, and it had 3 rows of buttons.
Now, did you have the premium channels, the HBO,
We had
the
HBO.
Cinemax?
All we had was HBO. But I remember it being so happy that we actually had cable TV.
Yeah,
You'd watch anything because it was on cable.
I remember the first time I got a taste of cable, it was the early 80s. It was my cousin down south, the one that they teased me about that sang for MC Hammer. Like, I went to his house to visit him, and I was like, what is this? And he's like, we got cable. We can watch anything. Literally stayed up the whole night. Like, this is incredible.
In high school, I would give a friend of mine a videotape on like Mondays, and I would say, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you record this? And he's like, yeah. It was professional wrestling that I would have him record, but to each their own, whatever he wanted. But I didn't have cable, so I got this is awesome. Yeah. And it was a real treat.
How much was cable? Like, what, $30 a month? No, back then, to pay for
on
it.
campus, it was free.
Oh, well, on campus, I'm just curious, like for the actual household.
Well, because we were in an apartment, I think we paid probably $20, something like that. But that's a long time ago.
The
Ancient
glory
times.
days.
Ancient times. What's coming up on the show today?
Well, the schedule's going to come out next week. We're kind of looking at some things. The question we're going to ask the people, would you rather the Lions play an overseas game or play one of the 2 primetime Christmas games on a Wednesday night? Also, Rieger brought up an interesting question. With the whole Goff situation going down, think of it as a relationship. Who needs more who? Do the Lions need Goff or do the Goff need the Lions? So
right.
And then
more.
Something Rieger did, we're going to start the show off with.
Uh-oh. Jeff just being Jeff?
No, pretty sure most people would do what I did. It's not a big deal at all.
No, the way that Rico is making it sounds like it's you being you doing some stupid
I had to
stuff.
put a moratorium on all discussion out in the bullpen.
Yeah, Rico walked away. He was disgusted because I was
like,
trying to defend
no more
myself.
talk about this. We'll finish this on the air.
Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, it should be great.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.
Well, you can't say that. Isn't that patented?
Well, it's my co-host. I'm paying homage.
I don't know.
Yeah, treat your mothers with respect this weekend. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Store. The Tigers open a 3-game series with the Astros tonight. Casey Mize gets the start for the Tigers, looking to shake off a 9-hit, 5-earned-run attack against the Yankees the last time out. What do you got?
I was just admiring your headphones. Those things are massive. Like, look
nice.
at those things.
Yes.
My goodness.
Houston enters play as the worst team in the AL West, but they beat the Yankees 4-3 yesterday to stop a 4-game losing streak. First pitch is set for 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit Lions minicamp kicked off today in Allen Park. No Dan Campbell as he's out with a personal issue. The team announced that Christian Mahogany, Gio Manu, that he goes by Gio, by the way, Jeff, if you didn't see that. Sione Vaki and Makai Wingo have all signed their rookie deals. The cover of the new EA Sports College Football 25 game has been leaked. It features a bunch of players from different schools all packed in a tunnel leading out to the field. But right in the middle is Michigan running back Donovan Edwards, seen pointing to the sky. The last Wolverine to be included on the cover was Denard Robinson in 2014. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. I've got better headphones than you. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got to tell you, I've never been more proud of myself that I don't make average white rumors.
I think you were in.
No, I don't. I just listened. Very proud of myself.
You know what? There's going to be a season 4 because we
mess around on Livonia and find out will be a part of it.
Back by popular demand.
Jeff
Season 4.
Rieger, as you can hear, here in for Mike Valeni today. Thanks for listening to the show. Before we get, we got some Lions topics that we really want to hit upon later on today. Scheduling coming out next week. It's going to be some primetime games for the Lions. Would you like to see them on Thanksgiving? I mean, they're going to be on Thanksgiving. Would you like to see them on Christmas? Or would you like to see them play overseas in one of the London games or maybe a Germany game? Before we get into that, though, something happened as we were talking about the show. And we were all set to come out and, we were going to hit this topic hard.
Right, sports.
As you all know.
Like you should do.
As you all know, it's Mother's Day on this weekend.
Yeah,
on
Sunday. Justin Verlander's on the bump.
And here's the thing. Jeff actually called me. I was out this morning. I just got back from the barbershop. And I stopped at one of the at Costco or somewhere. And you called. And you're like, yeah, I'm trying to find something for the wife.
Yeah.
Because you were frustrated. I could tell you, like, man, it's so hard. It's so difficult.
I've hit like 20 stores.
So here's the thing. I need you all to let me know if I'm over-exaggerating or if Rieger's just a bad person.
Out loud.
248-539-9797. So Rieger says, yes, I finally found my wife a gift.
I got her several gifts.
Yes. But he bought a large purchase for the wife. Would you let me tell? You want to tell the story?
No.
Okay, let me tell the story.
I don't want you to slander me.
Okay, let me tell the story. So Rieger buys the gift, and we're like, okay, that's cool. And he's like, yeah, but I hate the fact that, she's going to see it on the credit card bill. It's like, well, why didn't you just pay cash? Because you would think if you're going to surprise somebody, just stop at an ATM, get the cash, pay for it. They'll never know. They'll see the withdrawal, but they won't know what it is. Instead, she's going to see the purchase. So it's like, why didn't you do that? Rieger's like, well, I'm not going to use my money for this. I'm going to use the joint account money for this. What do you mean you're using the joint account money for this? Like, well, no. Well, I only use my money for golf and gambling.
Well, yeah, I have my own little account.
So in your own personal account, where you should be buying this gift.
No. No, because the
You don't
Father's
wanna
Day
use that.
Well, the Father's Day gift doesn't come out of the family general fund. Why should the Mother's Day gift?
And so you're worried about her seeing the gift. It's like, why don't you just pay cash? But of course, you pay for it out of her money.
It's not her. Why do you all say that? It's not her money.
What do you do with your,
it's
hold on.
her money.
What do you do with your money?
It all goes
You
to the
gamble
family.
and golf.
No. It all goes to the family. I get like $150 from every paycheck that goes to the Jeff Rieger account. I call it the JRA, okay? And then I can gamble and golf with that money. And once I'm done, I'm done. The rest of the check goes to the family money.
It's just like my 13-year-old Rico have $150 from my check. It's like I'm giving him an allowance.
Have you heard of an IRA? It's the JRA, okay? It's the Jeff Rieger account.
I mean, seriously, it's like, okay, when she checks her phone or goes online, it's like, oh, I guess I know what my Mother's Day gift is.
She probably already saw it, Rico, because there's a such thing as a notification that comes across your phone when a purchase is done.
I turned it off on her phone, actually, because I didn't need her seeing everything I bought with the credit card. So I don't think she's going to see it. But what's funny to me is it's the thought that matters.
It's no thought.
It has no
Rieger,
bearing on the money you
money
spend.
to get her a gift.
It's not her
Why,
money,
Why
though.
get her a gift then?
Well, I know she's going to like it, number one.
Of course, she should. She paid for it.
I bought her like a secondary gift, too. I used my money. That was only like $35, though.
A box of Mike and Ike's?
It was some tchotchkes that I've handpicked over the last 3 weeks. I don't think this is a big deal. I think most people do this. Most people share accounts. So when you get the other a gift, it's coming from the joint account. But no, I'm not going to use... I only get $150 every 2 weeks. That goes quick because I'm an awful golfer and gambler. So I'm not going to use my money for that.
Rieger,
it's the thought.
No, it's not the thought. That's not the thought. You don't buy gifts for somebody from a joint account. That defeats the purpose.
Here's your thought. I'm going to buy my wife a gift with her money and her interest because now she's paying interest on the gift that you bought her.
You guys are killing me with this your money. Like, yeah, sure, she makes more than me, but that doesn't mean it's her money. It's our money.
Well, Jeff, you said, well, what if I'm not going to use my money on the gift for my wife?
That is my money, okay? That part is my money.
Wouldn't it mean more if you sacrificed gambling and golf to buy the mother of your child a gift?
Life is hard, dude. I mean,
or
I need
you
those
take
things.
the money that she makes and you go and buy her a gift with her money.
How about this? I find it funny. Like, if I invite you all over to my house in beautiful Canton, Michigan, I say, hey, come on over, we'll barbecue in the back. Are you going to say, like, oh, yeah, Allison, you have a great house, and not acknowledge that it's mine? Everything is joint.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Right. But using your analogy, you invite us over, but say, hey, David, pick up the meat, the barbecue, and you guys pick up the stuff because we all are going to be eating it, right? So you guys pay for it.
I would love to hear, because I know I'm right here. There's very few times when I come on the air and I know I'm right, like very few times.
Oh, no.
But I know I'm right here because every guy that buys a gift for their wife because they're the mother of their children, they all use the damn joint account. Now, some people might use cash, but it's everybody's cash. It's not their own cash.
You may be in the scumbag of the year.
How is that scumbag?
Rieger, because this is what you're saying. I have money, but I'm not going to spend the money on my wife. I'm going to spend the money on my bad habits, which are golf and gambling.
So Rico, very quickly, next month, Father's Day, right? I've already informed my wife what I want for Father's Day. But anyway, next month, Father's Day. If she gets me a gift, that's a big gift. I mean, after this whole thing, who knows? We might be divorced. But if she gets me a gift, all right?
She already knows the gift.
Oh, it's coming from the credit card, the same credit card that I used. So how is it any different? Should I say, Allison, how dare you? You didn't go and spend your own money that you have like under the bed
I'm
on
quite
my
sure
gift?
she probably has her own money that she will just say, rather than do this, I will buy my husband something out of my money.
I'm just curious. You think she has money I don't know about?
Yes.
No way.
They all do.
Yeah.
No way.
She's a woman, right? She got money you don't know about.
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
What do you think? She has like a quick getaway fund? When she gets sick of me, she can get the hell out of town?
Jeff, you're just making this easy for me. 248-539-9797. Yes, she does.
We could take calls on this. I know I'm right.
She's got, it's not a run away from you. It's the, oh my goodness, my husband overspent his money on golf and gambling, and we got to pay the bills reserve.
The calls are coming in. We can take a couple minutes and field the calls, but I'm just looking at 2 quick ticket texts. I know it's David's job to read the ticket text, but the 2 quick ticket texts. Jeff is 1,000% correct. Rieger is 100% correct. Using the joint account is the right move. Exactly. It doesn't mean any less just because it came from our joint account instead of my own personal.
Rieger, first of all, you were too lazy. If you're going to go with your joint account, stop. Take the money out.
No, but
she knows what she has.
Thank you.
She would then question, why are you taking money out of
then
the
again,
ATM? We don't
do that.
Account,
You
it's her account,
And you want to know why she questions?
Account.
No. Because if it's your account, she doesn't question it. She just simply says, my husband took money out of our account. But if she is questioning you, that means that's her money.
See,
why are you touching my money?
I don't appreciate that I come in to do the show and you guys try to emasculate me. I mean, yes, my wife makes more than me, but we share the money. We both make money. We both do household chores.
Well,
We're both the parents of Olive.
You're the one that said, I have a separate account for gambling and golf.
Well, according to Rico, she does too.
You're telling me you could take money from your account and get her a gift.
David,
you did this to yourself.
David, the problem is, we get paid on Thursday night. Well, I was on the air last night. I put some money down on the Celtics. That money's gone already.
You should have already had the money aside. You knew Mother's Day was coming up. You set aside money. You say, I'm not going to golf this week. I'm going to buy my wife a gift.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe they should make Mother's Day a yearly thing. And to make it more consistent,
that would help.
How about we put it in second weekend of May?
That'll help. It really would.
Kind of a reminder.
You guys are funny.
It's going to happen again next year.
You guys are funny because ask any married guy with kids, so you got to get the mother a gift. Ask any married guy with kids, it always sneaks up on you. Yeah, I mean,
Dave, hold on.
Nobody knows. Oh, you don't know when Mother's Day. I guarantee you, Roberto has no idea. Roberto, I guarantee you, found out on Wednesday that Sunday's Mother's Day.
They hate him at his house. Of course, he doesn't know when Mother's Day is.
You don't know when it is either. The average guy has no idea when Mother's Day is.
Second Sunday of every May.
Okay, Rieger.
Is that every year the same one?
Rieger, I'm assuming that you're here. You had a mother, so therefore, from a child, you knew Mother's Day is always in May.
I just wait for the advertising that I hear in 97 won the ticket. Get the Meyer and get some flowers.
As a matter of fact, for me, it was ingrained because my mother's birthday was May 5th. And she always told me, oh, no. There will be 2 gifts for me. It will be my birthday gift and it will be a Mother's Day gift. Do not give me the joint gift.
Okay, but does she tell you it can't come from somebody else's money or does it have to be from your money? Does she ask where it came from? Because that's the general principle of this discussion.
Yeah, when I was a child, my father gave it to me after I started making money. Yeah. Hey, Ma, can I borrow some money to buy you a gift? What are you, a degenerate?
It's the gift
we
that
failed.
counts.
At that point, she's failed as a mother.
Right, the minute you have a job, you do it. Before that,
I gotta tell you,
you give you a little allowance to do it.
Every gift I've ever received in my life, I've never thought to myself, I wonder what account this came from. I just said, oh, well, thank you. That's so nice
she
of
already knows.
248
We might as well say what she got because she knows.
I'm not.
She knows already. All she has to do is go in the bank account. Oh, you bought me this. I guess I'll have to act surprised.
I got to be honest. I used to like you. I did. I used to consider you a friend. 97.
You want to go back to working with Wojo? All right. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. They are not scumbags out at Hamilton Chevrolet. They are great people out there. Hamilton Chevy in Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they probably treat their mother a lot better than Rieger does. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the road, and Hamilton Chevrolet has them all from you, for fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Hey, it's not just a dealership, okay? It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the May Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for $279 a month for 24 months. You simply walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, I said that right. $279 a month for 24 months. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. See my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. In case you did not know, Mother's Day is Sunday. In case it snuck up on you and you totally forgot, because it's not like they didn't do this last year and the year before and the year before. As Rieger is saying, he didn't really know. Rieger bought his wife a gift. Rieger used the joint account to pay for the gift. Right here, right now, she can go online and see exactly what she got.
She's not going to do that, though.
All he had to do was take money from his account, but Rieger said, no, my money is my money. My money goes towards me, my golfing, my gambling. I'm not going to share my money with her. I'm not going to buy anything out of my account for my wife, the mother of my child.
When you put it like that, it sounds bad. But have you ever been married, Rico?
At what point, what did I say that was wrong?
Have you ever been married?
No.
I need these things. Every man needs these things.
What did I say that was wrong? You have an account.
You said I don't care about her. I cared enough about her to go get her a gift. I've been scouring the earth for 2 weeks to find a gift.
We asked you Well, why didn't you just use your money? That's my money. This is the money I use for golfing and gambling.
Do you
what am I
realize
supposed to use?
150 every 2 weeks goes very quickly.
Okay, that's a you problem right there. That you only get $150. You get an allowance.
Yes.
That's not even a good allowance.
Yes. Well, it's an allowance strictly for fun.
Hey, maybe you should cut grass on the side to make up for this.
Golfing and gambling more important than the mother of Jeff's children.
Right.
It's going to be the self-titled autobiography. It's going to hit stores now. And by the way,
And
the
here's
money
the
I
sad
make
thing,
off that
Kenny.
book, I'm keeping.
And here's the sad thing, Kenny. He's not good at either one.
You're right.
He's not good at golfing or gambling.
Anytime you want, let's go outside. I'll kick your ass in golf.
Rigger, I never golf.
I don't care.
And I bet you I can still beat you.
Anytime you want to make that bet.
If he was good at gambling, he wouldn't have a separate account. She's
David,
protecting herself.
David, right.
And that's a fair point.
And
I'm not
David,
going to fight that one.
And that's why she has the reserve. Just in case husband goes crazy one month, we got to pay the bills.
Well, yeah. I
So
mean,
she's got money on the side.
No, she doesn't.
Because of your gambling.
By the way,
your golf.
people are guessing the gift. It's not a Kroger gift card. All right?
Hey, guys,
I have the gift. Call up right now. I can tell you.
We can tell you the gift
No.
because she knows what the gift is.
You
It's
cannot.
not like it's a surprise.
The caveat of this conversation was you're not allowed to give away the gift.
She knows
She
it.
knows already.
It's like
She doesn't know.
It's a surprise party, baby. I'm gonna give you directions to the surprise party I'm giving you.
I've taken
That's what you did.
I took the app of the credit card off her phone.
And she's not smart enough to realize, why is the app gone?
She doesn't know it's missing. At least
All
for a
I'll
couple
say
days.
is her back won't be hurting.
Let's just go to Brian. Brian, you're gonna lead this thing off.
This
Brian, you're
guy
on
is
97.1.
Unbelievable.
Hey, guys, my thing is, Reek, you was my guy until you made those statements, man.
Brian, I still am, my friend. You would have done the same thing.
Reek, listen, I've been married for 30 years to my wife. I got 3 beautiful grown children. I've never forgotten Mother's Day. And you don't pay for it out of the joint account. We got a joint account. She has her money. I got my money. But we have a joint account for bills and everything else. You can't pay for it out of there. There's no sacrifice when you pay for it out of there, man. So you got to show your love and your caring by giving from something that's of yourself.
Yeah, but Brian,
not something that you guys got together.
Mark, please stop. Can't we look at what's important here? What's important, I mean, let's be honest. The fact that I've been married for 13 years, that's a miracle in itself. But second of all, Brian, second of all, it's not about where the money comes from. You mentioned sacrifice. I sacrificed hours looking for a gift over the last month, trying to get it right. That's the sacrifice.
Hey, how many hours was your wife in labor to have your child?
Why are you bringing that up, Brian?
Because that's a valid point.
Hey, Brian,
that's
just so you know.
That's a very valid point.
Brian?
That's a valid point.
Brian, you out here doing God's work. I just want you to know.
Hey, Brian, when my daughter was born, I
That's
bought my
funny,
wife
'cause
flowers.
I'm a pastor
from our
and a
account.
preacher, so I talk to people all the time. And Reed, I got to take you down a couple pegs, man. I got to. We got to give you some demerits.
Yeah.
But
Brian, I don't
do
appreciate
that next
this.
year. Don't do that next year. Next year, take it from your $150 that you get and go get your wife something great. You'll feel better about it. I
I don't think
guarantee
I will, because the next day somebody's going to call me and say, "Hey, Rigger, you want to golf?" And I'm like, "No, I can't. I spent the money on my wife."
Mother's Day.
Because I actually took the money and got the mother of my child something, so I'm good.
I could be missing the round of my
respect
life.
level is going to go up, Reed. The respect level is going to go up. You say, no, I took the money and I got my wife a very nice gift. And you know what they're going to say? Come on, man, I'll pay for your round. The respect level is going to go up.
Wow.
I guarantee
Well,
you.
if that's the case, maybe
Brian,
you're right.
appreciate
Thank you,
the
Brian.
phone call.
You guys are acting like this is... Mark, please, stop it. We're trying to do a radio show. You guys are acting like this is a big deal. I guarantee you, and people are on hold, the majority of people listening have done the exact same thing. Oh, got to get a gift? Sweet. I will put thought into the gift, and here's my credit card. Boom. Easy as that.
Dean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
I got a question for Rieger real quick, because at a point there I thought that I had to stick up for him and that made me nauseous. but
Thanks,
I
Steve.
need to know the answer to this question. Before, no problem, Rieger. Let me ask you this: does she have another account that she spends money out of?
No.
Hold on. Rieger, take your headphones off for a second. Dean, yes, she does. She has another account.
No, first of all, Dean, she doesn't. I know the finances. She does not. No, we have our general credit cards. That's it.
Hold on 1
Yeah.
second, please. 1 second. I agree with Rico. She's hiding money from you because you're you, and she's got to
let me
have a
get this
backup
straight.
plan.
You guys can
But
slander
does she
me
have
on
an
the air.
account
You can't
that
slander my
know
wife.
about?
That's not slandering your wife. That's saying your wife is a smart woman.
She has no more money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask, so she has no other account, but you do.
Yes. Hey, dude, it's $150.
Your wife's money. You're a bum because you're spending your wife's money.
No, Dean, how is it her money? It's our money. We
Because
both work.
I'll tell you exactly how it's all her money. It's all her money because she does not have an extra account, so her entire check goes into that account, and only part of yours does. You're a bum. You're a bum.
Dean, this does not seem fair. So my wife's account is 99.5% of the money in the Rieger family.
No.
She gets access to that. I get access to $150. That's not fair.
Actually, Dean, I'm going to go to the other pastor. David, I think Dean brought up a good point. If you're correct and she has no other account,
I don't think she does.
Then 100% of her money goes into that account.
Yeah, but she spends it on herself.
Not Rieger.
Cat, please.
That means that that's all her money. So therefore, you're spending her money.
Yes, correct.
On her gift.
Correct.
You have a separate account that you can spend that
On
your
whatever
own
you
discretionary
want.
account.
Okay, guys, let me break it down in terms that you people can understand. Okay?
You people. Whoa. Wow.
Really? Oh my God. Now I'm on it.
You just made it. Let's go ahead and save that one.
Oh my God. Let me break it down. Okay? Let me break it down. She has our money, okay? When she wants to go get a mani-pedi, she uses our account. When she wants skin cream, she uses our account. When she wants anything for herself, she uses our account.
So when
that's not her money, that's our money.
Right. So when you go to play golf, you use
my money.
Your money.
My money.
Just your own separate money.
I will loan her money if she wants me to loan her money.
No, here's the question I have, because you said she would question you if she saw a certain amount that you would spend. Do you question her if you see a certain
Never.
amount?
No.
That means it's her money.
No, it's not her money, though.
Hey, David, know your place. Yeah.
You guys are unbelievable.
You people.
I said you people this show. It's not just the two black guys on the show bashing me. It's everybody on this show.
He winked at Kenny, so you know.
Rieger, I'm just glad it's you and not me today, because this is usually all the bullets that attract me for some reason.
Next time I see my name on this schedule to fill in for Mike, I'm going to be sick.
You people. 248-539-9797. Rieger buying his wife gifts with wife's money. Is he right? We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. David, let's go to the ticket text before we go back to the calls.
Sure, these are very positive.
Rieger bought his wife a Mother's Day gift. He used the joint account because he did not want to use his own personal account because that is for gambling and for golf and things that Rieger actually likes to spend money on.
Just the two
not
things.
his wife.
That's it.
So
I spent money on her.
Yes, through
our money.
With her money, not yours. Go ahead.
From Jamie, I support Jeff, but think he is presenting this horribly. My wife and I have joint accounts for everything. We have a monthly budget, and within that budget, but he is right this time.
Thank you.
Right, but
There you go.
but I would say this
Boom.
for Jamie: if you have a separate account for gifts, you use the money from the separate account. That's what make it mean something. From the joint account, it doesn't mean anything.
The funny thing is, never has anybody got a gift and said, "Hey, where's that gift from? Where's that money? Did you launder that money? Where's that money from?" Nobody cares.
You don't get it. It's the fact that you said you have a separate account for golf.
That you'd
and
rather
gambling.
that you'd rather go golfing with,
Right.
Because heaven forbid I buy my wife this gift, and then the next day a buddy says, "Hey Jeff, you want to go golfing?" Well, I don't have any money because I spent it all on my wife.
No, what you guys are for some reason not understanding is here's the deal. Okay, it's all about the gift. It's all about the gift. I got the. Why should I have to suffer? Okay? Why should I have to suffer and not miss a round of golf because I could just use our money
Jeff,
instead of my
talking.
money?
Stop talking.
No, honestly, though.
Stop talking.
Honestly.
She gave birth to your child, and
Yes.
you're saying, why should I have to suffer?
I am a
What about the sacrifice? She carried your daughter for 9 months. She takes care of her when she's sick, takes care of her, takes her to school.
I. In no realm of any
Which is why
other
there's
situation.
Father's Day.
And this is unbelievable. Yeah, okay. And when I get my gift, although at the rate I'm going, I'm not going to get a gift.
If you keep talking,
I mean,
you
hell,
won't.
I don't think I'm going to be married anymore. But I'm never going to question where the gift is coming from. Do you think I'm going to be like, "Hey, Allison, did this come from the money that's hidden under your bed, or did it come from our joint account?" I don't care. Oh, thank you so much for the gift.
It's real easy to do because when my wife bought me a Father's Day gift, a nice, expensive Blackstone, guess what I didn't see in the account? No area at all where there was a transaction, which means she took cash out and took care of her business.
A little bit of a sacrifice for her man.
Oh, sacrifice.
You know what screwed up? The fact that you looked for it. You
I did not look
just
for it.
accepted
No,
the gift and
after
said
the
thank
fact,
you.
I looked for it and said, maybe I missed the transaction. Never saw it because she knew what to do. You don't know what to do.
I don't think it means any less.
Here's
That's all.
here's a text here.
Yes.
Jeff makes his daughter sell lemonade to buy her own birthday gift. Poor child.
Well, that's actually starting in June, yes.
Oh, you could have transferred the money from the joint account to your account without her seeing it.
You could have did that. A little bit of effort. Just saying. One more, then we'll get back to the phone calls.
We're going to talk sports today.
Jeff is a moron. I like Jeff, but you just make
sounds
stupid
that way.
decisions.
Sounds that way. Yeah.
Okay. You want some support, Jeff?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get you some support. All right, here we go. David, you're on 97.1.
Hi, David.
All right, Jeff.
Yes.
I will help you out. You're using the wrong argument. You are spot on, my friend.
Thank you.
You made an agreement with your wife. Spousal agreements are sacraments. They are honored. They are respected. They are not judgment. The agreement that you made was, we will take $150. We will take $150, set it aside for golf and gambling. Everything else, everything else is out of the other account. You followed the said agreement. You kept your sacrament. Do not listen to these buffoons.
David.
And you can believe me because I'm a guy with welding certs.
With a welding certificate, I think he said?
Yes, plural.
Well, David.
Okay.
David, could you do me a favor? I will hire you to represent me, but it's going to come out of our joint account.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that because that would be under everything else.
David, I'm saying this. You could take the money for 1 month, sacrifice, go get your wife something, and surprise her with it.
I'm just curious though. So when I give my wife this,
but that would not be within the sacrament that him and his beloved Mrs. Rieger made.
That's
you
right.
shall not violate that.
It's all about that. You have them stumped, David.
No, he really doesn't.
It's all about the sacrament.
This is who's representing you.
Let me ask you this.
Okay?
Let's say I get my wife this gift, and I give it to her on Mother's Day. By the way, I have a great day planned for Mother's Day.
Really?
Great. I do. Yes.
You gonna make her cook her own meal from the joint account?
I'm gonna make her breakfast. We're gonna go to my daughter's volleyball game, and then we're gonna all go see Justin Verlander pitch against the Tigers. I'm bringing my mom. She loves JV. That's a beautiful day. Although I got those tickets for free too. But anyway.
You should just stop talking.
Here's what I would say. Like when I give the gift to Allison, because here's what I can do. I can go return it and then go buy it with my own money. And if I give it to her on Sunday, should I say, honey, happy Mother's Day. And by the way, this came from my own account. Is she going to think any less of me, any better of me? Of course not.
Roberto, you know how we always talk about you and look down upon you? You get to be us today. Boo this man!
Roberto
And
would
it's
do the
my
same
birthday.
thing.
This is fantastic.
It is. Happy birthday, Roberto.
This is our gift to you. But what account did it come from?
Barry, you're on 97.1.
Oh, gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I normally love this show, but good God. So, in lieu of Mike's proxy, Rieger, I got to ask you, Rieger, I got a question for you, a couple questions, I got a statement. A, what planet are you on that you think this is even legitimate? For instance, my wife and I, she's got her own account, I have my own account. We also have what we call a house account. So, for instance, if I call her on the way home from work and say, hey, I'm on my way home, do you need anything? She'll be like, oh, you know what, the girls are coming over. Why don't you go pick me up a bottle of our fine local Valentine Berry Blossom vodka for us to have? I'll go get it out of my own pocket. I don't care. I'm not taking it out of the house account. That being said, if anyone gives your daughter birthday money, Christmas money, for college or whatnot, when it's time for them to get Christmas presents, do you go into their college fund and take the money out of there too?
No. Of course not. Wait a second. I'm supposed to have a college fund?
Would it shock? Allegedly. I don't know. Maybe that's part of your other wife's secret account you don't know about.
I just find it funny that we're all so focused on where the money is coming from. Like at the end of the day,
Barry.
it's all the same money.
It's really not.
It is all the same money, but what you're telling me, though, you're telling all of us, all of America, all of Detroit,
Yes.
that golf and gambling
is a
more
higher
important
priority than your wife.
No, what I'm saying is I'm a great guy. I got my wife a great gift. I'm very grateful for my family, but yet I'm very grateful to golf and gamble as well.
But if you had a choice with your $150 a month, you would rather spend it on golf and gambling than your wife.
No, because the other money is there for me to spend as well.
So with your $150,
yeah, that's for golf and gambling.
If you have
We've
a
made this
choice,
clear.
golf, gambling, wife comes in third. A distant third.
Well, can I just be honest for a quick second?
Probably fourth because his daughter probably comes before her.
If you guys gave her a choice, where am I on that pecking order? Let's be honest.
I mean, you married her. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
My wife and I, we've been married for 37 years, and I just don't understand this. My account, your account, our account. Why do you have to have a separate account? Why can't you just be man enough to say, hey, look, let's just have one account, and we will both be accountable for what we take out of the bank. I just don't understand this nowadays. What my account, your account, her account? It's all your money.
No, Dan, and I agree with you, but the reason for the second account is I don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it. You know, Rico will make out the argument that I'm on some kind of a leash or some kind of an allowance. That's not the case at all. It's just we've agreed to a amount of money. I get said amount of money, and I use it to my
said amount of money. All right,
and
you're my 11-year-old now,
and I use it to my liking. That's it.
Well, it sounds like in order to curb and control how much you spend on golf
nothing to do
and
with
gambling,
that. No.
We're just going to set aside this amount because if I let you have access to the main account, you'll go crazy and we'll go broke and we'll be living in Costa Rica.
living on the roof of a grocery store.
Right. You'll be like the woman living in the grocery store for a year.
She didn't pay rent for a year. She's probably going to buy a nice house with her own money.
That's why, because to a layman, it seems as if you don't put restrictions on your golf and gambling, you're going to go too far.
I'm just curious. Are you guys enjoying yourself?
In fact, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I figured. Yeah. Okay, yeah, at least you guys are.
I'm available for counseling if you need it.
Well, we've already had one pastor call.
I know where you stand, David.
You know what? Let's get a little football in the mix. We all know
Thank
about
God.
you, Rieger. Yeah. Football up next, 97.1. we're about 17 weeks away from football starting again. David, what you got for me?
So, according to sources, a lot of them, different sources, Netflix is going to stream NFL games this season. This was on Pro Football Talk. It says it looks like Netflix will be the home of the NFL's Christmas games, but nothing has been signed yet. Mike Florio added that previous reports stated the NFL was seeking at least $50 million each for the broadcasting or streaming rights, perhaps $100 million per game. Christmas on Netflix. Fan of it?
I got no issue. I mean, we know what's happening. It's all going this way anyway. Like, here's the thing. I heard Tom Brady got paid $30 million to be part of that Netflix Tom Brady roast.
So he took the abuse.
Yes, of course. I mean, unfortunately, I did not get paid $30 million to take the abuse that I just took. But you know it's coming. Whether it's Peacock, whether it's Netflix, whether it's any app. I mean, look what's going on with Bally's too. It's just part of life now. Take some of your money from your joint account and just get ready if you want to watch the NFL to pony up a little bit.
Here's the only problem I have with this is Christmas Day is on a Wednesday this year. It's not on a weekend. It's the middle of the week. Christmas Day used to go to the NBA. It was the unofficial start of the NBA season. The NFL, it gets to a point where too much. And I think that the NFL has already breached that, where less is more. It make me want and yearn for this instead of a primetime game in the middle of the week.
And people will watch because nobody wants to be with their families.
Yeah, Rieger, people will watch. It doesn't mean it's good for you. I mean, I'm quite sure if you offered your child ice cream 24/7, she would eat it. Doesn't mean it's good for her.
Fair. And I also hate the fact that whoever plays in that Christmas game is, you know when their bye is going to be. And they're getting screwed on their bye. They're not getting 2 full weeks.
Right.
They're going to get like their week.
They may not even get a bye. I mean, think about it. The Lions play on Sunday. And then they play again on Thursday.
What you could do is you could make a team play on a Thursday, give them a bye for the whole week, and then they're going to play on the next Wednesday.
Rieger, that's late in the season, so I don't know if you're going to have a bye week at that point. Now, what you may do is simply do with the Lions. We'll give you 2 straight home games so you don't have to travel.
Yeah, it'd be like what they've done with Dallas before for Thanksgiving, where they've played on Thanksgiving and then played the next Thursday. It'll be something like that. So maybe they play Thursday before Christmas, and then they play Wednesday on Christmas.
Or you play on Wednesday, like you play on a Thursday game, then you play the following Wednesday, and then you get the bye after that. But you're right.
There's not going to be a bye that late in the season. So, yeah, they're stuck. Go from one TV thing to the next TV thing, Manning cast. According to Peyton Manning, who was on the Pat McAfee show today, Bill Belichick is going to be a permanent guest on every Manning cast. So it will be Peyton, Eli, and Bill.
No. Belichick, once again, sometimes less is more. Belichick, small doses, good, funny, captivating. I don't need to see Bill Belichick every week, okay? I understand it's like we get to see a new side of him, but it's like how they keep parading Nick Saban around. It's only good in short dosage. I don't need him. The Manning cast has something special. I think by adding Bill Belichick, you're jumping the shark. Now is getting to the point where I don't know if I want to watch this thing anymore.
I forget it's on still. I know everybody watches it, and I like Buck and Aikman though. I know it sounds crazy.
If it's a game I care about, I'll watch the broadcast. If it's a game like, I don't really care. You're looking at Seahawks versus the Titans. All right, I'm going to watch the Manning cast. Entertain me.
I actually think Belichick will be great. I got no issue. And I also, I hear Mike all the time. He thinks Brady's going to be a god-awful color analyst. I think
Brady knows he's going to be god-awful.
I think Brady's going to be good, though. I think he's going to be entertaining. I think he's going to be interesting.
Brady's not going to open up and what do we know about Tom Brady right now? Nothing. He shares nothing. You know what makes the good broadcasters? You're able to tell a story. The reason why people like Belichick, how does Brady relate to people? Ain't nobody lives up on Mount Olympus with him.
Oh, yeah. I think he's going to be fantastic. The few things I've heard when he's just joined podcast or his own podcast and he's breaking down a play like stuff that color analysts do, he's really good.
I don't think he's going to be to think quickly on his feet. Yes, you put him in a podcast situation, you probably have to give him the questions ahead of time. I don't think that he's going to be good as a color analyst doing games. I think it's a horrible decision. He knows it because he keeps kicking the can and not just jumping in the booth and saying, let's get this thing going.
This is the year. This is the year right here.
I like Olsen. I wish he would stay.
He's good.
I think they're going to throw away one of the best resources they have in order to put Tom Brady in the booth.
Guys, I have a little breaking news here. The Bears coach, Matt Eberflus,
fired,
has, quote, no conversation here. Caleb Williams is the starter. Wow.
Wait, what?
Caleb Williams apparently is QB1 now. Why would you have to announce that now? They have no backup. Tyson Bagent is the backup.
Yeah.
Why do they have to do this today?
Yeah.
Because it's rookie camp?
I guess just to eliminate the fact of, hey, who's going to be it's Caleb. Like, yeah,
Caleb.
Yeah, we all knew that.
I don't understand why they had to do this today. But it is, you're right, Rieger. It is.
Hey, who's the Lions starting quarterback? Who's QB1?
Hooker.
Maybe Dan Campbell should just come out there and say, hey, guys, you know what? Whoops, wrong one. Jared Goff is QB1.
It is rookie camp around the NFL, and we have a somewhat similar thing to St. Brown here with A.D. Mitchell. He is going to wear the number 10. That's significant because according to him, he's wearing the number 10 to motivate him because apparently there were 10 receivers drafted ahead of him. So he wants to know and tell people, yes, they messed up. 10 guys were drafted before me. I'm better. Sort of like St. Brown with the whole knowing 14.
Right.
Or however many receivers.
I like that. It's full spike store right there. Okay. Every day I get to look. How many receivers? Oh, yeah, 10. 10 receivers taken ahead of me. I thought that Adonai Mitchell would have went higher.
I did too.
But I'm okay with that. Whatever motivates you. I mean, it works for St. Brown. I mean, in the NBA, Draymond Green can tell you every draft pick that was taken ahead of him. Whatever it takes to light the fire, do that, and I'm sure the Colts will benefit. Now, you got to back it up. Can't sit here and do this, and then you're a bum on the field.
Well, I wonder if he was on the Lions' big board. Now, if you remember, he went on Friday, probably, what did he go? Like probably 12, 13 picks into the second round?
I believe so,
Something like that. And I remember I was doing a show with Mark Ryan. I'm like, go get him. Go get him. He had the great RAS score. He's got blazing speed. You need a receiver. I wonder if Brad Holmes liked him.
I don't know. He didn't play football in British Columbia. Go ahead, David.
This guy is unbelievable.
And let's close it out.
Have you seen him, by the way? He was at minicamp today. That dude is a beast.
Okay.
Let's close it out here with Bleacher Report. They had a few bold predictions for the season. I thought this one was hilarious. I'm going to bring this one up. Their bold prediction. Aaron Rodgers will win his 5th MVP award and lead the Jets to the Super Bowl. Huh?
The only way that happens, let's deconstruct this. That means that the Jets would have to be the number 1 seed, and you drag Kansas City to New York in January where the weather is going to be horrible. I'm not betting on that. No, I don't see that. I don't see them winning their division, but it's bold. So
it's a two-parter because he's going to win an MVP too, Aaron Rodgers. Huh?
I mean, I guess if he's winning the MVP, they're probably winning a lot of games. I just don't see that because there's a lot of other people that I think will be MVP candidates, not Aaron Rodgers.
But hold on a second. The MVP at times is a little bit of a popularity award, right? And he's got 2 good receivers in Williams and Wilson, correct? His running back situation, not the greatest, but even when they didn't have a quarterback last year, they had a really good defense.
Yeah, but Rigger, you got to think about it. Look at all the quarterbacks. I would almost buy this if he was in the NFC. But in the AFC.
AFC's tougher. I would agree with you there.
Right. Are you serious right now? Like all from this Mahomes.
You got
Burrow, Lamar.
Josh
Tua.
Allen can maybe recover and have a great year.
Josh Allen could all of a sudden come back and decide he wants to be a player. Like, no.
C.J. Stroud in the AFC. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
that is tough.
Kenny Pickett.
I don't know.
Not for me anymore.
That's a rather easy division. The Bills stink now. The Patriots stink now. The Dolphins are the Dolphins.
The Jets stink.
I don't hate it.
The Jets stink.
How much money? How much money? What are the odds I can get for that? Plus 1,000? Plus 500?
You could do your $150. That is.
I'd be rich. I could then afford a present.
In football today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Tony Paul of the Detroit News recently interviewed GM of Bally Sports Detroit, Randy Stevens, and he commented the following, quote, "Candidly, it was never our intention or desire to have these games off the air. We were negotiating to what we thought was a solution. We were very optimistic. The situation caught us by surprise as well. We're not giving anyone a heads up. We were not giving anyone a heads up because this could be coming because we anticipated reaching an agreement. We had made it known we were more than open to an extension." The Houston Astros are up next for the Tigers tonight. The lineup is in. Andy Ibanez will lead things off at second base. Vierling and Canna will follow. Canna back after the illness. Green, Torque, Perez in the middle. Ryan Valade, the youngster, back up again. Javier Baez will follow, and Jake Rogers will round it out at catcher. Casey Mize on the bump for A.J. Hinch's team today. Minicamp began today for the Lions in Allen Park. Various rookies spoke to the media today. New corner Tyrion Arnold gave the media some Mother's Day content. You guys see this? Quote, "Even as a kid, when I used to beat my mom at racing, I had to genuinely beat her. We used to fight when I was younger, just wrestling with her, playing around. I'll never forget one time my mom kicked my tooth out because we were just going at it so hard. So if my mom was out here right now and she lined up across from me as a wide receiver, I would jam her into the dirt. That's my mindset, and my mom knows that right now," end quote.
That's like the beginning of a psychopath movie. Seriously, that's like the opening scene of a movie of a serial killer.
You know what's funny? The media left out the start of that quote. All you saw was the very end of that quote on social media.
Right.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, right. It has a whole new meaning when you hear the whole thing.
So him and his mom used to go at it pretty frequently.
At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock hour. Mike back on Monday. I think the hour of me getting shredded is over, thank God. If you missed anything, I urge you, go back Odyssey Rewind. You can hear me getting trashed by everybody I work with that I thought was friendly to me. Anyway, we got sports to get to because obviously Brad Holmes joined the morning show yesterday, Rico, and I thought he was good. And I thought he answered some questions that we were wondering about, mainly talking about Jared Goff, right? He said Jared Goff has earned an extension. He wants to get it done.
Well, we have the quote?
Do we have the quote? I know I'm just throwing this on you. I apologize. David's very good, though. But he essentially said that Goff is going to get extended. He would have loved to announce it. Here's the quote. So it sounds like it's going to get done. Seems like maybe it's in Goff's camp, and I would assume it's going to get done before training camp starts, right? So Jared Goff is going to be a Lion. However, I started to wonder, because there was no movement, and the Adam Schefter tweet came out saying, well, you know what, a contract is not imminent right now. I started to wonder if maybe the Lions were backing off on a guy like Jared Goff. Maybe they thought Hendon Hooker was going to be the guy. Maybe they were going to go elsewhere. Maybe they were just going to let him ride out his contract. So the other day I was on the radio, Rico, and we were talking about Goff. We were talking about the Lions. And a caller called up with such a great question, such an awesome question that I thought to myself, wow, this is a great radio topic. The caller goes to me, he's like, listen, look at it from the standpoint of who needs who more. Does Jared Goff need the Lions more, or do the Lions need Jared Goff more? And that kind of tells you how the extension's going. So when I ask you that question, who needs who more, what immediately pops in your mind?
I mean, it's like any relationship, Rieger. It's like you would always like to think in any relationship you're 50-50, but that's not true.
I think that's obvious by the first hour, yeah.
Yeah, whoever has 51 or more % of the relationship, you're in control. 49 or less, You're not.
Well, the Lions are ultimately in control, considering they're going to pay him the money. But
I mean, if he doesn't sign and just says, I'm going to bet on myself, and maybe I follow Ben Johnson wherever he goes.
If Ben ever leaves.
I look at it like this. To answer your question, it was a good question. You had brought it up to me a few days ago. I think that the Lions need Jared Goff more.
Interesting.
The Lions need him more because when you think about it, you just started winning. If you hand the reins over to Hendon Hooker or you go get another quarterback, you don't know. It's the devil that you do know. You know what you're getting with Goff. He may not be mobile, but he wins games for you.
Yes.
Okay? This team plays for him. He goes out there and he knows how to win. The people love him. They're chanting his name. They need this. There's only about 20 people who can be an NFL starting quarterback. Now, yes, there's 32 teams, but let's face it. Some of the bottom-feeding teams have quarterbacks that if I said, you want to trade? Nah, I'm good. The Lions absolutely need Jared Goff more.
Wow.
And that's why they're trying to lock him up right now. When I heard Brad Holmes talking
last year.
When I heard Holmes talking, like, yeah, he's earned it. He deserves it, meaning this is our guy. This is our future. This is what we want. They know if we don't have Jared Goff, we're going to have to start all over again. And you've seen what happens when you do the reboot. It's not a necessary. It doesn't mean that, it's going to automatically happen. It's rare that you get what happens in Green Bay where you go from one Hall of Famer to another Hall of Famer. Normally, when your quarterback leaves, there's a fall off and you start all over again until you find the next one.
I totally disagree. When asking the question, who needs who more? Does Goff need the Lions more? Do the Lions need Goff more? Goff needs the Lions more. Goff is in this unbelievably great situation. He's got great receivers. One's an all-pro. He's got a great line. One is an all-pro. He's got a great tight end. He's got a great running game. I do believe you could put a guy like Hendon Hooker or another quarterback in this system, and I'm not saying it would be the same, but I think the drop-off would be not that bad, and you'd be paying the guy a hell of a lot less money. Like, think about it very quickly. Like, if you put another quarterback, choose whoever you want in this system, if you allowed Goff to walk away, you are not paying Jared Goff $50 million, $47 million a season, meaning you could go out and re-sign whoever you wanted to. You got money left over, and the drop-off from the new quarterback I don't think is going to be that crazy because you're putting him in a great situation.
See, Rigger, I think that's the biggest cop-out, not just for you, but a lot of people will say, well, anybody could do that.
I'm not saying anybody.
No, but you look at all the weapons that they have, you could put any quarterback. That's not true because there's plenty of examples of guys who couldn't get it done because I had to listen to it all about Brock Purdy, and I'll say this. You know who couldn't get it done? Jimmy G. Had all the weapons, couldn't get it done, okay? They relied on the defense. They got rid of him. They put Trey Lance in there because you got all the weapons. He couldn't get it done. Jared Goff knows how to distribute the ball. Jared Goff knows how to get everybody to buy in. And you know what? Some days, St. Brown, you're not going to be the man. You're going to be a decoy today because we're going to turn around and hand the ball off. Some days, it's going to be Laporta. He's got the offense humming. They believe there's no selfishness. You know what? The one thing you never hear coming out of Allen Park is you don't see the Devo. Well, I need to get my touches. I need the ball.
Well, that's the Dan Campbell factor, the culture.
But he's the coach on the field. He's the guy they know I'm going to get the ball. And it's why, like, their trick plays and everything works on fourth down. You don't know where the ball is going. Like, on certain teams, you automatically know this guy's got to touch the ball. Okay, you're throwing the ball to Dan Skipper. You're throwing the ball to whoever. Like, it works. Like, so to say, well, you could put anybody in this Lions offense, I don't think that you can.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime in. I'm curious. I think it's a great question. Rico thinks it's a great question. Who needs who more? Do the Lions need Goff more? Does Goff need the Lions more? Rico says the Lions need Goff more. I say Goff needs the Lions more. What say you? 97 The Ticket.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And guys, you need to head over to your local Planet Fitness today because the deal ends today. $1 down, $10 a month, and you can work out in a friendly, safe environment. Squeaky clean equipment. Some of the Planet Fitness's brand new cardio or strength training equipment. You say you're short on time, don't even worry about that. Planet Fitness has you covered. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet 30-minute circuit. You need a little motivation, need a little extra help with your workout. Hey, all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You get all of this $1 down, $10 a month. But you need to head into your local Planet Fitness today to get started. Why? Because this deal ends today. Just $1 down. You can cancel at any time, but I promise you, you're not going to want to cancel. You're going to feel so good about yourself. So what are you waiting for? Head into Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel at any time, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, 97 won the ticket. The Valeni and Rico show. Mikey back on Monday, asking the question that you never thought of, and now you need to answer it. Who needs who more? Do the Lions need Jared Goff more? Does Jared Goff need the Lions more? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to get involved, we heard Brad Holmes say that Goff has earned an extension. He wanted all three to happen at one time, Sewell, Saint, and of course Goff. But the QB extension's a little more complex, and it sounds like eventually will happen. But who needs who more? Rico, you want to go to the phones?
Let's go to the phones.
All right, Dan on a cell. You're on the ticket. Hey, Dan, how are you, bud?
I'm doing all right, gentlemen. Hey, look, Rico, you're absolutely right. The Lions need Goff more. Jeff, I'm going to tell you why, okay?
Yeah.
So Rico mentioned the coach on the field. That is a big thing. Goff has a good head for the game. What Goff has, though, is a chip on his shoulder, right? It doesn't matter how far we went last year. Goff still hasn't won the big dance, right? He has not won a Super Bowl. And to this day, it's still not sure. Like, there was a FanDuel tweet that went out. Who won the Matthew Stafford trade? People are split on it. Was it the Lions? Was it the Rams? What Goff has is a chip on his shoulder, and that's the kind of guy that Dan Campbell wants on his team.
Dan, real quick, let me cut you off, and I promise I'll let you finish. But you're looking at a guy like Jared Goff that, yes, has Ben Johnson now and has uber talent around him without a doubt. But we also saw what Jared Goff looked like his last years in Los Angeles. He was so bad that McVay wanted to get him the hell out of there. So if Goff goes elsewhere and the surrounding cast isn't as good, then Jared Goff isn't as good. Now, that's the same for a lot of quarterbacks, but especially for Goff, considering he's not very mobile. So I do think Goff needs the Lions more because he needs this situation more for the good of his career.
Right, but the teams that are going to pick up Jared Goff at this point that he's going to be willing to sign with are going to be a higher caliber of team, right? He's not going to go to some bottom feeder, right? Like, he didn't have control in the trade.
No, but Dan, this is my point, though.
Right?
This is my point.
No.
He wouldn't have the choice, but he does have the choice to stick around here, and life is grand considering who he plays with. Now, Jared Goff is great, too. I'm not knocking Jared Goff, but in this instance, you got to choose one or the other, and Jared Goff doesn't want to leave Detroit because it's so good here.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's what he has that the Lions don't have. Opening night of the draft, what does Amon-Ra do? Start a Jared Goff chant. This town is smitten with him because he's done
Thus why
what
he
nobody
needs
else
Detroit
has
more.
done for 30 years. No, that's why Detroit needs him. That's why Detroit needs
It
him.
will never get
Jared
better
is the
for him
lifeblood
anywhere
of
else.
this team.
No, Rieger, it can.
no.
He probably thought the same when in L.A. They were in the Super Bowl, and then he comes here, and it actually got better. He didn't make the Super Bowl, but he's had a better quality of life. If you're the Lions, he walks away. You got to start all over again. You don't know if Hendon Hooker, or you got to go out and get a free agent quarterback, or you got to go out and draft a quarterback. And you know what that means? You take a step back. Right now,
You might not, though.
Rieger,
You might not.
Rieger.
And I'm not saying it's a Hooker thing.
Okay, Rieger, here's the thing. C.J. Stroud is rare, and you see how far he went in the playoffs. Not that far, because rookie quarterbacks are rookie quarterbacks for a reason. Jared Goff is a seasoned vet. He's got this offense humming. The Lions know if you replace him, you have to start over, and they don't want to do that because they didn't pay St. Brown and they didn't pay Sewell all of this money with all the pending contracts to have a team that has to start over right now.
That's exactly the reason why Goff would never want to leave, why Goff needs this situation more, because it's perfect for him. It's never been better. That's my point. He's great here. That's why he needs, I kind of think we're arguing the same thing here. Yes, the Lions love what Goff offers, but Goff can't do this anywhere else because of who he does it with.
Goff took the Rams to the Super Bowl, Rieger.
Yeah, and then look how that ended. Look how that ended.
Right. But you're saying
as soon as Todd Gurley got injured, that team was not the same. And Jared Goff was not the same.
You're saying he can't do this anywhere else. He did it someplace else already.
Where's he going at this stage of his career to do it elsewhere?
He probably didn't think coming to Detroit he was going to be doing this. He thought he was going to the island of misfit toys, and instead he's turned it into something, Rieger. And the Lions realize we've been horrible forever, and we're not anymore. We got a quarterback. We got to lock this guy up.
Same with him. Len in Chesterfield, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Len?
Hey, guys. Well, I completely agree with Rico and disagree with you. Goff stats and record in the last season and a half are top 5. And everyone agrees he's at least a top 10 quarterback for sure. That means at least 22 other teams would love to have him. We don't know if Hooker will even be a good backup coming off a major injury.
Of course.
And many other coaches have lauded his accuracy and decision-making. That's crucial. And if you remember in L.A., when they got beat by the greatest of all time with Brady and Belichick, that year after, Todd Gurley left them as top runner. A couple of their offensive linemen left them. And so he was left with also ran.
Len, but you're making my point for me. Right now, it's ready-made for Goff. It's Brad Holmes that put this team together. It's Ben Johnson, the perfect OC. It's the crazy amount of talent all over the place. Why would Goff ever want to leave this situation? The fans adore him. That's why I think Goff needs the Lions more. Why would he want to go elsewhere and risk the situation you're talking about, go into a team without Todd Gurley?
Well, that's why good players do leave teams. I don't know if everybody's saying how great our team is, and it is, but let's do it another year before we start saying Goff is doing nothing. Goff handles the ball on every snap of the offense. He makes the right decisions. He goes to the right people. That streak he had was record-breaking, where he went how many games without an interception? You know, people in Detroit are just not used to having a quarterback of his ability and his what he's been able to do here.
Appreciate the phone call, Lynn. Rieger, it's if you're the Lions, you've had just everything has been bad. SOL, all that you name it, it's been happening for decades. You have a quarterback now that other teams covet, and you're winning. You had Matthew Stafford, but you weren't winning. You got Goff, and you're winning. They know this. They don't want to go backwards. They need Goff more than Goff needs them.
Let's go to Mike. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Mikey?
I have to agree with Rieger. Rico, I disagree, but I understand where you're coming from. But I think Brad Holmes knew what he was doing when he picked Hooker, because he's more mobile and he's in the system and he's had time to learn. So just in case something even happened to Goff, we got Hooker waiting in the wings. So I have to think that Goff needs us just a little bit more.
But the thing is, Mike, Goff is the devil you know. Goff is, you know what you have. Hooker can come out here.
That's true.
And all of a sudden, wow, we thought he was going to be a whole lot better, and he comes out looking like Bryce Young. And now what?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I agree with you.
I look at the fact that look at Jordan Love. You put a couple years in the system, and look how he blossomed. You put Hooker in there now, and he's been in the Lions system for a couple years, just in case something happened to Goff. I think we'll be surprised at what Hooker could do, because he's a little bit more mobile.
Right, but Mike, I'm sorry, Rieger, but for every Jordan Love, there's a whole lot of people that you're like, oh, well, this guy, I'm going to give him a little bit of time, and you get a Trey Lance.
Yeah, and your boy Trey Lance is one of them.
You just get quarterbacks who just, they don't pan out. For every C.J. Stroud, there's Kenny Pickett's.
I'm not saying Hendon Hooker's better than Goff. He's more mobile, but I'm not saying he's better than Goff, and we have no idea if the guy can play. With that being said, Brad Holmes chose and drafted Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round for a reason. You know Holmes. I know Holmes, at least how he operates. At some point, he intends that dude to play. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be Goff's replacement. It sounds like the Lions want to re-sign Goff.
Here's the thing, though. But here's the thing with Brad Holmes, and as you know, Brad Holmes is a fixer-upper. He loves getting things and tweaking it and trying to fix it and makes it better. You go in. How many free agents do they bring in here who are injured? And we're going to rehab them here. We're going to make them better.
Just defensively.
Your boy Gio Manu.
J-Mo.
Yeah, Gio, the big offensive tackle. Well, he's never really played, but we're going to turn him into something. Hendon Hooker. Well, if he didn't get hurt, he would have been a top. Like, there's always a caveat with the picks and the people that they bring in here. But he likes to fix things. He's a fixer-upper.
He's like Connor Stallions, right? He's in his fixing the vacuums and trying to resell them. But no, the end result is trying to get these people to play. That's the end result.
No, he gets them on a discounted price and hoping that if this works, I got this great deal with Hendon Hooker. He became the next QB, but right now you don't need him. Hendon Hooker is an insurance policy. You got Jared Goff.
248-539-9797. A lot of people want to answer the question. The question sweeping Metro Detroit and the nation. Who needs two more? Does Jared Goff need the Lions more? Do the Lions need Jared Goff more? 97 win the ticket. 97 won the ticket. A topic so good, Rico and I are talking during the break. Where else could Goff go? We're asking the question. Does Goff need the Lions more? Do the Lions need Goff more? Rico says the Lions need Jared more. I say Jared needs Detroit more.
You're acting like there's no other talent in the NFL. There's no other teams that he could walk in there and be the man just like he is here.
Any other team he goes to, similar to here, you're going to have to pay him $45, $50 million, so that cuts into the talent you can provide. What I'm saying
Well,
is...
you're going to pay him, $10 million here? You're going to pay him the same here.
What we're fighting, Rico, I think, is the comfort of the situation. And to me, the comfort for Jared Goff is so great, why would he ever want to leave this place? He's got everything you could possibly have. Not to mention, there's a great chance that wherever he goes doesn't have this same offensive coordinator that has this chi with the quarterback.
So do you want to do the experiment?
What's
you
the
want
experiment?
You want to go through the teams?
Well, we went through some teams.
Rico's got a couple teams.
Because Rieger was like, well, where else you going to go? I'm like, Rieger, there's teams with talent on it that just need a quarterback. I mean, pretty much I was like, any of the teams in the AFC South, you can go with.
You also said Seattle.
Yeah, it's Seattle. You could go there. Now,
I'm seeing two teams in the AFC East.
Atlanta, okay.
The Jets and the Patriots.
No, I'm talking about teams that are ready, who have all.
The Jets are ready.
Yeah,
they want to win.
Yeah,
and
but
the
they
reason
already
why
have a quarterback.
But here's the problem: he got injured. The owner already out there said we got to make the playoffs. So if you want to make the playoffs and you're worried about Aaron Rodgers, you would get Jared Goff.
So you know what? You can go to the Raiders.
Yes.
I mean, Jeff, there are teams out there. That
Cleveland. Cleveland has a defense ready right now.
You act as if everybody else is a poverty team, and only the Lions.
No, what I
have
act
all
like
of
is
this,
you had a top 3 offense that everything clicked, and with the exception of 2 games, you averaged over 30 points a game. It's a great situation. Why would he want to leave?
You know what?
It would take a little bit to find a similar situation.
Not really. You can stay in the division. You can go to Minnesota.
How many All-Pros do you want on one side of the football? The Lions got a bunch. Do other teams?
Did you just hear him say Minnesota? They are set up beautifully
Why
on
do
the
you
offensive
keep,
side.
Why do you think we say that JJ is going to just walk in? Like, JJ has everything. He is walking in to what every rookie dreams of.
Yeah, and he's also a hell of a lot cheaper than Jared Goff.
Rieger, you're going to have to pay Goff no matter where you. The Lions are going to have to cut into their money
understand.
to pay him. You're
I'm
acting
just-
as if, Jared Goff can't go anyplace else because he only can play for the Lions.
I'm not saying
He's
that.
already done it in LA. He did it again here, which means he could do it in another city.
Yeah, Jared Goff is the type of guy, very good quarterback. Don't hear anything else. With that being said, needs a lot of help around him, and he's got that here. Let's go to the phones. Right? Let's go to Dennis in Northville. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Dennis?
Hey, I think Rico's spot on. I think Brad Holmes said it best. It's a lot easier to get worse at quarterback. You look at the guy from Minnesota. Cousins got paid. Look what Wilson got made. Teams got paid. Teams would snap Goff up. That's what we'd have to do. If we were to go to Hooker, we'd have to go and pay some backup journeyman a fortune. I think it'd be a lot better for Goff than it'd be for us.
Yeah. Dennis, I mean, Rieger, you're going to have to pay the money. Can we just get that? That's a given.
That's
no
fine.
matter where he
That's
goes,
fine.
he's going to get the money. What I'm saying is he took a team to the Super Bowl. They lost. He was younger. He's now better. He took this team to the NFC Championship game. If he goes to another team, he could win there as well.
That's fine. I'm saying he wouldn't have the success there that he's had here. It all centers around the offensive line.
No.
That offensive line is the top 3 offensive line in football. You got to go someplace else that has similar offensive line first and foremost because Goff needs to be protected like anybody, but Goff really needs to be protected.
Right, but Rieger,
then you add your other pieces.
Rieger, here's the thing. I just gave you reasons why Goff has done it in other places. The Lions have never been here before, okay? They got a quarterback finally. It worked out, okay? The curse of Bobby Lane and all that, it's gone. You're actually winning games. You have something here. You have to do whatever you can to keep that person here. The Lions need Goff more.
I think we both agree that it's close. Like, I don't think one needs the other by insurmountable margin, correct?
No.
But you said 51%. You said, what's your 51? It's like the Carson Anderson, what's your 51, right? Who needs who just a little bit more?
Which means
Goff needs the Lions.
Which means that, no, Goff is in control because the Lions need him more than he needs them. He's done this at another place.
Let's go to Kent. You're on the ticket. Hey, Kent, how are you, bud?
Hey, man, you guys, finally the voice of reason is on the phone. Now, Rieger, you're right, and I must give it to him in terms that Rico can understand. Look at the difference between how Jimmy G played with the Niners and look at how he played with the Raiders. Everything around him was there at San Francisco. When you take everything away and just give parts and pieces, then even decent quarterbacks could be awful. But if you take a halfway decent quarterback and you make sure that everything around him is pristine, he can win. And as soon as it wasn't like that in L.A., Goff looked like Goff, and he was garbage, and he got cut. And that's the real. I'm telling you right now, as long as Detroit don't pick up a complete muppet at quarterback, they'll be all right as long as they keep everything else around them.
We talking Kermit?
But Kent, here's the thing. If it was that easy, the Lions would have done this before. They've had offensive line before, but they just can't. They haven't had a quarterback.
They had offensive linemen one year before. Dude, even when Barry was there, the offensive line was still lightweight garbage. Dude, the thing is that they never – if they had what's his name that's in L.A. now? If they had him now,
Matthew
they'd
Stafford?
be going to the Super Bowl. If they had Stafford now, they would go to the Super Bowl because it's about everything around him. None of the other I'm not even a Detroit fan, but I see it and I hate it because I hate Detroit. But I can tell the real. And this dude has developed an infrastructure. And I'm telling you right now, the most valuable person on that team is the offensive coordinator. The receivers are always wide open. If you give any quarterback 3.5 to 4 seconds, he could throw to a wide open receiver. That won't change. It won't change, dude. I'm telling you, if Goff goes anywhere, he has to go to 3 or 4 teams that are completely ready-made.
Right, and there are 3 or 4 teams that are completely ready-made right now who need a quarterback. So it's not like he has to go to the Carolina Panthers. We're acting like he has to go to the back of the line. He doesn't. If all of a sudden Jared Goff is out there, once again, just staying in the division, you don't think that the Vikings would say, hey, JJ, we're going to bring you in a few years. We're trying to win this thing right now. They'll go ahead and bring in Jared Goff. He can go out to Seattle. Seattle has pieces. Their teams with pieces. Cleveland has pieces. They got a defense that, dude, all you need to do is score 17 points and we'll win games. That's how good their defense is.
I think the caller's right, and I think I said it as well. All you got to do is look at what happened in Los Angeles when he had Todd Gurley and when he didn't have Todd Gurley. And you could say it about a lot of quarterbacks, but Jared Goff is an above-average quarterback or even an average quarterback when he doesn't have the pieces around him, and all he has is pieces around him.
Okay, but Rieger, that's not fair because
it's totally fair. You saw it.
Unless you're Mahomes. You're right. You've just described every quarterback in the league.
Sure. And that's why Goff is in the perfect situation here with all pros everywhere. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you would like to comment, who needs who more? Is it Goff needing Detroit more? Is it Detroit needing Goff more? 97 win the ticket. All right, this is exciting. 97 won the ticket. Mother's Day just around the corner. Roberto.
David, give me a little of that Mother's Day music, please. I think that's ABBA that does that song. It's very good.
That is amazing.
So here we go. I got some last minute, all you guys out there, listen up, some last minute ideas. Because like me, I have not shopped yet. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you. You might, if right now, if you were to order something online, maybe you'd get it tomorrow.
No way.
But
yes, you can.
I'm
Really?
thinking tomorrow, you guys are going to have to be like me. We're hitting brick and mortar.
Okay, so if you haven't gotten the gift yet and you're pulling money out of a joint account because you're a loser and you won't spend your own money, okay, let's go.
Yeah, if you have no idea what Rico's talking about, hit the Odyssey Rewind.
These are some things you can use your wife's credit card to buy tomorrow. You go shopping.
You do realize it's a joint credit card.
Okay.
Yes.
So
my credit's better than hers.
I'm not even going to get into where you can buy these brands. These are just ideas to put in your head. It's up to you guys to go hit these brick and mortar stores to find these things. But here's some ideas.
The fact
for
that
you.
we have to do this for people just still amazes me. But go ahead.
Need it. They
Roberto
need it.
said he hasn't done anything yet.
I know.
They need it. So this is
Mother's Day just snuck up on you.
Little
Like
expensive.
Christmas.
Every year.
Little expensive, but totally worth it for mom or the wife or the woman in your life. The Bose Quiet Comfort Noise Canceling Headphones. Little on the high side, but they say totally noise canceling, the best in the business.
I have a pair. There's a joke in here somewhere.
I don't.
So what? This is so your wife or your mother doesn't have to listen to you?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I got my wife those.
So you buy her some $200.
No, they're like $500.
$500.
Yeah.
What says Happy Mother's Day when she puts them on and she can ignore her kids?
No, you're right, David. I got my wife those headphones 3 years ago. I kid you not. $500.
They're a lot less now, but I got you.
Okay, fair enough. I thought I was and she loved them. She didn't have to listen to me.
I mean, who
and
wouldn't
my
like
kid.
That's a whole nother thing right
Rico,
there.
you like to believe that like every marriage is this like perfect TV Brady Bunch marriage. It's not.
Okay, no,
I'd
like to think that you don't need headphones to drown out your mate.
Jeff's wife's walking around the house. She looks like Princess Leia with the buns.
I mean, the only thing missing is a separate wing of the house, and you guys just become roommates.
We're actually creating one of those right now. No,
I hear that's in the works already for Roberto. I'm staying away from
Pool guy on line 10.
You do realize Roberto is the only person that likes me filling in on this show.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm the one that gets crapped on, not him.
It's fantastic. All right, here's another one. Maybe, again, controversial. I don't know, but it's a big item now. You see it in stores everywhere. Hot item. The Renfo high percussion massage gun.
Oh.
Everyone's loving these things. I mean, we got one in the house recently, and it's going good. I like it. My wife certainly likes it.
Rico is biting his lower lip. So Roberto has one in his house, Rico. Yeah. And today's Roberto's birthday. Just say it, man. Just say it.
I don't know. I mean,
yep.
Roberto, you've been in the bathroom a long time. What's going on in there?
Yeah,
not Roberto. No,
Yeah,
that's not Roberto in there for a long time.
Yeah, the brand is Renfo. I don't know. I thought maybe that was a guy's name or something. I don't know.
Honey, you okay in there? Honey, you okay? I'm fine.
Oh, Renfro.
Oh, Renfro.
Oh, Renfro.
All right, let's get to the next product.
All right, I talked to David about this yesterday, and actually, he said that I actually had a good Mother's Day idea for once. I couldn't believe it. It's only been like 10 years of bad ideas. I finally came through. 2 things you can do here. Guys, you're always taking pictures of your kids. You're using your phone, taking pictures of events, birthdays, holidays, whatever the case may be. Your wife's posting those on social media. Pool those together. Go online. You can make a nice calendar of those photos of your kids and your special times. Or you can do a digital picture frame for mom. The mothers love the digital picture frames.
Yeah, that's good.
I like that idea, Roberto. Or you could even go old school and have the photos printed out and make your own collage so that she can hang this poster up with like 30 different photos of kids and all of that from various age. So, yes, that's
a good one.
Yes.
See?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think I like Roberto's idea better. Less work. Rico wants you to break out the glue stick.
Oh, no, it could be work, though. If you think about it, like me, I'm thinking, okay, throughout the year, like the different sporting events they do, the different things they do, you're thinking of, I want to do this later, so let me take pictures.
Right, so you take the photo, and here's the thing, like there's a store, because I was looking, it's a 27 by 40 frame, and they already have it cut out, the cutout, so you just put the photos right behind there, boom, they did all the work for you. You just got to actually print them out. Maybe you can just pay for it yourself.
Maybe here's one, Jeff, you can pay for yourself. Another hot item this year for Mother's Day and all the other holidays coming up, Father's Day, whatever it may be. The Stanley Quencher H2O Flow State.
What?
Cup.
So it's the Stanley Cup. Is it the big one? Is it the small? They have so many of them.
It's the big one for anyone who's looking to up their H2O intake.
Do you know the Stanley Cups? Everybody's got them.
Yes.
My daughter has one. Every kid in her school has one. My wife has one.
The Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Heisman didn't win one here.
Oh, I was about to say. Do you know?
You know who doesn't?
Do you know what area has the most Stanley Cups sold? Toronto, because they don't have one.
Oh.
So buy her a. Yeah, you know, because I was just like, what's the difference in this cup? It's not. It's just the hottest cup right now.
It really is.
There's no difference between that and any of the other ones.
Well, yeah, Yeti was the hot one. Now Stanley's the hot one.
Yeah, but the Stanleys look so awkward. They're so huge, and they have a straw coming out of it, so water can flow like everywhere. I don't like the Stanley Cups.
This is a good one, I think, for the lady in your life. Much like a 5-star hotel, spend some good coin and get some really high-end, nice new bed sheets for the bed. High thread count, 5-star hotel quality.
But don't you think your wife would take offense to that?
Why? It's a nice thing to do.
I mean, it's like kind of getting a new vacuum or something. I feel she wouldn't really appreciate that.
I don't think so.
I think in order to
You're
go
bordering on it.
No, in order to go with that gift, your wife needs to like you.
Oh, let me write that.
If your wife likes you, that's a great gift. Yeah. If your wife doesn't like you, then no.
Actually, but hold on a second. It could work both ways, because if your wife likes you, like Rico says, great gift. But if your wife doesn't like you and you guys sleep in separate beds, it's also still a great gift. I mean, she's sleeping in good sheets.
I think so.
Not bad.
I mean, and then yesterday we brought this up. I was surprised that David did say this yesterday. He did say that some cleaning products, if your significant other does like a nice clean house.
If that's something they love. Some women like to relax when they clean. That's relaxing for them. So that will be a good gift if that's what they love.
Only. Listeners, don't listen to Roberto. Hear me out. Only unless your wife or your mother requested this.
Thank you.
Do you go and get cleaning supplies? If they did not, do not buy it at any cost. I don't care if it's on sale. Don't do it.
Honey, happy Mother's Day. Here's some Tilex.
No RoboVac then. RoboVac. I did that one year.
RoboVac's actually pretty nice, though.
That's what I said.
If they ask you for it, get it. But other than that, you're preparing yourself for a fight.
Honey, remember 2 years ago when you told me you needed a hammer? Here you go.
Because then it's what you're trying to say, the house isn't clean? Don't do it.
Now, this is a very high trending gift. I didn't know what this was when I read it. The Bog Bag, B-O-G-G bag, the Bog Bag. Basically what it says is a huge sort of like tote bag you can take to the beach. It's made out of the same material as Crocs. And it's got the holes in it like Crocs, but it's a nice big tote bag. I thought that was pretty cool.
That's okay. Those are popular.
I've seen that tote bag. Yeah,
they're very weird. It's like
very
the weirder the bag is the most popular these days.
I like it.
This is what you get when you wait this long.
It really is. These are the last minute ideas, right?
Yeah, I'll be hitting up.
I'm always amazed. The last minute gift, like people, these days, every year, same time.
No, Rico, you don't understand.
What, they moved it on you?
No.
We're going to do the same thing for Christmas. It's like,
Roberto,
did they move
Roberto,
Christmas?
At least Roberto is the only honest one on this show. I ask you a question. Do you remember Mother's Day every year?
No, I said this behind the glass earlier. I'm the complete most narcissist in the world. I was born on Mother's Day, and I forget Mother's Day.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Hey,
Just so you know,
in the house. This man has a beautiful bride. Do you remember Mother's Day?
I tried to, yeah. I mean, it's on your calendar. It shows up on your iPhone.
Maybe it's just me. Like,
it's not just you. Jeremy says he remembers it. It's on the calendar. I remember it.
David,
Kenny
I got all my
remembers
stuff
it.
a month ago.
Thank you.
I'm also an only child, guys, so.
Oh, you got to remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the stuff a month ago, so we're good. It's allowed.
I feel bad.
You should.
All right, so that was the Mother's Day Blitz. Boy, I feel great about myself. 97 won the
ticket. See you guys shopping tomorrow. Let's
Thanks,
get together.
Roberto.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Houston Astros are up next for the Tigers tonight at Comerica Park. They're coming off a 4-3 win over the Yankees yesterday. Radio play-by-play voice Robert Ford tells us more. Coverage begins at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit Lions minicamp kicked off today in Allen Park. No Dan Campbell as he's out with a personal issue. The team announced that Christian Mahogany, Gio Manu, Sione Vaki, and Makai Wingo have all signed their rookie deals. The various rookies spoke with the media today as well. Corners Tyrion Arnold is looking forward to teaming up with Ennis Rakestraw. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1 The Ticket. All right, so who said it? Next segment. We got some people that still want to talk about the greatest question ever to grace sports radio. Who needs who more? Jared Goff needs Detroit more, or the Lions needing Jared Goff more? 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. You want to go to the phones, Rico?
Let's go to the phones.
You do? Okay, yeah, Nick's been waiting a long time. He's on the Ticket. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, so I would like to say that, I mean, it's pretty great. It's not black and white. I want to push towards, I think Goff needs Detroit. I don't think he can just go to another team, whether they're prepared or not, something like you said, Falcons or Jets. He's been with the Lions, and he's been with this rebuilding team for, 3 years now? And we've only gotten more wins the better people we got. So I don't think it's as simple as just letting him go to another team. I think where he's at right now, he needs us.
You're saying that Goff needs the Lions.
He said that.
Yeah, I really do.
Just slightly, though. You said slightly, a little bit. And Nick, I think we're all there. I mean, that's why it's a good question, I feel. Because whoever you're choosing, it's by inches.
Right. That's what I'm going with. Because, I mean, I was telling my coworkers how Goff was phenomenal last year. And they're like, well, he wasn't the biggest part of the team. It was, you have Laporta that can get open. You have Monroe that can always get open. You have J-Mo that can get open most of the time. So as long as somebody's getting open, as long as you have an accurate quarterback, it doesn't really matter who's your quarterback. But I don't like that either. I don't really like that argument.
Okay, fair enough. I still think that the Lions need him more because it's hard to find a starting quarterback in the NFL. Now, you could sit here and say, well, you could just put anybody back there with this line. It doesn't work that way because you could have a great offensive line, you need an accurate quarterback. You need a quarterback that makes smart decisions. You need a quarterback that can keep everybody happy.
I also think, Rico, this is a certainty. This offense is going to be good. Unless they get injuries, I think it's fair to say they're going to be good, right? Jared Goff is 29 years old. He is going to sign probably the last big contract of his career, right? Why not stay in Detroit where consistency with this team is going to happen? If you go elsewhere, like the caller mentioned, it might take a couple years to get it going. Who knows if you'll be able to duplicate the success you found here? That's why I just think Goff needs the Lions more. He's in a great situation. He would have to be, in my mind, crazy to want to leave. You want to go to D. You're on the Ticket. What's going on, D?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Good, D.
I'm good. Listen, I just wanted to weigh in on the Jared Goff situation. The last caller before the break, he made the perfect point. Jared Goff does not have – if you look at all of the films of him throwing the ball downfield, more than 35 yards, you will see that every time he does that, they have to wait on the ball or something happens that messes up. Now, he's a surgeon 20 yards on a 20-yard throw, right, left, down the middle, what have you. In addition to that, he cannot move. I watched Hendon Hooker play his entire career. 8,000 yards in 2.5 years, almost 3. and 82 touchdowns. Okay? In addition to that, he can move. That's the difference. And like I said, the caller before the break said that anytime, without the offensive line that we have right now, and without Ben Johnson, Jared Goff would not be the quarterback that he is. He does not deserve $50 million a year, and they should not retard to the career of this kid. Jared Goff has won and probably will continue to win, but we can survive without him. He needs us more than what they need than we need him. What you give that offensive line to anybody else, they'll do the same thing.
Okay. I disagree. People are acting as if anybody could just step behind this line and get it done. And I'm telling you, it's not that easy.
You're right.
NFL.
But to answer the question, you kind of have to attack the other side, even though you like the other side. But I think D makes a really good point. If Goff were to go elsewhere, who would suffer more? Potentially Jared Goff in a new situation, or the Lions for not having their signal caller anymore?
The Lions.
And, I would actually say,
because
the likelihood is Goff would struggle more than Detroit would. I'm not saying whoever you put in replacement of Goff.
Okay, hold on. Jared Goff has already shown you. Team A.
With great, yes.
We went to Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Team
with great
B,
talent around him.
We went to NFC title game. Lions. Okay, let's do the same scorecard with the Lions. Nothing.
But you're leaving out
and
somebody.
nothing.
That's a little disingenuous. You're leaving
How?
You're leaving out the Brad Holmes effect. You're leaving out because everything you're saying did not include Brad Holmes, the so-called nothing.
So you're leaning in the I trust Brad Holmes thing and he can get anybody in here. Is that what you're saying?
I think he's a pretty damn good GM.
It's not that easy.
I think he's built this to this. No, but again, if you look at it from the point of view, who would struggle more? Would Jared Goff going into System X, right? Don't know where he's going. Would there be a likelihood for him to struggle more? Or would the Lions struggle more because they would have to replace Goff? I think the Lions could replace Goff. Now, would you see a downgrade in play? Maybe, but how big of a downgrade? And you'd be paying that person less, too. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's in such a good situation. It's so perfect for him. That's why he would be a lunatic to walk away.
I really was leaning in your direction with this until I had heard the last caller. Because these Lions fans are acting like they've done this every year in Detroit. It's been 30-plus years before they went back to where they went in 1991. And it's not that easy in the NFL. And I think now I'm on your side because these people are crazy.
David, seriously, there's maybe, and this is 20 quarterbacks that can actually get the job done.
Hey, David,
20.
I got a question for David. It's more of a statement. Flip, flop, flip, flop.
But you didn't hear my first part, though. So
flip, flop. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Here's what we're going to do. How about we push off Who Said It for one more segment?
We can do that.
People want to talk. Who needs who more? Jared Goff. Does he need the Lions more? Do the Lions need Mr. Goff more? 97 the ticket.
Guys, Jeff Rieger is a Specs grad. Jeff
Damn
Rieger
right.
did it. You can do it too. Okay?
Well,
Seriously.
that was mean.
What? I'm saying you're a Specs grad. They can also be a Specs grad. You want to go on the radio? You want to be like Jeff? You want to give your opinion out on the air? Specs It Up to You can help you achieve your goal. It can bridge that gap between sitting at your old job and having your brand new job that you absolutely love. TV is your thing, or you're a graphic design artist, don't worry about it. Specs It LTU has you covered as well. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like me with the hands-on approach and expert faculty. You're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, if you're tuning in for Who Said It, we're going to do it next segment. 248-539-9797. Who needs who more? Goff needs the Lions more. The Lions need Goff more. Rico and I have put our line in the sand. We'll just go to the callers. There's some great ticket texts as well. You want to hit a couple ticket texts first or callers first?
Let's get to the callers.
All right. Let's go to Chris in Garden City, waiting a long time. What's going on, Chris?
Fellas, great show. Well, look, the Bears moved off of Justin Fields, for God's sakes. And, people always talk about how great Brad Holmes is and he walks on water. And then they get to the Hendon Hooker pick and they just go, well, that was a trash pick. I don't think so. I think he knows what he's doing, and I think we got kind of a hidden gem there. And look at Jalen Hyatt. He's not exactly tearing up the NFL like we all thought he would. I think Hendon Hooker had a lot to do with his success, and he does the exact opposite of what Goff does. Downfield accuracy, he has the arm with a little bit of mobility. It could be a thing. I'm not giving up on it. I'm not saying Goff's trash like a...
Chris, I think you bring up a good point. And listen, I know people like to laugh when you're like Hendon Hooker, the heir apparent, but I think a lot of it is going to be told in the term that Goff gets on his contract, right? If he gets a 2-3 year deal, which I think it would be longer than that, then you would say Hooker's in play, right? If not, then obviously Hooker is the backup for the time being or a bust or whatever the case is. But you do draft the guy in the third round. I do think he intends to try to use him at some point.
Well, we know he doesn't like to be wrong. He wants to be the smartest man in the room. He's probably keeping a receipt on this. We'll hear about it in the near future. He loves to be the smartest man in the room, so he doesn't want to be wrong, Rico. You know I'm right on that one.
Yeah, you are correct, and he's probably writing this down, and it'll make some veiled, crack at us. So,
do you think Brad listens?
Yeah,
or somebody tells him.
Oh, every organization listens because somehow or another it always gets back to us if we say mean things. Go ahead.
God, I want them to win a Super Bowl so he can break out his ultimate receipts. Remember, Dan Campbell said, too, he has receipts as well. He's going to wait, though. He's going to wait for more success, apparently. Let's go to Drew. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Drew?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
I don't even feel like this is a discussion. The Lions need Goff, and I'll tell you why. What are the Lions' goals? Their goal is to win a Super Bowl. You don't sign Goff. Shoot, you might go from the best quarterback in the division to the worst quarterback in the division. Forget winning the Super Bowl. You probably won't even win the division. And so, when I look at it from that regard, if Goff's goal is to get paid, he'll get paid somewhere. If the Lions' goal is to win a Super Bowl, that has to be Goff. It's not going to be a rookie. It won't be Hooker anytime soon. It won't be a first-round quarterback.
Drew, I think in a perfect world, they understand they both need each other. And Goff's your quarterback for the foreseeable future, and hopefully you do win a Super Bowl. But it doesn't take away from the question. But thank you, Drew. I mean, listen, that's the answer. The answer is both sides need each other. It's fair.
They need each other. But we said who needs the other more?
I agree.
I think the Lions need Goff more because there's only a handful of quarterbacks that can get it done on the NFL level. There's a lot of guys who we think they have the potential and end up washing out, okay? Like the guy, I thought Justin Fields was going to be the man in Chicago. He wasn't. Like, we drafted this guy. And they just turn out to be a bum. Whereas, Goff, like it or not, he's not mobile. But look at his track record. If he were to go someplace else, I have a feeling he could do it again.
JD's in Ann Arbor. He's on the ticket. What's going on, JD?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
All right. Well, first of all, I love this question because absolutely, we both need each other so much. Regardless of the player he is, Goff is just such a scheme fit, such a culture fit, is perfect for this city. But if I had to pick one, I think Goff needs the Lions more because outside of Detroit and outside of the Lions, I don't think there's anybody else that really believes in him. He was the Rams' first-round pick, first overall, and he took them to a Super Bowl. They tossed him into a trade deal as a deal sweetener. And the power rankings, you look at QB power rankings, you'll struggle to find him in top 10, usually top 15. But as far as stats go, he's top 5 in QB stats, second in passing yards, third in touchdowns. But nobody else believes in Goff like the Lions do.
So you're saying that Goff needs the Lions?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get the opportunity, the trust, or the belief that he gets from the Lions anywhere else. I don't think the rest of the NFL believes in him.
JD, the other thing, too, is maybe Goff doesn't need the Lions more, but Goff needs Ben Johnson, too. I think that relationship is so important. I think, listen, it goes both ways, obviously. We know this already. We've discussed it, but man, does he get a lot from Ben Johnson. They are perfect for each other, and in a different situation, Ben Johnson isn't there. Goff is. So I appreciate the call, JD.
Look, once again, we're splitting hairs. I just think that the Lions need him more. Lions know that. The Lions are trying to get this deal done. I don't think that Brad Holmes comes out and says what he says if they want to kind of put it out there. Hey, guys, we're trying. He's the holdup. It's not us. See, we wanted all 3 contracts to come out on draft day. These are Brad Holmes' words, not mine.
That's a great point by you. I mean, that if I was fighting your side, I would have said that too, because you are right. When Brad Holmes came on the morning show yesterday, I mean, he said Goff has earned the extension. It's a high priority for us. We want to get this done. So you're right about that. And you could maybe speculate, too, the reason the deal isn't done is because maybe Goff's side is holding it up. So maybe the Lions said, listen, here's what we're giving you. And Goff is like, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go with that.
And that's why I feel like Goff knows Lions need me a little bit more than I need them. So I can take my time and I can make sure that this deal is everything that I want, because the Lions, I'm not saying they're desperate, but they realize if we don't get it done, we're going to eventually have to start over again.
And I love what you're saying, and I think you're absolutely right to an extent. I think Goff's camp is saying, let's squeeze a little more. My last big contract, I want to be the highest paid quarterback or top 3, top 5, whatever the case is. Like, I do think it, but I do think there's a little voice in Goff's head, and he's probably told his representation as well, don't screw it up, though. I need to be here. I need to be here because a different situation would not be as beneficial to me.
Because we don't know what Hendon Hooker is. And I know everybody keeps saying, like, oh, Hendon Hooker, he's mobile. Man, don't get seduced by the fact that he's mobile, because what if he's mobile and can run around and he's not accurate? We always Jared Goff can't throw the ball 35 yards down the field. Okay, but he doesn't have to do that. The offense is not made for that. The offense is made for him. It builds on his strengths. So I don't care that he can't throw the ball deep down the field, because guess what? Most of the passes are 20 yards and in, and they're pretty lethal.
All right, let's go one more before Who Said It? How about I can pick, right? I know what people are saying. Let's go to Robert. He's been holding on the longest. Robert, you get the last word, my friend. What's up, bud?
Good Friday, gentlemen.
Hey.
I am absolutely in shock in hearing people say what I'm listening to them say about Jared Goff. I'm from Orange County, California. One thing people don't realize, it was like a soap opera. Sean McVay and Goff had a falling out. That is why he is not there. He's a proven winner. Every single place that he's been, he has proven. People are discrediting what the Lions haven't done and how he has elevated these players. His great decision-making, doesn't throw a lot of interceptions. He allows guys to get open. He takes what the field is giving him, and he has one hell of an arm. I've been at UC Irvine watching spring training. He can throw the long ball, but he is a leader. He instills confidence from the coaching, from the general manager, from the owner to the players. And I think that's what it is to be a leader and to lift a team, is to be able to be a general on the field where you lift the entire team. And that's what you're looking for. And that doesn't come in legs, and it comes in an arm and a mind, and he's proven himself. And to think otherwise, go on with another 20 years with another 20 different quarterbacks and get Charlie Batch with legs, and you're just going to have the same story over and over
Charlie was mobile
again.
too. But no,
right, don't get seduced by the whole mobility factor. Like, you have a quarterback. Guess what? Every quarterback has flaws. There aren't any. There's Patrick Mahomes.
I agree.
And then there's everybody else who has something that they can't do.
But you know what he said at the very end of his call? He said, hey, Jared Goff is the guy, or go another 25 years trying to find a guy. My point is, you got yourself great leadership, a great regime, a great front office. I don't think it would take 25 years to find another guy.
Yeah, nobody thinks that, Rieger, until it takes you 25 years.
Or it doesn't, though. Like, we could talk about Goff, and is Goff the unicorn, and is he always the guy we needed? Or we could talk about Campbell and Holmes,
Rieger,
and if they're the guys we've always needed, I choose to believe it's Campbell and Holmes.
I've only seen 2 examples where a quarterback, and it may be more, but I can only think of 2 examples where you literally replace one quarterback, great quarterback, with another great quarterback.
That's in San Francisco and Green Bay.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's look at all the other QBs, and when they're gone, nothing.
How many years did it take Pittsburgh to find another one after Bradshaw?
Right.
And now we're still trying to find another one after Roethlisberger.
Right, and it takes time, and you're thinking, well, these guys are smart. It's a crapshoot trying to get that quarterback. Like I said, San Francisco went from Montana to Young. Green Bay has now gone from Favre to Aaron Rodgers to looks like Jordan Love. That's the exception.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, those quarterbacks you name, Roethlisberger, Young, Montana, whether it's Rodgers or Favre, Goff is not as good as any of them. Not even close.
I can't help you.
All right, who said it next? 97 won the ticket. Oh, this is exciting. It's my favorite game. Better than Jeopardy, it's Who Said It.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. All new audio heard this week on 97.1 The Ticket.
Who's eligible?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Everybody. No
Everybody.
off limits on anybody.
Oh.
So we're talking Chapman and Caputo and
Sure. Sure.
Oh, this is exciting. Wojo. Me.
Sure.
Mark Ryan.
I don't like it if it's
you wanted to be
if everybody's included.
Not me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not
Well,
exclusive.
Not Jeff though.
It's not elitist anymore. Yeah, Rico likes to click. He likes keeping people out.
Well, speaking of that, that word makes it into the first clue. Are you ready to play? Here we go.
Yeah.
Their pitching at times is elite, but their offense is pathetic.
Pitching at times is elite, but their offense is pathetic. Rigger, I'll let you go first.
Yeah,
You
I think that
love
was
this
me,
game.
actually. You said anybody is available. I think that was, I think I said that to Wojo just yesterday or the day before.
Okay.
I think that may have been our show. I think it was either Mike or Rico. I think it may have been Rico.
Yeah,
Because we definitely used those types of terminology when we were discussing the Tigers.
But Mike has been talking about how elite this pitching is. The pitching staff can win 90-plus games. The hitting is awful. So if that's the case, but then again, it's so generic, it could be anybody.
Yeah, but you got to whittle it down to who would say
Rigger is
pathetic.
not you, okay? We're just going to say it's not you.
I think it's me.
It's not you.
I think it's me.
No, I'm guessing Mike.
I'm thinking it's Mike as well.
Yeah.
Kenny said Mike
But
too?
it's definitely this show.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to place a bet on this, Rigger?
No.
Okay.
No.
I got 150 on it. What you got?
That's more than my 2-week
Chipotle
stipend.
How about $7? They got $7 on it. You think you can pull $7 more from the?
Settle down over there.
Yeah, he just won't get her a card.
Oh wait, you got to get a card too. Who said it already?
Who said it?
And guess what? You could have doubled. You could have had $300.
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. The pride is enough.
I don't want to play
give
this.
you one of these. I give you one of these.
I don't wanna-
give you one of these.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
I'd
rather take phone calls.
Baby.
We're done.
I'd rather take phone calls.
Goff or the Lions? Who needs who?
Who needs who more? Goff or the Lions? 248-539-9797. You can go to hell.
Yeah.
You proud of yourself, Roberto?
Listen, there's always time for redemption.
All right,
Let's
what else
move
we got?
on.
You have to work with us every day.
Let's move on. Next one. I love that Brad Holmes at the start of this year said we should win the NFC North.
Man, that sounds like cookies.
Jesus, it's me again. I kid you
Now
not.
you
I
gotta
said this yesterday. Or it's cookies. No, I'm going with me again. Just to piss you guys off.
Okay. One more time, Roberto.
I love that Brad Holmes at the start of this year said we should win the NFC North.
I think I hear morning show, but I hear it in Jansen's voice. I was just about to change mine too. I hear that in John Jansen's voice. I'm going to go with Jansen.
I hear that in Cookie voice. I'm going to go with Jim.
I was also leaning to change mine to Jansen as well. So I'm going to go with Jansen.
I think we're all locked in.
Everybody in?
Yes.
Who said it?
Roberto, seriously, is it just? It's okay. I'm going to stop. If it's all Rieger,
I said that at any point this could happen, that all five could be the same guy. Now let's see. Are you going to roll with that? Are you going to keep going?
Well, you got to tell me what the
Or are you
saying
gonna,
is.
Are you going to keep thinking it's you?
Listen, I know what I think. I'm unfortunately the one guy that has to live in this head, okay?
Okay, here we go. Next one.
All right.
do you guys feel like playing this anymore?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was about to pull the plug and just read a read. All right.
No, I'm good.
Here we go. The question is, will he hit like he did at the end of the year, or is he eventually going to hit a home run? Because that is two different things.
Say that again, please.
That is not me.
The question is, will he hit like he did at the end of the year, or is he eventually going to hit a home run? Because that's two different things. Talking about Torkelson.
That is a weird
Is that Gator.
See, I was thinking Doug.
Same show. Okay, all right.
No, I was thinking the real co-host. I'm going to go with Kang.
Or is it Rieger? Because
no, that is definitely not.
It absolutely could be.
Can you read that again?
Do you remember saying that?
No,
did
I
Roberto
definitely
go
did not
full
say
lazy?
that.
So
You
I
didn't
did
remember
not say
saying that in the same segment?
I don't think that was me.
The question is, will he hit like he did at the end of the year, or is he eventually going to hit a home run? Because that is two different things.
It is so. I hope I didn't say that because it makes no sense. It's nonsensical. I'll go Gator.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Everybody in? Who was it?
Ow! I don't understand the comments.
I don't know.
Great call, Kenny Cock.
Kane collects.
Oh, damn it.
All right, number four. If you put a good product on the field, they'll pack Comerica.
I think that's either Mike or Jim. I think it's Jim.
I almost want to use the jank rule because I feel like I
There's no
heard this.
almost.
I know, but I don't want to. I don't want to get. Let me go last, and
Yes.
I won't poison the jury.
Damn, that's hard. David, go ahead.
Let me hear one more time.
It's very insightful. If you put a good product on the field, they'll pack Comerica.
I mean, because it's so generic and dumb.
But it's one of those that I think we said it on this show.
I don't think so.
I think it might have been on this show.
No.
I think we said it on this show.
It's either Mike or Costa.
No, see, I'm wondering, did I say that?
And well, if
Or
you did,
does- or
David
does-
thinks it's dumb.
Wait, because Stoney was here, so
It's generic.
we didn't talk baseball yesterday, so
Could
it's
be
not
Stoney.
Stoney. No, we didn't talk baseball yesterday.
I'm going to go Costa.
I'm going Costa as well.
Kenny?
I think I heard this driving in, and I think it's Costa. I'm
all right.
not sure, but I think.
Rico.
I'll go with Kenny.
All right, Costa.
All right. Who said it?
Oh, come on.
And water's wet.
Look at David.
Wasn't that line in Field of Dreams?
Water's wet. Boobs are fun.
Right.
Kevin Costner said
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, that's right.
Duh.
If you put a
Come
good
on.
product on the field,
All right,
it'll
quickly.
pack.
You want the last one?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Last one.
I prefer to be a straight shooter and just come out with what it is because it's eventually going to come out.
What?
I prefer to be a straight shooter and just come out with what it is because it's eventually going to come out.
What does that mean? What is that in reference to? There's no context to
You
any
know
of
what?
that.
I'm going to just go say Wojo.
It's a person that considers themselves a straight shooter. Who's a straight shooter?
Straight shooter sounds like a Gator phrase. I'll go Gator.
I'm going to go Wojo.
I'm going to go Kang.
I'm going to go Costa or Tom.
Pick one.
I get it. I'm trying to figure it out in my head.
Rieger, what part of we got to hurry this up are you not understanding?
Pick, go.
I'll go Tom.
Okay, who said it?
I don't know if I'm happy or
Turn it off.
sad
Turn it
about
off.
this week's version.
God, I hate this game.
You know what?
97 won
Let's
the
talk
ticket.
some football. 97 won.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are back at home after a 6-game road trip. Saw them go 1-5 versus the Yankees and Guardians. Here's the rotation for the series against the Astros. Casey Mize starts tonight. Asterisk Skubal is back tomorrow. And then Jack Flaherty will battle former Tiger Justin Verlander on Sunday. If you're attending the game today or tomorrow, you can take advantage of the City Connect block parties. That's VP of Marketing Katie Jackson. The parties are taking place on Withrow Street near the Big Tiger statue. You can hear the game tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch is set for 6:40. The newest Lions draftees have their numbers selected. Corner Ennis Rakestraw will wear 15. Running back Sione Vaki chose 33. Offensive tackle Gio Manu will sport 59. Guard Christian Mahogany has 73. Defensive tackle Makai Wingo will feature 94. And corner Terrion Arnold will wear 0. He talked about how his mom helped him get to this point. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Knicks face the, quote, small market Pacers, while the Nuggets battle the Timberwolves. The NHL pits the Panthers and Bruins, along with the Oilers and Canucks. At the Cornwall Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1 The Ticket, 5 o'clock hour, weekend just around the corner, people. It feels good. It's gorgeous outside. Rico and I and the guys were talking before the show. Rico, you had a great question that I don't know if there's a right answer, and I think people are going to be all over the place. And it's not who needs who more, Goff needing the Lions or the Lions needing Goff. Go ahead.
No, I guess the question was this. Netflix, it looks like Netflix and the NFL are going to have a deal. They're going to play Christmas Day games, doubleheader,
which is a Wednesday,
and they're going to put some blockbuster games out there. Hey, Detroit, you're one of the it teams now. People actually want to watch and see you. You do realize it's possible. Like, you're going to play on Thanksgiving. Yeah. That's a given. You could end up on one of these Wednesday Christmas Day games, because when you look at the people out there that the Lions could play, I could easily see a rematch of the NFC Championship game on Christmas Day, or Lions-Cowboys, Christmas Day, or even Lions-Packers, Christmas Day. So, but they also may have to go overseas. So the question was, would you rather see the Lions play overseas? Because I think, is it the Vikings and the Bears?
It is the Bears and the Vikings, yes.
Two of your divisional opponents have a home game overseas, or would you rather see the Lions play on Christmas night?
Which is a Wednesday.
Which is a Wednesday.
Like, if it's a Monday, a Sunday, a Saturday, a Thursday, I kind of feel you're okay. It's a Wednesday. And I'm not one of these guys that says, like, give it to the NBA because they started this thing. I just don't want my team playing on a Wednesday, considering I think the scheduling really kind of screws you up.
Because I am curious to how, because it's so late in the year, I don't know if you're going to have a bye week that late. So
here's what you would do, though. I kind of feel, wouldn't you say, you would be so behind the 8 ball, because you would have to play on the Thursday before,
right,
to give yourself almost a week to get ready for Wednesday. But that means you have a short week on the week before the Thursday game, unless you have the bye there. So
but because you've done the Thursday game before, I could easily, because you do that for Thanksgiving, they could say, you're used to this. Well, how about this? We'll give you a home game so you don't have to travel. There's less wear and tear on your body. I could easily see, but because I don't think I can get a bye week. Would you rather see the Lions play Christmas Day in the blockbuster games, or would you rather see them hop on a flight and go overseas and play a divisional opponent?
And that could be at 9 in the morning, potentially.
That could be at 9 in the morning.
So that's going to be weird. See, I would say overseas, simply because I think if you play on that Wednesday and the schedule leading up to it, I think that's so much football in a very short amount of time. I think at some point you're going to be playing on 3 or 4 days rest, maybe multiple times. I just think it's borderline unsafe.
See,
so I would say overseas.
I would rather play the Christmas Day game because if you go overseas, Rieger, the overseas games are normally garbage games, and it's the ultimate equalizer because you don't know how you're going to handle the jet lag of flying all the way over there. You get a bye week, I think the following week, but yeah, you finish playing, you can pack up everything, and now you got to go on a 10-hour flight over to England to play a game. And I mean, let's face it, most of those games are not very good. Okay?
Yeah, and you made the point earlier. Like, just because there's more of it doesn't mean it's good and doesn't mean it's quality. Are we reaching a point where it's just like, I mean, come on. There has to be a limit. There's got to be something they say no to, but they're not going to.
Hey, Lions fans, this is the price of fame, okay? You are an it team. I think you're either going to get a Christmas night game or you're going to get one of these overseas games because the NFL is going to want to market you. They're going to put that out there. You're the fun team. You're that team that everybody wants to see. So, yes, you'll play on Thanksgiving Day, but I could easily see a rematch with the Cowboys on Christmas. I could see a rematch with the Niners on Christmas. Or, you know what? Put the Packers on Christmas.
So, I'm looking at the schedule.
Because the schedule comes out next week.
But on Wednesday. The 21st of November is a Thursday. That's Thanksgiving, correct?
Yeah.
So you have to look at, it's 5 weeks later is Christmas. So you're going to play on a Thursday. At some point, you're going to get the extra rest, the 3 days extra for playing on Thanksgiving. And then they're going to throw that at you on a Wednesday. So late in the season. I mean, Christmas is on the 25th. The season ends like 2 weeks later. It's almost not fair.
Your Thanksgiving Day game will be against an AFC opponent because you played an NFC opponent this year. So you always swap with the Cowboys. So that's why I said the Packers are in play. Like there's a lot of teams in play if you end up playing it. And with this schedule being how it is, it's a lot of great games that the Lions are going to be playing.
That's what I was going to say, and I'm glad you just said that because the most primetime games you can get are 5. Now, I just looked at the primetime schedule for last year. They don't consider Thanksgiving, the Cowboy or the Lion game, a primetime game.
Right.
The Thursday night Thanksgiving game is, which means you have a possibility that you will probably have to play all of those great teams that you have, the Cowboys possibly, the Texans possibly.
You're looking at Sunday night games,
the Niners,
Thursday night games, Monday night games.
Yes.
And possibly overseas.
Yeah, this is like COVID all over again. Do you remember they had Tuesday night games on COVID? They had Wednesday night
that's
games.
Because that was that Steeler game.
You had to get it in.
Yeah.
I remember
Titans
the Patriots
playing on like
one
a Tuesday.
time.
Yeah.
It was during our
so
show.
Weird, man. Yeah, and they started at like 4:30 in the afternoon, and there's no fans, and it was just really bizarre. I'm curious. It's a great question. What would you rather have? The game overseas or the game on Christmas, a Wednesday? If it'd be a Thursday, it'd be so much better. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 the ticket. All right, so I was wrong, Rico. This happens every now and then.
It's kind of how you don't know that Mother's Day's coming up.
So Thanksgiving's actually on the 28th. So we're asking you, what would you rather have? The Lions play on Turkey Day or Christmas rather, or play one of the overseas games?
And here's
Both
the thing.
are a possibility.
And the Christmas Day game or Christmas night game could be a home game.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't mean it's going to be on. You could be playing at Ford Field on Christmas night at home. So you would sacrifice your Thanksgiving and also your Christmas.
You said something genius in the break. You said the NFL doesn't care, and I would agree with you. However, if the Christmas game was a real reality, the 28th is a Thursday. So then you get the extra 10 days. You play a Sunday and then another Sunday, but then you would have to play a Thursday to get ready for the following Wednesday. You could be looking at 3 Thursday or Wednesday games in a month.
I would love it because it make the pregame show go a lot easier for me. I get my weekends back. And here's
all
the thing.
About you, Rico. It's all about you.
No, it's all about the Lions because it's the price of fame. When you were irrelevant, all your games were at 1 o'clock on a Sunday. No one cared about you. Guess what? Everybody loves Dan Campbell. Everybody loves this team. People want to watch the Lions. It's a badge of honor. It sucks because now you got to get up on the stage and dance, but you're going to have to go and play some of these games.
I will say this before we go to the phones. You are right. Like the primetime games are great. They are. And opening in Kansas City was awesome, especially because the Lions won. But there's something to be said about a 1 o'clock game on a Sunday, and I felt like we missed that this year. The 1 o'clock game on the Sunday is kind of sacred. We've had so many Thursday nights. We had Monday nights and Sunday nights.
You know what? The 1 o'clock game on a Sunday is like a noon game on a Saturday. It means your team's not good or you're not playing a good team. It's the appetizer. The main course comes later in the day. You became the main course last week or last year because you were playing the Thursday night games. You were playing games that people wanted to see you, and now they want to see you even more because your coach, man, they got a taste of the Lions and Dan Campbell in the playoffs. I got a feeling they're going to either be in London or I forgot the other places. I think, is it a game in Germany as well?
Yes, but the Bears and the Vikings games will be in London.
Right, Bears and so their home games are there. Or you may have a home game here where, think about it, part of your Thanksgiving Day is going to be at Ford Field and part of your Christmas could be at Ford Field.
Do you think Lions fans missed the Monday 1 o'clock games?
The Sunday
1 o'clock games last year.
No.
Really?
No.
Did you guys? I missed them.
You had a few, like when they played the Panthers, like when they played bad teams.
The Panthers, the Ravens. Was the Ravens a 1 o'clock game or was that a 4 o'clock game?
That was
a
1
1 o'clock game.
Was that 1 o'clock?
And it was over
Seattle
at 1:15.
was 1 o'clock. Yeah, you're right about that. I wanted to
that
throw
hasn't happened in a long time for them.
I'm curious. In addition to what would you rather have, the game on Christmas or the game overseas? Can we throw that in the fire? I'm curious what fans would say. Did you miss the Sunday 1 o'clock games? I'm only speaking for myself. I did. I love them.
Don't worry, you'll get them back in 2025.
What does that mean?
It means you had a bad team.
Unbelievable.
David, ticket text before we go to the phone calls.
Somebody else does say, play Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's what the NFL should do. I'm tired of all the other stuff. Well, that's not going to happen.
You can't have it both ways. You want the fame. This comes with the fame.
No, the NFL can't make the Lions play on 2 holidays. I refuse to have both of my holidays taken.
Oh, there's a lot of people that hate their family, though. No, so they'd be happy to play on Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Because David said that, and I had to point out, I'm like, David, the Niners played the last game on Thanksgiving, and then they got shellacked by the Ravens on Christmas. So if you're a good team, guess what? Welcome to the main stage.
Do you think the NBA is standing by and saying, come on, guys, really? You got to play on a Wednesday on Christmas too? You can't let us have this back, can you?
I think they are pissed off because it happened a couple of years ago, but that was when it fell on a Sunday. I believe Christmas fell on a Sunday. So, okay, we get it.
Right.
You want to play.
Right.
They continue to do it the last couple of years now. So it happens. Yeah. Someone says, I want to play Christmas Day. Last time we played on Christmas was 1999 against the Broncos. I want a better finish.
Yeah, they lost that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talk about not liking your family. Someone says, I would rather the Christmas Day game so that I can watch the game rather than have to talk about politics at a family Christmas gathering.
There you go.
Well, no, because at that point the election will be over, so it'll be kumbaya, right?
Oh, sure it will.
Everything will be good.
Rico's got jokes, everybody. You want to go to Corin?
Yeah.
He's on the ticket. What's going on, Corin? How are you, bud?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
So my thing is, if I don't want to sacrifice a home game to go overseas. I mean, it's clear that this team in our stadium is a clear home field advantage. So if we're sacrificing a road game, then I'd rather play overseas.
I think it would be a road game.
No, it's a road game.
Yeah, it would be a home game.
Either be the Bears or Minnesota's home game. They are sacrificing.
Perfect.
Right.
Then I would rather play the overseas game, because you got to think about it late in the season. Right, this is when those little knick-knack and injuries start piling up.
I agree with you.
We're playing on Thursdays and Wednesdays. Like we're gonna the Thursday night game for Thanksgiving is perfect because you almost get like a half bye week. So we always got like a bye week and a half.
Yeah,
but if we're doing like a Thursday so we can play on a Wednesday, like one of those times we're gonna be playing 2 games in 10 days.
Corey, the only problem about the overseas game is it is the ultimate equalizer because teams just don't play the same way when they go overseas. I don't know if it's jet lag. I don't know what it is. But the top teams go over to London, and the games are normally just a boat race. Whoever scores first normally ends up winning.
Now, Corin, Rico brings up a great point, because if you look at the Lions' whole blueprint about the Dan Campbell culture, even when they stunk, you heard from other teams how physical they were and how they were beating people's asses. I kind of think the Lions would have the advantage in a so-called neutral site trip overseas.
I absolutely agree. So, I mean, if you think of the Cowboys game last year, I know the Cowboys are at home, but AT&T Stadium is not a home game. Like, even just like kind of like the Charger Stadium is not really a home game. It's more like a neutral site.
You're saying you're saying the Cowboys Stadium is not a home field advantage?
Yeah, because AT&T Stadium is so huge, and fans.
Oh no! They were like, remember they were like 8-0 at home last year.
No. They're a great home team, but I'm saying like the environment.
You're saying it's not this atmosphere. I got you.
It's not like exactly atmosphere-wise. So I apologize, but the way that we play football, I mean, physicality travels. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to matter. Like as long as our line is intact and we're running the football, we're going to be okay.
It does travel.
Give ourselves a chance to win.
It does travel. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but it just feels like if you're betting, bet on the underdog, because it's traveling overseas is the equalizer for bad teams to kind of catch up and play a game that's an ugly looking game at 9 a.m.
Somebody texted in, and I wish I would have kept Corin on the line. Said that dude just sounded like Brad Holmes on the line right now. LOL. He kind of did, didn't he?
No, he wouldn't have called his show. So no, it's not.
Brad Holmes only calls the morning show.
Right. And they only call from the bathroom, so, you know.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of support. First time all show long, getting a lot of ticket texters say, yeah, we get it. Being a good team means you play a lot of primetime games, but people do miss the 1 o'clock games. And I think it's just strictly tradition, right? Because you grew up with Lions, 1 o'clock every week.
Yeah, you grew up with a bad team.
Yeah.
Guess what? That's gone. You don't get to have it both ways. If you are
1 o'clock in Thanksgiving, that's all you had.
Right. If you're playing
that's so true.
All your games at 1 o'clock, next year, you had a horrible year this year, and you probably had a top 5 pick.
Well, 2 years ago when they started 1-6, if they didn't put them on Sunday Night Football, the very last game of the season, it would have been that. It would have been Thanksgiving and the rest Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
With the exception of, wasn't Carolina on a Saturday?
Yeah, yes. But that
was right around the holidays. Yeah. It was Christmas Eve. Yeah. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 the ticket. All right. 97 won the ticket. Tiger baseball coming up. Tigers and Astros. This is fun, by the way. Have you looked at the pitching matchups? We get Justin Verlander on Mother's Day. That's really cool. Now, JV's got like a 4.5 ERA, but still, JV on Mother's Day, which is pretty sweet. This is a big series for the Tigers, I kind of feel. And, Rico, I want to give you this, and then I want to ask you a question, and feel free to tell me I'm overreacting or
When's
not.
Wojo and Rieger coming in?
Wojo is not coming in. Rieger is right here.
And we got the big finish today.
All right, so the Tigers lineup is out, and they're wearing the City Connect jerseys today. Do you like the City Connects?
I absolutely do not like the City
Don't
Connect
like
jerseys. They look like something that you get at a local hood gas station. Detroit cap. Like you were in town and you just had to buy somebody something that said Detroit. So you just go to the gas station behind the plexiglass and there's a cap that just says Detroit.
I agree with you. The only thing I like about the cap, it kind of like got me a little bit. I saw Evan wearing one. The Detroit is smaller than I thought it was. That's at least a little more sellable for me, but I agree with you.
It's so nondescript.
It's not creative.
You know what? Give me the Detroit cap. Let me get 5 white T-shirts and a vape pen. That's what you feel like at the gas station.
How about a pack of rolling papers, too? Oh, and by the way, those gummy nerds maybe, too. Have you tried those? Those things are delicious. They're unbelievable. The most addicting candy in the history of the world. Anyway, so I was looking at the lineup at the break there, and let me just give this to you very quickly. Like Andy Ibanez, Matt Vierling, Mark Canha, Riley Green. That's your top 4. Now, I don't know why consistently you don't put Riley Green at 1 or 2 to make sure you maximize his at-bats. He's your best hitter. But whatever, he's hitting cleanup. Torque 5, Wensiel Perez 6. The new kid, Ryan Velade, is 6. Then it goes Baez. He's 7. Then it goes Baez and Rogers. Here's my question to you. Am I a jerk? There is no reason Javier Baez should. Oh, thank you. There is no reason Javier Baez should be in this lineup. Like Javier Baez made that dumb base running error in the 10th inning of the game on Wednesday against the Guardians. And I know other things went wrong. Like Ibanez had an error and Rogers had an error. And I thought the manager erred twice by giving away the game. But that base running error was awful. It was so bad. I would have benched him for today. They've already benched him 4 or 5 times. Am I a jerk? I don't think Baez should be in this lineup.
Because here's the thing, Rieger. At this point, benching doesn't work. So, okay. You're going to bench him, and then what? He's going to do the same thing a few months from now. He's going to make another dumb mistake.
It was so bad that I think it justifies at least a day off.
Brother, if you're going to bench him, just get rid of him.
I mean, listen, the majority of people want to get rid of him. I don't think that's going to happen.
Right, I mean, like, so you bench him today. What is that going to do? What is it going to do? I agree with you.
Okay.
But if you bench him today, what does that mean?
It's going to do nothing because you and I did a show not too long ago before the season, and I'll give you credit. You were right. I was arguing on behalf of Baez saying you got to give him a chance. And you're like, no, you don't. You know what he is. And I'm like, no. Rico, you got to give him a chance. And for 4 days, he flashed. For 4 days, he hit doubles and homers. And then it all went away. I do think, though, I get it. He shouldn't be playing on this team. He should be DFA'd. I know it's not going to happen. But I do think some baseball sins are almost unforgivable that you need to at least say, listen, we might be stuck with you, but that is not acceptable.
Right, but then if that's the case, do you bench him when he swings at a pitch that's 2 feet outside the strike zone? Like, where does it end, Rieger? You're a bad player is just a bad player. Okay?
It's so bad.
And then if you're going to bench him, do you bench everybody else when they do stuff?
Well, here's the thing. Colt Keith might as well get sent down. Colt Keith, again, not in the lineup. He can't hit. He's got one of the worst OPSs in baseball.
And Rieger,
he should be sent down as well, just like Parker Meadows was.
You're getting to the point where you don't have anybody to replace these guys. So when you know, what are you going to do, bench me? No. Who are you going to put in my spot? Like, you're running out of bodies. So... yeah, we're bringing up Akil Baddoo. We're going to bring him back up? Like, we got
I think
nothing.
He's injured, but he wasn't hitting all that bad before he got injured.
You got nothing.
I know. It's very disappointing because
you just die on some weird hill sometimes.
On paper, they're a game above 500. I've forgotten about Wednesday.
They're about to play a bunch of bad teams.
Yeah, but the Astros actually aren't a bad team. They just have a bad record. They have talent.
So you're not what your record says you are?
Maybe this early in the baseball season, no. Like the Astros,
how many wins do they have?
The Astros have, I think they're 13-24. And believe it or not, like if you look at the games coming up, the pitching matchups for the Tigers are actually kind of tough. Like, they are throwing 3 guys at you. One is a bona fide Hall of Famer in Justin Verlander coming up, obviously, on Sunday. And the other 2 are 2 of their better pitchers in baseball.
So you're telling me just disregard their record. This team is actually good.
I wouldn't be shocked if the Astros have success this weekend against the Tigers, is what I'm telling you.
This is where baseball people lose me. Don't believe what you see with your eyes. Look at these stats. Or I see a team that's just not winning.
So today it's Framber Valdez. Valdez, 3.97 ERA, 22 2/3, 25 hits, and 19 strikeouts. So he's a decent pitcher. And then tomorrow it's their ace. And then on Sunday it's Justin Verlander on Mother's Day. So I'm just saying, this is no cakewalk for the Tigers. I know people look at the record and say, oh, now the Astros suck. I don't think they suck. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked.
Rieger, they're about to play, I think the Royals are the only team with a winning record. So, yes, these are series that you should win the series. Not saying sweep. You should take 2 of 3 games.
Tomorrow, if they play baseball, you're going to go against Christian Javier, 2-0 with a 1.54 ERA, a 1.11 whip, 15 hits in 23rd and a third innings, 18 strikeouts, so almost a strikeout an inning, and 11 walks. He's a really good pitcher, but he's going against Tarek Skubal, right? I'm just saying this is a tough series this weekend, and this would actually prove to me that maybe they're not as bad as I think they are after that 1-5 road trip if they take a series against the Astros.
I expect them to take this series against the Astros.
Okay.
You should win 2 of 3. If you don't, you got problems. I don't have the sheet ahead of me, but the next team that you play with a winning record is the Royals. Your next, I think we did the next 15 or 16 games. This is where you can kind of make up some of the ground for losing, 5 of 6 games against the Guardians and the Yankees on the road.
So here's their next games. The Astros, I already told you, I think they're sneaky good. If you win this series, I'd be impressed. But then you take on the 8-win Marlins. But then you go to Arizona. Same type deal. I mean, Arizona did win the National League last year. So it's kind of a sneaky good team, despite with a god-awful record. And then it's at Kansas City, and then it's versus Toronto. Toronto's the same deal. Kenny Cott can tell you. They're a bad baseball team record-wise, but man, they got talent all over the place.
If this team is going to try to win this division, I don't want to hear about these games. Win the series. I'm sick of the excuses that you're trying to give them.
I'm not trying to give you any
excuses. Well, this team is good, and look at this.
I'm just
win
telling you.
the games,
I'm just telling you. But see, you and I are different. I've already given up on the thought of winning the division. I've given up. I just don't think this team is division title good.
They can make up some ground playing against sub-500 teams. Plain and simple. Sub-5, go out there, win. If you want to show that you are a contender, win these games. Now, if you're a pretender, or if it was all just fugazi, you'll lose them, and then we'll all lose interest.
248-539-9797. We got the big finish next. Tiger baseball just around the corner. 97 won the ticket. So I know watching the Tigers can be tough these days, considering what's going on with TV and everything. But what if I told you, that's right, a live read on your show. What if I told you there's a place you can go to watch your baseball team and bet on them while having the greatest food and drinks all around. Not to mention you got the hockey playoffs going on. You got the basketball playoff going on. So why don't you head down to Hollywood Casino Greektown right now, today. You're going to be steps away from all the major sports action downtown Detroit has to offer. They got the biggest screens. They got the best food and drink. And, sometimes when you go downtown, it can be aggravating to find parking. You don't have to worry about it in this case because Penn Play members always park Park for free. If you're not a member, no big deal. Join today. Download and register for the Penn Play app. Make Hollywood Casino Greektown your spring sports viewing headquarters. Must be in the state of Michigan. The wager and over 21. Gambling problem. Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Michigan State football has landed a linebacker transfer. Marcelius Polium is coming over from Miami. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. The Tigers are set to face the Astros today. Houston has been the cellar dweller of the West. Here's the lineup the Tigers roll out today in their new City Connect uniforms. Abanez, Vierling, Canna is back in there after a couple games off with the illness at DH. Green hitting fourth again. Spencer Torkelson right behind him, still looking for his first home run. Renzel Perez back in there in the 6 hole as he plays center field. Ryan Valade, the right fielder, up from Toledo a couple games ago. Javier Baez and Jake Rogers will follow. Casey Mai is on the mound for Detroit. Framber Valdez is on the bump for the Astros. Team radio voice Robert Ford chats about the keys against him. Coverage begins at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gio Urshela had the first game of his rehab last night with the Mud Hens, going 1 for 2 with a walk. As a designated hitter, the Tigers want to see him play multiple games at third before recall, but he could go be with the big club again as early as next week. For those hoping to see Justin Henry Malloy in Detroit, he's still dealing with an injury that the club has not officially disclosed. He's now missed 6 games in a row. Evan Petzold reporting that he could return to the Mud Hens lineup as soon as Sunday. The cover of the new EA Sports College Football 25 game has been leaked, and Michigan running back Donovan Edwards is included on it. The last Wolverine to be included on the cover was Denard Robinson in 2014. Minicamp also began for the Lions today, but Dan Campbell was not in attendance. He's dealing with a personal matter. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I almost slipped again. 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger baseball just around the corner. All right, this is exciting. It's the big finish.
That's right. It is the big finish. So let's go through what we talked about today. Would you rather the Lions play on Christmas or in London? Here's why that was discussed. It's because the Bears and the Vikings do each have a home game that is taken away. They will play in London. And the expectation is the Lions will have 5 primetime games. They have some great matchups to put on primetime. Would you rather play on Christmas or in London?
I think I would rather play on Christmas. When you go overseas, it's an equalizer. Bad teams, both teams are suffering from the jet lag, and it's just like good teams they don't kick it into gear. It's not very good games, and when you're playing those type of games, that goes for the underdog teams. The Lions should be favorites in those games. I'd rather play a game because you may get a home game on Christmas, play it at home, have the crowd here. No game should be played over in London. Let me just put that on the record. The environment is sterile, okay? You got people out there with Kerry Collins jerseys on. Like no one knows football here. It's like how they force feed us soccer. We don't care.
I mean, that is true. I still would rather go overseas because as we went over, you could be looking at 3 to 4 Wednesday or Thursday night or Thursday day games in the last month of the season. That's a lot of football on very short rest.
Price of fame.
I guess, but injuries happen, I feel, on short rest. So I'm going to bite the bullet. I just go overseas. I don't want to play on Christmas. Playing on a Wednesday just screws everything up.
What is that you're hearing? That is Jeff Rieger. He finally made Who Said It.
I did. Twice.
He was in there twice, guys. What a Friday for Jeff Rieger.
And Hatchet ripped on John Jansen,
I
which
sure
was
did.
really fun, too.
Water's wet. That's all I have to say. We also talked about Javi and why isn't he benched tonight after a base running blunder in the last game.
I just feel they benched him already 4 or 5 times. Send a message. I get it. You're stuck with him. I get it. His OPS stinks. Just send a message, dude.
Of what?
What happened on Wednesday was unacceptable. I mean, absolutely unacceptable. Like, I don't think a lot of people had a good day on Wednesday. I think there were a lot of mistakes.
Dude,
but that base running error was awful.
I'd rather bench him for his strikeouts than that. Like, okay, so one is better than the other. If you're gonna start benching him, just DFA him and get him out of here.
I agree with you, but we both know that's not going to happen. So every now and then it would be nice to know there's consequences for really falling asleep on the baseball field.
I think if there was a game the very next day, he would have, but it's kind of one of those.
You think it's just done?
Yeah, it's like, you don't, discipline a dog 2 days later after they do something in the house.
Maybe that's why my discipline with my dog doesn't work.
And real quick, I know this wasn't mentioned, but it's just irking me and Kenny looking at the lineup. Why is Riley Green batting 4th again?
Oh, that's a great point. I mean, wouldn't you think you bat your best hitter second to steal as many bats as possible? And it's funny, isn't it? Because AJ's all about new school with, I don't have a closer, and it's all high leverage. but he's old school in this way. Hit him cleanup? No, hit him second. Your best player should hit second and get as many times at the plate as possible.
See, here's what I'm thinking. AJ knows 5 through 9, probably not going to get anything. So in the event that batters 1 through 3 get on, he could at least knock them in and we'll get a run.
Is Ibanez, Veerling, and Canna?
Yeah.
So that is some of their better hitters, yeah.
So, right. So, you know what? I have a lot more faith in you, and we'll scratch this out. Maybe we can get a run or two thanks to you hitting. But if you put him up too high, who's going to knock him in?
By the way, you're a very smart man, Rico. Not only did you get into Harvard, but you're not going against A.J. Hinch. I was going to talk about this today. You are not allowed to bash A.J. Hinch. I found this out over the weekend or over the last couple days. I pointed out I thought he screwed up the 9th inning and the 7th inning on Wednesday. Oh, man, people were very upset. Apparently, he's a sacred cow. You're not allowed to disagree with A.J. Hinch, in case you were wondering.
So what's also a sacred cow is, do the Lions need Goff more, or does Goff need the Lions more? That was discussed during the show.
Well, I think the Lions need Goff more because there's only about maybe 15 real quarterbacks in the NFL, and you finally have one. And once you don't have one, there's no timetable of when you're going to finally get another one. So make the man happy. I think that's why Brad Holmes came out and said what he said on the morning show a few days ago. The Lions need him more than Goff need. Goff has already shown I can win at another organization. You give me the pieces, I can win. For the Lions, for decades, we've been waiting to see what you finally got last year.
I love this question, and I think Goff needs the Lions more. I think he's getting up there in age. I think he's so perfect for this system. I think this system is perfect for him. They both need each other, but Goff needs the Lions more because, my God, you're talking all pros all over the field that Goff gets to play with, plus the offensive mind of Ben Johnson. I just don't think it would get any better for Goff anywhere else. That's why he needs the Lions situation more than they need him.
And then before we close out the big finish, we found out that Jeff has no balls, and he bought his wife a Mother's Day gift with her money.
You had to end it like that.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You know what? You know what means more? If the wife knows that you sacrificed gambling and golf and paid for it out of your own pocket. That gift means more. Because buying it from the community money is just like you going grocery shopping. Nobody gets excited. Nobody gets excited because you brought home grocery.
Nobody cares where the gift comes from as long as you're nice enough and kind-hearted enough to get somebody a gift.
It means more if you tell her,
No,
you know
it
what?
doesn't.
I'm not going golfing this week because I bought you something.
I could tell her that. She would just know I'm lying.
And that is the big finish. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. 97 won the ticket.